Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story volume 3 part 1. Chapter 201. That Ming Zun Mai has gone too far. When you restore your abilities, she'll definitely come back one day on her knees begging you. He skillfully turned the object of her hatred around. That way he can just sit and collect the profits. Ming Zun Mai. It's all because of you. If not because of you, how could I have fallen so low? Her fingers dug into the palms of her hands, leaving red marks. Yu Wenbo smiled with satisfaction. That's right. Continue hating her. The more wrapped up in hatred she was, the easier Ming Mei was to control. The man in glasses quickly brought back the energy stones that they had been hoarding. He slowly handed the box over to Ming Mei, a bit unwilling, but he understood where his priorities should be at. They still need to protect their future chance to safety. Sacrificing a few energy stones was nothing. Ming Mei relaxed in relief when she saw the energy stones. She began absorbing the energy. Luckily her own energy stone hadn't shattered. She could use this quick but not safe way to restore her abilities. Soon, 2 days passed. Ming Mei's healing abilities finally reappeared. She could now heal little wounds made by knives. Yet this was enough to give others hope. Yu Wenbo and his group were excited. Now they could curse out the military group that had left them behind. Ming Mei also confidently looked forward to the future. She knew that all those hardships had only been tests. As long as she passed them, she would become king. Zun Mai and her dear husband were busy trying to hack open a lock. They had finally found the hidden granary. But this place was frustrating. Where was the electronic password? What was the point of using such a large old-fashioned lock? They were 2 heavy locks, laying on the ground made entirely out of gold. The two couldn't use their abilities because Zun Mai was able to detect explosives buried behind the door. As soon as the door was damaged, it would trigger the alarm. The self-destruct system would be set off. Therefore, the 3 could only pitifully knock on the door. Since they couldn't even use their abilities, they were afraid they might accidentally touch the alarm system behind the door. Ming Ji, this won't do. With this method, we would be doing this until the end of time. Ling Chen sat with his legs spread on the ground, holding pliers in one hand. Next to him were wrenches, saws and screwdrivers. Yiming Yi was in the same position. He sat on the other side, studying the other lock. Zun Mai sat with her butt on the top of the weight part of the golden lock. She leaned onto the door, trying to peer in through the gap. All she could see was a sea of black. She lowered her head down with a sigh. When would this be over? No key, couldn't explode it, couldn't use force. The only thing she could think of was to use something that could dissolve it into nothingness. Wait, dissolve. Why didn't she think of it sooner? She quickly opened her space market. Things that she purchased before in different worlds would still appear under the purchased category. Zun Mai remembered that she had bought a bottle of dissolving solvent for the Xuan Yuan world that hadn't been used up. It had been able to counter such strong demon energy, so it should be able to break through this door and lock, right? Forget it. The dead horse will be the live horse's doctor, Tian, basically meaning resorting to any last source to treat a problem. She found the bottle of solvent with about 200 cc still left in it. Zun Mai pulled it out and waved towards the other 2. Ming Yi, Ling Chen, get out of the way. I'm going to see if this works or not. After stepping back into the safe zone, Zun Mai poured the liquid onto the lock, weight, and the door in between them. SSSSSS.KKKKK. White bubbles immediately burst out, making a simmering sound. Zun Mai jumped up with glee. This actually worked. Yiming placed the tools back into his space inventory and walked to Zun Mi's side. He didn't ask where she got her mysterious liquid. Ling Chen, on the other hand, was curious. When the two locks were dissolved, the door unlocked. The lock column had been at least 50 dissolved when the solvent lost its effect. He went up to investigate and peek around. What a powerful thing. So useful, Zun Mai. Where did you get this? I want some. I got this from a hospital research lab. There was no harm in collecting it, so I took it. There was only this one bottle. When we get to B City, we can ask those researchers and see if they could remake it. I think it's useful too. Zun Mai lied without skipping a beat. Ling Chen nodded. If there was more of this high-quality dissolvent, those zombies should get ready to be scared shitless. All right, let's get down to business. Yiming patted Zun Mi's head. He walked forward to clear up obstacles in their way. He carefully pushed aside the large heavy door, avoiding the scanning sensor detector. Seeing the entire warehouse filled with grains, they were all happy. Food. They opened a few to take a look inside. Everything had been preserved pretty well. The three separated to shove as much as they could into their space inventories. Ling Chen was in charge of taking a few bags out for their own daily usage. He changed the packaging of these bags and separated out the amount they needed to pay to get into B City. They had met some small groups of those with abilities, and groups of hunters. From them, they had learned about B City's situation and system. Just like the last life, Ming family had become one of the big powers. It was mainly because Ming family's eldest Ming Ling gained wind abilities and had reached level 2. Zun Mai had thought of whether or not to find Ming family after entering B City. But she really didn't want to see those people's faces. After collecting the food, the three didn't bother cleaning up the granary. They got into their car and left. 2 months later, when Song Zaiqian charged past zombies and other obstacles to get to the granary, he was met with a spotlessly empty room. He finally understood what Zun Mai meant when she had told him don't be too serious. He couldn't do anything but head back without anything. He was berated at by the old leeches at B City for his efforts, effectively laying the seeds to his resistance sentiments. But that was all talk of the future. Song Zaiqian had just dropped off the surviving citizens at the front doors of the camp base, where they lined up to undergo examination. Before Song Zaiqian even had the time to sit down, he was called over to plan how to get rid of the zombies surrounding the parameters of the base. His extermination project continued for half a month. When Zun Mai and Yiming arrived at base, they coincidentally missed the opportunity to see leader Song. However, they ran smack into Ming Mei. Her originally bald head had already been replaced by long, wavy brown hair. She still wore her long white dress. Her face was fresh and well-rounded. As soon as she appeared, she captured the attention of many around her. Lustful, greedy, disdainful, and envious eyes all fell on her. If there hadn't been Zun Mai, Ming Mei would have become the apple of everyone's eye. Unfortunately, Zun Mai came first. Chapter 202. Sitting in the grand hall, Zun Mai swung the vines in her hands in boredom. She was too lazy to do anything. It had already been 3 months since they had come to the base. Nothing truly interesting happened. Ming Mei had slowly become the base's white dress goddess. After realizing that there was no hope in getting Zun Mai to return to Ming family, they officially announced the cutting of ties from her. On the other hand, when they saw Ming Mei's ability, they opened their arms wide to welcome her home. Zun Mai couldn't decide if Ming Mei was stupid or thought that this would demonstrate that she was better than her. She still dared go back to Ming family. Zun Mai silently mourned her for a second. The other thing was that Song Ziqian exited from the military leadership and went to their side. Zun Mai had thought that he would create his own group, so this surprised her. According to him, Song Ziqian knew he didn't have enough power. Moreover, he trusted them and felt like he could depend on them. Zun Mai and Yi Mingyi happily accepted his arrival. After all, he was a future power player. They had spent the last few days carefree because they were waiting for the people her husband sent out at the very beginning of the apocalypse to come back. Besides B-City, all the other bases already had her husband's men on the inside. There was a conference between bases in a few more months. Right now, the zombies' powers were far too strong, with the potential of overtaking humans. Their new speed was also much faster than humans. They needed to discuss countermeasures immediately. No one could think about the losses of lives and resources that would come from meeting a zombie mob. Zun Mai, do you have to make people hate you? Ling Chen squatted in a corner and helplessly spoke up. Yi Mingyi came out carrying a plate of fruit and sat down next to Zun Mi's side. He used a toothpick to feed Zun Mai a piece of fruit. Zun Mai lied down in her husband's lap. She threw away the vines and pulled out a tablet from her space storage to play some games. This is good. Mingyi, another one. She opened her mouth and waited for a piece of fruit to be sent in. But when nothing arrived, she turned her attention away from the game. Just as she was about to check what happened, a shadow fell across her line of vision. Her lips were covered by something cold yet soft, and just a little bit sweet. She reached out her tongue to lick it. Not a bad taste. Yi Mingyi was provoked by Zun Mi's action. His eyes darkened immediately. He used his mouth to push in a piece of fruit into her mouth. His tongue invaded into her mouth, taking a long sampling before coming back out. Zun Mai was still confused, like she hadn't completely understood this sudden situation. She just proceeded to crunch down on the piece of fruit in her mouth. Yi Mingyi had his eyes on Zun Mai the whole time. Seeing her reaction and her trust in him, he felt very happy. Afterwards, seeing her rare shy side, his smile widened even more. A slim person laid in his lap, her long eyelashes blinking as a light blush slowly crept up her face. He didn't want to take his eyes off her. He placed a hand on the back of her head to help her move closer to him. His eyes were dark. He opened his mouth slightly and slowly kissed her. Just as his soft lips once again landed on hers, Zun Mai felt as if the entire world was spinning. There were countless gorgeous fireworks going off in her head. Her spine softened like putty, completely melting in his arms. As Zun Mai leaned in, Yi Mingyi laid backwards onto the sofa. He didn't try to switch their positions so that he could be on top of her. Instead, he used his powerful arms to hold her tightly to his body. He concentrated on tasting her. Yi Mingyi's lips were like his character, cold, yet with a glimpse of warmth. He held an addictive kind of gentleness in his kisses. A simple meeting of their lips had already made Zun Mai intoxicated. She closed her eyes tightly. Her eyebrows slightly quivered as she returned his passion. Sensing her response, Yi Mingyi felt as a fire had started in his heart, making him want more and more. He wanted to make sure she no longer had any spare thought of playing any games. Rolling over, he easily pulled her under him. His eyes were dark, his fiery gaze locked Jun Xie in. Just as things were about to go further, two people with their jaws on the ground let out noise to remind them that they exist. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Ling Chen and Song Ziqian were all frozen. How did such a harmonious scene suddenly explode into a passionate one in a matter of seconds? How could they treat single dogs like this? Jun Xie came back to her senses. She hurriedly pushed off the person atop of her and sat upright. With a bed of messy hair and still slightly blushing, she nonchalantly began eating the fruit on the table again. She casually grabbed the tablet off the sofa and continued playing her unfinished game. From start to finish, she didn't even spare a glance at the two people at the door. Ling Chen and Song Ziqian were once again left awestruck. But on the inside, Jun Xie was falling apart. She really didn't mean to. She had completely forgotten that there were people around them. It was all because her husband was too handsome. She was shallow and was too attracted to her outer appearance. That's why she couldn't resist it. Her husband was too enchanting. Yi coldly glared in the two's direction. What are you still doing here? Hadn't they left already? They'll get a lightning strike if they disrupt his and Jun-mi's romantic mood. Ling Chen looked back at him in shock. Look at this difference in treatment. He's got a wife now, so he's forgotten his team. No, he needed to protest. He needed to rebel. Song Ziqian only felt that this situation sure was awkward. When he heard Yiming's words, he immediately turned and headed upstairs. They all lived together. They used energy stones to buy a two-storied little house. The surroundings were quiet. Overall, it was pretty nice place. Ling Chen quickly ran up after him. Ming's glare was very scary. He needed to go hide. Jun Xie took a little glance at her husband's expression. That was okay. His face had only darkened a little. Everything was okay as long as no one blackened. The irrelevant people have left. Let's continue doing our own thing. Reality proved that even though he hadn't blackened, she wasn't escaping his breasts. Seeing her husband smile more warmly than usual, Jun Xie almost cried. Yi picked Jun Xie up in his arms and headed straight for the bedroom. Chapter 203. The next day, Jun Xie held her back as she wordlessly walked out the door. Meanwhile, the perpetrator was smiling happily, carefully helping her down the stairs. Ling Chen and Song Ziqian felt as if they had been slapped in the face by PDA once again. Ming-ji, Zhu Yi and the others are coming today. Ling Chen placed breakfast on the table. Song Ziqian had made breakfast. Everyone had been surprised that he could cook. Military men were usually too busy and too tired to learn to cook, but he had been able to spare the free time to learn cooking. Jun Xie thought that Song Ziqian really was the model nice guy. Good with cooking, good with housework. She approved. Thus, cooking became split between Jun Xie and Song Ziqian, depending on who had free time. Tell them to come over here to the house. Yi didn't have much of a reaction to the news. He pulled a chair out for Jun Xie, placed down a seat mat, and then helped her sit. Jun Xie welcomed her husband's treatment, smiling up at him sweetly. Ling Chen watched the two, a bit jealous. He had really forgotten about Chang Xinyao. But when he got Zhu Yi's list of names, he remembered. Although he didn't like that Chang Xinyao kept chasing Ming-ji and didn't allow others to get close to him, she was still a member that Ming-ji saw potential in. But now, He had found his one true love. Ling Chen honestly felt that Zun Mai was the one that was most compatible with his boss. She was beautiful, strong, and had a good personality. Most importantly, she treated Ming Ji well. After these months of knowing her, he truly did see Zun Mai as a sister-in-law. Ling Chen, I suddenly realized you've learned how to drag things out. If you have something to say, say it. If it's something I can't listen in on, then just take Ming Yi off to the side. Don't worry about me. I'm not that petty. Zun Mai spoke out. She thought that Ling Chen was hesitating because it was a secret. But she didn't mind. As long as her husband remained the person that solely doted on her, she was fine with secrets. Ling Chen almost wanted to run and hide when he saw the open-mindedness in her face. However, Yiming Yi's face hardened. The gaze he used to look at him made Ling Chen unable to say a word, but he quickly sputtered out, "No, boss. Sister-in-law, you're misunderstanding. I'm not trying to keep secrets between you two. It's just seeing the two both looking at him," Ling Chen choked. "It's just that Chang Xin Yao is also here. She said that Ming Ji was hers. She won't let anyone steal you away. Before we all separated, she liked to stick to Ming Ji. She refused to separate. Later, Zhu Yi had to say that Ming Ji didn't like weak people so that she would leave to strengthen her skills. That way, she would be able to gain Ming Ji's admiration. By coming back, she probably feels like she's now worthy, so he didn't finish. Everyone knew what he meant. Zun Mai held a spoon in one hand and a bowl in another, peering over the edge to look at Yiming Yi. Her eyes were clean, making her judgment clear to see. Yiming Yi immediately began explaining himself. "Mir, you have to believe your husband. I only love you. I don't even remember who Chang Xin Yao is. Don't eat vinegar. Eating vinegar is bad for you. Here, eat kanji instead. I know you love preserved egg and pork kanji. Also, this cold mixed cucumber." He took the bowl out of Zun Mai's hand so that he could personally feed his wife. Zun Mai looked unwilling but quickly opened her mouth. But he shouldn't expect her to forgive him so easily. Anyone met with this kind of situation would be upset too. Yesterday night that had just been rolling in bed together. The next morning, you find out that you have a love rival. Based on the information, it seemed like the love rival was pretty persistent too. It immediately sounded like an annoying situation. She didn't like hearing that others liking her husband meant that she had good taste. She would rather her husband be more average so that people would stop coveting him. But of course, there was nothing she could do about it. "Come on, tell me. What's the situation around Chang Xin Yao?" After finishing her kanji, Zun Mai relaxed into a sofa, unwilling to move. Yiming Yi placed a pillow on the sofa so that Zun Mai could lay down flat and that he could massage her. "Before the apocalypse, we were training a few people. I selected a few out of the bunch to do other tasks. I really don't have much memory of Chang Xin Yao. But since it's a woman, I do recall a few things about her. Mere at that time because of a few things, I didn't even have those kind of thoughts. I didn't pay much attention to things like this, not until I met you. When he had first rebirthed, his head was a chaotic mess. He had been wrapped in hatred. He had begun planning immediately. Originally, he was going to head to S City with his team, but 2 days later, he ran into Ling Chen. They saved him and wasted a few days on the road. In the process, everyone was able to become closer. In those days, Ling Chen saw Chang Xin Yao's feelings. He hadn't thought much about it then, as those feelings were irrelevant to him. Jun Mai pulled Yi Ming Yi in for a hug. I knew my husband was the best. Kisses. She smiled and changed to topic. Since they are arriving today, then I have to meet them too. After all, these names hadn't been in the original book, whose butterfly wings had caused the plot to take a turn. Of course. Take a nap first. When they're here, I'll wake you. Yi Ming Yi carried Jun Mai up and headed up the stairs. When she finally fell asleep, he came back down. Ling Chen was already sitting quietly on the sofa waiting for his boss scolding. Boss, please have mercy. Sister-in-law was bound to find out when Chang Xinyao arrived here. Ling Chen cried. Yi Ming Yi glanced at Ling Chen and rubbed his chin, thinking about other things. Anything from Ming family. Ming family, oh ho, they want to use Ming Mei to get in good favor with those old men. And then they want to replace them so that they become the most powerful seat in this base. Chapter 204. Ch 204 Light of the Apocalypse 8.20. Their ambition is large, but it's down to whether they can actually accomplish it. Ling Chen reported. No wonder sister-in-law didn't want to go home. Ming family's actions were too disgusting. But that Ming Mei was really ridiculous. She had actually been so stupid as to go back there after getting out successfully. Let's add more gas to the fire. Let's make this issue bigger. Yi Ming Yi calculated that it would be 2 more months until the first wave of zombies hit. He had enough time if he hurried them along. Ling Sane nodded. Boss, we've pretty much got control of the smaller bases. We can put our plan into action now. We'll start at the exchange meeting between bases next month. Yi Ming Yi's finger slightly tapped on the armrest, his eyes bloodthirsty. First, they'll let Ming family celebrate for a couple of days. It was more entertaining to watch them fall from high above. After some simple planning, Ling Chen went to pick up Zuyi. Leader Song, are you still sure you want to be part of our group? Yi Ming Yi's expression didn't change. Song Zaiqian had been listening the entire time. He naturally could guess their motives. No, I'll be a part of your group. I believe that you can accomplish what I want accomplished. Because you don't want to disappoint her. For her, you would be willing to do anything. Sometimes he wondered if he had met her first, things would be the same. He didn't know when it started, but his eyes always drifted towards that figure. It was only yesterday that he understood what that meant. But he was too late. He wasn't weak, but he didn't fight. Because he knew that the person she loved was this man in front of him. Only he could give her happiness now. So Song Zaiqian didn't want to interrupt her happiness. Then control your feelings and expressions. I don't want irrelevant people chasing after my mirror. Yi Ming Yi said without courtesy. Mirror was his. You don't need to say anything. She loves you, I know. I hope you won't hurt her. She's a good girl. If you need anything else, let me know. I'll leave first. He needed to go check on the military men that came with him. Since Yi Ming Yi is planning on acting soon, then he should do something too. The two seemed to have reached a tactical understanding. From then on, they never mentioned anything related to today's topic. Jun Mai woke up at around 2 in the afternoon. Seeing that there was no one in the room, she frowned. Didn't her husband say he was going to wake her? Did he see her sleeping too soundly and couldn't bear to interrupt her? She laughed at her own thought as she washed up in the bathroom. She pulled a white t-shirt and light denim jeans out of her storage. Perfect. Only Ming Mei would wear a dress in the middle of an apocalypse. Since danger could attack at any second, a dress wouldn't be practical in emergency scenarios. She heard voices coming from downstairs when she was at the staircase. It seemed like her husband's people have arrived. She headed down. She didn't plan on avoiding them. After all, she was feeling a little hungry too. The noise from the stairs also attracted the attention of those in the hall. When they turned their heads, they saw a beautiful woman with an elegant presence. Before anyone could question who the mysterious woman was, they saw their boss quickly step forward towards her. "You're awake. Why didn't you call for me? Are you hungry? I left your favorite shrimp gumbo rice." Yimingyi supported Zun Mai down the stairs, his eyes warm. He completely didn't mention how he had forced Song Zaiqian to make it, but didn't allow him to say who made it. He had made Song Zaiqian want to throw the apron down on the ground and walk out. If not because he was making it for Zun Mai, he definitely wouldn't even have listened to Yimingyi. Therefore, to express his unhappiness, Song Zaiqian really only did make one serving of shrimp gumbo rice for lunch. In 3 months, this had been the first time Ling Chen and Yimingyi had been forced to eat cup ramen. "I am a bit hungry. I want to eat some grapes. Are there any in the fridge?" She followed her husband as he led her towards the group of people. "There is. Sit down. I'll get some for you." Yimingyi sat her down in the seat that he had been sitting in previously before turning to go grab some grapes for Zun Mai. Zun Mai watched her husband leave before turning to the 6 people with their eyes on her. 2 women, 4 men. "Hello, I'm Zun Mai." Zun Mai smiled amicably and greeted. "Hello." Zuyi responded first reflexively. "Ha ha, you guys are so funny." "Sister-in-law, stop pretending to be so formal." With Ling Chen's loud laugh, the slightly awkward atmosphere dispersed. But the way Ling Chen referred to her made a few people nervous. They turned quickly to look at the woman in white sitting in an armchair. Zun Mai also turned her gaze. It was a pretty cute girl. She wore a dress similar to Ming Mei's but wore it prettier. At least her aura was much more comfortable. Of course, it would be more comfortable if she hadn't been glaring at her as if she was her worst enemy. "That, Miss Zun, I apologize. Don't put this to mind. Xin Yao is just not feeling good right now." Zuyi was stuck in the middle of the 2 of them. The 2 fiery gazes were far too frightening. More accurately, he was worried about Xin Yao's hatred. Based on his boss behavior and Ling Chen's attitude, this sister-in-law was definitely in his boss heart. "Mir, the food's a bit cold. I'll go warm it up for you." "Wait a second." Yimingyi popped his head out of the kitchen to tell Zun Mai. He quickened his actions, making the fire on the stove expand, blackening the bottom of the plate. Luckily, he knew not to let the fire reach the shrimp gumbo rice. When the food was heated, he took another plate and dumped the shrimp rice in. With his other hand, he placed the grapes into a fruit bowl. Zun Mai helplessly watched her husband, laughing and shaking her head. "You've worked hard. Next time, just let me do it." She definitely smelled something burning just now. "I'll learn." He definitely needs to learn. When the apocalypse ended, he'll cook for Mir every day. Zun Mai laughed and nodded. In the past worlds, his cooking skills had been fully unlocked. But now, her husband had become a cooking dummy. It was a bit entertaining to watch. "Boss, who is this?" Zuyi looked back and forth between the 2. Xin Yao's eyes were about to explode. Yimingyi suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to introduce his wife to his team. Chapter 205. Zun Mai, the woman I love. Call her sister-in-law. Respect her. If anyone bullies her, I won't show mercy. Yimingyi looked at everyone, his eyes stopping on Chang Xinyao. Even if it's a woman, I won't show mercy. Besides his Zun Mai, any woman was just the same as a man. There was no difference. He didn't believe in anything like you should never hit a woman. A man shouldn't be afraid to protect his loved one, even if the perpetrator was a woman. Chang Xinyao heart grew cold when she saw Yimingyi's gaze. Tears fell uncontrollably. Boss, Xinyao might not be feeling too well today. Don't think too much about it. I'll go take her to rest up. Sang Yu tried to explain. On the inside, she was worried. She had never approved of Xinyao liking Boss. Now her dream had finally been broken. But Sang Yu didn't know if Xinyao would be able to move on. She pulled Xinyao, wanting to get her upstairs first before anything else happened. But Chang Xinyao didn't want to go. She didn't want to admit defeat. She had only left his side for a few months. How could he suddenly just fall in love? That woman was just a little prettier than her. Why did she deserve Boss love? No, I can't accept this. Boss, why do you like her? What's good about her? We've been with you for so long, but we can't compare to this person you've only known for a few months. Chang Xinyao's eyes were wet, blurring her vision, but she could still see this Zun Mai clearly. She was smiling, as if mocking her for losing. Zun Mai had been silently eating his shrimp dumbo. She had planned to ignore that jealous gaze. But why was this girl's hatred getting stronger and stronger? She hadn't done anything. She hadn't even said anything. How did she provoke this woman? Someone explain this to her. This was a tiring process for her too. She frowned slightly and continued eating. Forget it, she'll endure it for her husband. As long as it wasn't anything too extreme, she'll bear with it. She'll even do her best to avoid the person in the future. But just because Zun Mai thought this way, didn't mean others did too. At least Yimingyi didn't want to let his wife be treated in this way. Coincidentally, Chang Xinyao didn't want to let go of the issue so quickly either. She even wanted to try the emotional route to try to get her boss to come to his senses. Ling Chen rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything. Don't go out of line. Don't pipe up on matters that have nothing to do with you. Yimingyi's eyes flashed quickly with killing intent. Only Zuyi was able to notice. He almost jumped in shock. Boss had killing intent towards Xinyao, all because of this sister-in-law. Exactly what kind of charm did she possess? Zuyi made a decision in his mind. He needed to tell the people around him later to be careful. Zun Mai stayed silent. She decided to finish eating first before giving them any attention. Boss, how could you say that? Chang Xinyao couldn't hold back her tears. I've liked you for so long. Why can't you see me? Why does she deserve you? What does that fox have that I don't? What can she do for you? Chang Xinyao had placed her heart with Yimingyi from the moment she met him. Now she couldn't stop herself. No matter how much the people around her urged her, her heart remained unchanged. She continued to fall deeper and deeper without any regret. This time, Zun Mai's eyebrows furrowed together. She opened her mouth a little before deciding to stay quiet. Forget it. Just because she wasn't speaking up didn't mean she wasn't angry, okay? You don't need to know what makes her great. It's just that Yimingyi has good luck. There is no one on this earth that would deserve Zun Mai. There's only people that don't deserve her, including your boss. Song Zaiqian spoke up coldly, bringing shivers down the group's spines. Everyone's back subconsciously straightened when they heard that military soldier's tone of authority along with his stern face. But now Yiming Yi was unhappy. His own dear wife didn't need an outsider speaking up for her. However, he did agree with his words. Yiming Yi nodded his head and emphasized, "That's correct. I am very lucky in this lifetime. I'll let you off this time, but there better not be a next time. No matter who you are, you could be expendable." Yiming Yi didn't want to speak any more on the matter. No matter how much bullshit was said, it was still bullshit. "Boss, don't think too much about it. Zhen Yao is just a bit emotional right now. I'll talk to her later tonight. I'll take her up first. We'll come back down later." Sang Yu pulled and dragged Zhen Yao away. She threw her into the room before sternly lecturing her. "Zhen Yao, what are you doing? I've already told you that someone like Boss just isn't compatible with you. He doesn't like you either. You need to let go. But you never listened. But now do you see? Can you finally see reality now?" Sang Yu's round eyes glared down at the woman sitting up on the bed hugging her knees. To be honest, if she was their boss, she would also choose the girl that they had just met. San Yu sighed and turned to leave. She hoped that Zhen Yao would be able to think things through quickly. She returned to the main living room, where everyone was chatting leisurely. "That's right, sister-in-law. Ming Ling wants to see you." Ling Chen remembered. When he had gone to pick up Zuyi in the afternoon, they had run into Ming Ling. Ling Chen didn't have a good impression of anyone in the Ming family. He didn't care too much about what the other man said, but still remembered to relay the message. Zun Mai leaned into the sofa. She smiled mysteriously. "He only wants to use the power we have. Big brother really is overly confident. Ling Chen, can you tell him that I can help him? Give me 20 level 4 energy stones, 100 level 3 energy stones, and 200 level 2 energy stones." Level 4 was the highest level known for zombies. It was equal to a level 5 human. Ming family was able to find stable grounding at the base largely because Ming Lang had a level 4 ability. Try to make the offer hard for him to refuse. Everything he sacrifices now is just an investment. When he becomes the leader of the base, this payment would seem like a small sum. "Got it?" Zun Miss smile widened like a fox. Ling Chen's eyes brightened. He nodded immediately. "Understood, sister-in-law, don't worry. I'm guaranteed to get this done." He could already imagine Ming Liang's face twisted as he unwillingly gave him the energy stones. Chapter 206. Sister-in-law, that I don't really understand. Zuyi hesitated before speaking up. In Ming family, Ming Yi planned to start the plan next month. For the time being, I'll let them get what they want while simultaneously making them spit out their treasures. But I didn't say that they were going to sit at the top for long. Zun Mai innocently blinked her eyes. They didn't have long to live anyways. She might as well extract all their value while she still can. Zuyi froze for a second. It seemed this sister-in-law wasn't that simple. "All right, everyone get to work. Tomorrow, y'all go to the trading conference center to pick up your missions." Yiming Yi stood up. Everything had been discussed. Why weren't they leaving? They were interrupting his time with his wife. Everyone else was able to read between the lines. They all scurried out on their own. Song Zaiqian took his own group to register as a hunting squad. They prepared to go out on the mission together tomorrow. Ling Chen also needed to go add in their new members, as well as find Ming Liang. After a quiet night, Zun Mai thought her luck was finally taking a turn. However, When she saw two women in white at the base gates, she put a hand to her forehead. The two did look similar in both figure and their fragile appearance. They both have a white lotus flower atmosphere. Any man would feel pity for them. The two of them were even chatting happily together right now. They could practically pass as twins. Following Jun Mai and Yiming Yi out, Zhu Yi and Ling Chen also saw the two of them. Zhu Yi didn't think too much about it. Ling Chen immediately spoke out. "What's wrong with Cheng Xinyao? Why is she with that woman?" He hadn't forgotten that that woman had cursed at him before. "Is there something wrong with that woman?" Zhu Yi raised an eyebrow. Why did he feel as if so much has happened since the last time he saw Boss? That woman is absolutely insane. She even dared to covet for Boss. Doesn't she know she should look in the mirror first? Ling Chen didn't like Ming Mei, so he naturally had nothing good to say about her. In the process, he gave Zhu Yi a summary of everything that had happened on their way to B City. After listening, Zhu Yi was also speechless. This woman truly was strange. But first, why was Xinyao with that woman? It's Xinyao's first time here too. She doesn't know any of this. Let me go talk to her. Cheng Xinyao had level 2 water abilities. Although her level wasn't high, water abilities were useful in the apocalypse. Ling Chen snorted coldly and hurried forward to catch up with the two of them. Zhu Yi's dimmed. He didn't want to overthink, but the base's military was under the control of another major. They were also the ones to distribute the missions. Currently, that major in charge was standing in a big military truck, passionately making a pre-departure speech. Jun Mai leaned on the doors of her own red sports car and finally couldn't resist but yawned. Others might want to sell this sports car in exchange for taller wheels or more interior room. Meanwhile, Jun Mai had practically made this car her signature item. After all, beautiful cars, like beautiful women, had always been seen as a sign of success, even more so during the apocalypse. But only 3 people have been in her car: her husband, Ling Chen, and Song Zhaitian. As for everyone else, no room. After the announcements ended, everyone took their seats in either their own cars or military vehicles. Soon, there were only a few cars left in the area. Jun Mai had one hand on the steering wheel while she rested the other hand on the frame of her door leisurely as if she was going on a vacation. "Boss, what do you think those old men are planning? Why are they moving so many people out?" Ling Chen leaned into his seat while asking the person in front of him. Yiming Yi looked at the tablet in his hand. The screen displayed a map of today's route. "I heard that there were level 5 zombies. They naturally wanted their energy stones then. They were able to reach this level in less than half a year. The evolution of zombies was truly quick." Jun Mai didn't care too much. Even if they get the energy stones, they won't be alive for long to use them. "But I did hear that the research lab seemed to have found the virus that started the apocalypse. On the day that the virus spread, a meteorite had fallen. They were saying that finding it could allow them to potentially discover the way to end the apocalypse. Who knows if it's true or not?" She didn't believe it. The original book didn't mention anything about a meteorite. Based on her memories, there had been no unusual signs the day prior either. When they woke up the next day, everything had suddenly changed. Jun Mai felt that some apocalypse online stories were more reliable. Didn't they always go for reasons like a mad scientist's studies accidentally causing the worldwide disasters? Who cares whether it's true or not, as long as they can actually find a way to end the apocalypse? But just based on those old leeches, that seems a bit impossible. Ling Chen spoke honestly. He didn't trust those people that only knew how to sit in the lap of luxury would be able to accomplish much. They've been doing experiments on human subjects, Song Zaiqian mentioned. Zun Mai accidentally pressed down on the accelerator, almost slamming into the car in front of them. She hurriedly turned the steering wheel and pressed down on the brakes. Everyone leaned forward from the sudden force. Zaiqian, what did you just say? Zun Mai thought that she might have heard wrong. When I found out they were using corpses as subjects. But now I'm not sure. Song Zaiqian explained. Zun Mai frowned. Hearing the cars behind her honking, she released the brakes and brought the car back onto the road. I should have known sooner. They definitely wouldn't have given up on experiments with human subjects. Her eyes flashed. In the last life, Ming Zun Mai had almost been sold off to the lab by Ming family. The original book didn't give much details on the matter. Later, Zun Mai had caught up with her dear husband, so had forgotten about this. In the 2 months at the base, she hadn't heard a single rumor about the labs, so she hadn't worried too much about it. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. You mean? He patted Zun Mai's hair. He pulled his hand back quickly though. He didn't want to distract her from driving. The hand that Zun Mai had around the steering wheel tightened. Ming Yi, I don't want B City's base. I want to create our own safe haven in the apocalypse. I want us to be the light in the apocalypse. Zun Mai's ambition and determination had been fired up. Someone else's things were always someone else's. Even if you steal them away, they could never be entirely yours. Since they couldn't change others, then she could change herself. It was about time that she adapted to the cruelty in this new apocalypse world. Yiming Yes' heart ached for her, but he couldn't take his eyes off her. A determined Zun Mai was too dazzling. Chapter 207. Ch 207 Light of the Apocalypse 8.23. It was like all the ripples of the oceans filled her eyes, glistening. All right. He couldn't tell if he was being hypnotized by her bright peach blossom eyes or her determined expression. He silently promised himself, even if time went backwards or history repeated itself, he wouldn't let go of this person. Even if he were to fall to hell, he would hold her hand. Zun Mai kept her eyes on the road, discussing with Bao Bao in her head the best place to relocate. The first place was the little forest that they had been in before. They could rearrange those dangerous creatures within the forest into a natural barrier. They would then only need to create a safety zone in front. The other place was an island prison. It was the sturdiest prison in this world. It held special prisoners inside. It was easy to defend, difficult to attack. Most importantly, there was a land road on the island. It would be easy to guard the island as long as they controlled the land road. Zun Mai decided that she would discuss this with her husband after this energy stone mission was over. Although B City had a wide variety of differing facilities, there were still some problems about it. Since she was going to be in this world until death, then she needed a place that could be used to ward off a long battle. They traveled on and off for about 6 hours, meeting numerous waves of zombies. Before the sun set, they found a large shopping mall. There was nothing inside anymore. The dirtied floor, moldy and broken items left scattered hinted at how thoroughly the place had been previously looted. Everyone cleaned out a space and found enough room to lay down and rest. It was harder to travel at night. Even though the sky hadn't darkened, the leader of the group didn't dare keep going forward. Who knew if they would be able to find another safe resting area before nightfall? After arranging night guard shifts, The leader began calling over each team to discuss the remaining route. Their destination was a place called Changle Village. It was said that the villagers there all had long lifespans before the apocalypse. There were many in their hundreds. They lived simple lives, but most importantly, it was here that someone had allegedly seen a level 5 zombie. Ling Chen acted like their team's representative and went up to join the small meeting. He silently nodded along for a while before coming back. No new information whatsoever. They just said that when we get to Changle Village, we can move independently. Whoever sees a level 5 zombie will sound the alarm. He pulled out a big red button. Why do I feel like something is wrong even though they know there is a level 5 zombie? They still want everyone to move freely and independently when we get to Changle Village. Shouldn't they say we should first work together to get the level 5 zombie? Zun Mai thought something was strange. This kind of battle strategy was truly unique. Song Zaiqian agreed with Zun Mi's words. They definitely are hiding something from us. It probably has something to do with that meteorite. Yiming Yi said with certainty. Zun Mi's lips twitched. Those people at the lab really will get to Changle Village around noon tomorrow. Let's rest first. We must be on guard tonight. Yiming Yi pulled Zun Mai to the second floor, looking for somewhere they wouldn't be interrupted so they could take a quick nap. Song Zaiqian and Ling Chen looked at each other before finding their own places to rest up. As they separated, they didn't notice that there were two pairs of menacing, hating gazes following them. Soon, the two hidden figures left one after another. Zhu Yi also felt something was wrong, but he didn't share his feelings with anyone else. After returning from the bathroom, Sang Yu only saw Zhu Yi remaining in their original place. Zhu Yi ji, where's boss and the rest of them? Xin Yao, didn't she say she was going to wait for her? Where did she go? They all went to rest up. You should too. After a pause, Zhu Yi responded. Sang Yu didn't perceive anything. All right, Zhu Yi ji, am going to go take a nap. I'll come switch with you later. She stretched and headed upstairs. As she was sleeping, a sudden shiver ran down Zun Mi's back. It felt like something was staring at her. She wanted to call out for Bao Bao. However, Zun Mai had coincidentally asked him to go find out Changle Village's current situation. Dean, the female lead and female second lead, have simultaneously blackened. Madam Host, please be careful. The computerized warning also went unheard due to a certain person's resting state. In a hidden corner, two sharp female voices sounded out. I want her to suffer a fate worse than death. Let's first work together to take down that fox. Then, Yi's attention will be on us. Read. The second woman's eyes flashed with a glimpse of disdain. Ming Mei was satisfied with a woman's attitude. Let's work together harmoniously. She'll definitely make Yi her own. As long as Ming Zun Mai was gone, everything would be okay. Ming family was hers now. The entire B city would be theirs soon. When that time came, she didn't believe that Yi wouldn't like her then. Chang Xin Yao looked at this daydreaming woman. No wonder she couldn't get boss attention after following him for so long. Her boss wouldn't give a second glance to someone so stupid. But that Zun Mai was worse. But it didn't matter. She'll first use this woman to get rid of her. Then, she'll be able to have boss all to herself. She lowered her head to hide her smile. Two women with their own motives stood there in their own two worlds. Where is the thing? Chang Xin Yao thought about the thing they needed and furrowed her brows. It wasn't easy for her to act on her side. The slightest movement on her part could raise others' attention. Ming Mei thought that she would definitely succeed this time. She wasn't even angry with Chang Xinyao's demanding tone. I already prepared it. Tomorrow, as long as you push her out, I'll take care of the rest. Ming Zun Mai, enjoy your last day. Tomorrow I'll send you down to hell. Chang Xinyao was a bit doubtful. Could she really rely on her IQ? But she didn't really have a choice now. All right, I'm going back now before anyone suspects anything. Before Ming Mei could respond, Chang Xinyao stood up, brushed off her clothes, and left. It was just a coincidence that they met. When they were leaving this morning, she had bumped into this woman cursing out Ming Zun Mai in an alley. She took the initiative to strike a conversation, lying that she was a little sister that her boss spoiled. She said after Ming Zun Mai arrived, boss wouldn't care for her anymore, even yelling at her because of Zun Mai. Therefore, they had a common enemy. She was using another person's hand to strike. She didn't want her boss knowing she was an evil-hearted woman. No one noticed the two hurriedly making plans. Even if they did see, they would only ask a few curious questions. Perhaps, because of this matter, Zui might officially end his ties with a group that will eventually be called the Hope Amidst the Apocalypse. Chapter 208. Ch. 208 Light of the Apocalypse 8.24. They had been traveling exceptionally smoothly since they first headed out. So smoothly that it only felt like this could be the calm before the storm. Bao Bao, are you sure that Changle Village is emitting energy flows that don't belong to this world? I'm positive. But I still couldn't find it after searching all night. Bao Bao was emotionally tired. Let's go take a look first. Besides that, were there any other problems? Zun Mai looked out the window of the car. Her eye kept twitching for some reason. The system mat didn't recognize anything abnormal. Yet Zun Mai wouldn't put her guard down. She hadn't forgotten about last time. But to be honest, she had felt a weird air even before getting into the car. Madam Host, I didn't notice anything else. Oh, that's right. When I got back, I saw Ming Mei. She was suspiciously coming out of the back of the supermarket and carrying a bag. I did a search through her bag. There wasn't any dangerous weapons inside. Bao Bao nuzzled into Zun Mi's arms and peered up at his Madam Host. Zun Mai frowned and looked at the car behind them through the rearview mirror. Their lineup had changed today. The car Ming Mei was in was now behind them. Zun Mai knew Ming Mei couldn't possibly be so kind. Tian maybe being closer in the back was dangerous. I'm confused too by what Zun Mai means. But she was still confused about what this could mean. Keep an eye on her. I really want to know exactly what she has up her sleeves. Right, Bao Bao. Wasn't I rewarded with purification abilities in the last world? Does it come with any limitation to usage? Zun Mai decided to get this equipped, just in case she needed it. Bao Bao opened up the system screen and searched. Nope, but it does have a cooling effect. The more you use it, the colder you get. Zun Mai nodded. As expected, there was no such thing as a purely good thing. But at least it was useful to her. After slowly traveling for another hour, the military leader of their group stopped everybody to rest right before they entered Changle Village. They first chose a few people to go in to check the current situation. After they understood the situation, the rest of them will enter. Zun Mai leaned on her own car. The surrounding air was getting more and more humid. Something was off. Her map was still quiet without any changes. But the tension in Zun Mi's heart only grew. Yi Mingyi had his eyes on Zun Mai the whole time. Seeing the restlessness in Jun Xie's eyes, he walked forth. "Mir, don't worry. I'm here. No matter what's out there. Hell, make sure they regret coming here." Jun Xie squeezed her husband's hand and felt her heart quiet down. But immediately after, Jun Xie's eyes widened. She pointed at the group of things slowly making their way over. "Prepare everyone. Ming Yi, get in the car. Let's go." Her eyesight was great. She could see that those things off in the distance were spiders. Mutated spiders. They made Jun Xie, who didn't even have a phobia for spiders, shiver. Like they say, little ghosts are hard to get rid of. Although these things were small, only about the size of a head, there were too many of them. There could only be disaster when someone bumped into these things. When the others noticed, they immediately began screaming and cursing. Pushing and shoving, everyone ran back into their cars. Without even waiting for others, they slammed down on the pedal and rushed out. If their cars had already left without them, the others began stealing cars. Even when they got into the cars, they couldn't leave. All the cars in front of them were blocking the way. In front, mice scurried forward. Just like the spiders behind them, they must have mutated too. "Let's fight." She closed her eyes for a second before opening them. Her eyes were filled with fire. Song Zaiqian quickly came over with his people. Zhu Yi and the others gathered on another side. Yiming Yi arranged everyone's fighting roles and followed Jun Xie up to the very front. When the spiders were about to reach them, Jun Xie's ice abilities erupted out. She stood there, her eyebrows and hair dyed with faint ice and frost. Each spider was wrapped into a white, impenetrable ice crystal. The spiders behind those frozen ones wanted to climb over the crystals to continue forward when they too froze upon impact to the crystals. This repeated again and again. It was like they had no mind. They only knew to go forth and go forth. "Ming Yi, do you feel like they are being controlled by something?" Yiming Yi waited for the right timing before shooting out a lightning bolt, smashing the frozen spiders. Level 5 zombie. That thing must have 2 abilities. One of them was probably shielding. That would explain why they hadn't been able to detect them, allowing them to walk right into its trap. Jun Xie and Yiming Yi shot at all 4 sides. Meanwhile, those with lower-leveled skills behind them were in a much more miserable state. Their screams never ended. Some tried to escape, some tried to dodge. The scene that had just begun to die down once again turned to chaos due to the incoming zombie mice. Song Zaiqian's men were all strong. They were at least mentally strong enough to handle this. Ling Chen and his group worked harmoniously together. While the rest of the people were flailing, Ling Chen's section remained safe from harm. Jun Xie's ice abilities were created and molded illegally from soul energy. As she was using ice abilities, she could no longer use mental abilities. Moreover, she felt that right now was not the right time to use it. That level 5 zombie definitely had mental abilities that allowed him to control so many spiders and mice. Bao Bao was busy keeping his eyes on Ming Mei. He was afraid that she would try to do something to his madam host in a dangerous and chaotic time like this. But from the start to the end of the fight, all she did was keep a tight grip on her bag. Even though they were almost done getting rid of the spiders, there were a growing amount of zombie mice behind them. The other people finally stopped their panicking and began concentrating on fighting back the zombie mice. They were at least able to stop those things from continuing forward. Song Zaiqian nodded towards Jun Xie before taking his men over to help. Zuyi and his people took over Song Zaiqian's spot in protecting the back. During the whole fight, Chang Xinyao didn't act excessively. Only now did her eyes flash with sudden craziness. Just wait just a little longer. Then, that person will disappear from this world. Malicious intent flashed. No one noticed her expressions in the midst of fighting. Even Zun Mai and Yiming Yi didn't notice. Their entire focus was on finishing off the remainder of the spiders. Different colors of different abilities halos shined in the small village. Pieces of meat and corpses flew everywhere. Chatter 209. Ch 209 Light of the Apocalypse 8.25. It took at least an hour to fully get rid of the spiders and mice. 2/3 of the people had almost exhausted out their abilities. It was impossible to continue fighting. But before everyone could sigh with relief, they were hit with a sudden, strong rotting smell filling the air. Everyone looked up in alarm. They all began stepping back. They had even forgotten to run to their cars. They were only able to follow natural instinct and tried to run away. Zun Miss Side had also seen the arrival of the zombies. It seemed like the mice and spiders were only the first course. This was the main course. Without hesitation, her group attacked. As the front line of zombies fell down in waves, the zombies behind them rushed forward. This went on without end. Yiming Yi stayed by Zun Miss side to protect her. However, as more zombies came forward, a small gap grew between him and Zun Mai. Zun Mai didn't notice. She was only thinking about getting rid of all of the zombies. When she finally realized it was too late, her body slammed forward, making her fall forward. She reflexively used her earth abilities to create vines that would catch her falling body as sharp ice crystals charged out of her hand to pierce any zombies nearby. She had entered the center of the zombie mob. Her eyes hardened. Just wait, she was definitely going to kill the person that had just pushed her. She angrily threw out more ice crystals while clearing a path. When Yiming Yi turned around, he saw Zun Mai fall into the mob of zombies. His eyes reddened. He remembered the past life. He had also been pushed down into a zombie mob. In the end, he was forced to self-destruct. But now, he was angrier than when he had been pushed down. That was Zun Mai, his Zun Mai. He had sworn to give her a peaceful world. How could this happen to her? He wouldn't allow it. He threw out lightning bolts with rage. Bang bang bang, large pits appeared in the zombie mob. As the lightning touched them, the zombies immediately became ashes. Chang Xinyao had been watching her boss the whole time. Seeing that he had been distracted with zombies, she acted. She watched with satisfaction as the two of them became further and further separated, and Zun Mai became encircled tighter amongst the zombie crowd. Ming Mei's eyes glistened. She quickly pulled out the thing in a black bag. She stepped away from the others and calculated the distance. After making approximation, she threw the object with all her might. The object had a parabolic trajectory, heading straight for Zun Mai. With the help of the wind, the black bag opened up, revealing the edge of the object inside. A smell also rushed out into the open air. When Bao Bao found that Zun Mai had been schemed against, he had run to Zun Mi's side to help. In the process he had forgotten about Zun Mi's orders to keep an eye on Ming Mei, therefore giving her the chance to throw her weapon. Zun Mai naturally dodged the object heading at her. Her face darkened even more. Slam! The object hit the ground. The bag unwrapped to reveal the object's true shape. It was a piece of bloody meat. If Zun Mai still didn't understand that someone had been scheming against her, she would have been oblivious. She didn't need to think about who the schemer was. Ming Mei was definitely involved. No matter who the schemers were, though, she'll make sure they all get a taste of this feeling. Madam Host, you can choose to turn on your abilities. Bao Bao floated obediently above her, trying to protect her. No, let's just wait a little. Zun Mai shook her head. She could still handle it right now. Yiming Ye's nerves were tightened. One small push would have sent him over. Ming Mei, you should be wishing that I won't be able to survive this. Zun Mai stood surrounded by zombies, forming a ball of ice between her hands. Her eyes were on Ming Mei as she tried to scramble back to the car. Boom! Watch out! No shouts of alarm sounded out. Zun Mai only felt herself fall into someone's embrace. The chest was so warm, the breath was so familiar to her. Being in his embrace always made her feel safe, but why did she feel like crying now? Why she didn't understand. Boss. Ling Chen's roaring voice shook everyone out of their stunned state. Ming Yi, why did you block it for me? Zun Mai pushed him off her so that she could check his body. There had been numerous zombies around her when Zun Mai was attacking. But out of nowhere, there had been a strange sneak attack. They moved fast. Zun Mai didn't even have time to detect the attack coming from behind her. Yiming Yi used all the energy in his body to explode the zombies around him, changed to Zun Mai's side and hugged her into his arms. The pain coming from his back didn't stop him one bit. The woman in his arms was his entire world. If she didn't exist, then he couldn't live. Mir, be good. Don't cry. I'm fine. Yiming Yi knew his own condition. He grabbed the hand that Zun Mai reached out to check him. Let's get rid of these zombies first. Let's leave. That was the level 5 zombie just now. His eyes flashed with pain and sorrow. He needed to say goodbye to his Mir. Even if he didn't want to leave, he no longer could accompany Mir. But before he left, he needed to make sure those that schemed against her suffered. Zun Mai looked deep into Yiming Ye's eyes, searching. But she didn't see anything. She temporarily sighed with relief. She knew he was right. They needed to clear out these zombies first. Her soul energy and strength were swimming furiously inside of her. All of it converged together in the form of mental abilities. She created a large net and shoved all the zombies inside. She clenched her teeth. The thought of strangling became stronger and stronger. The zombies that had still been able to slowly move began to fall over one by one. Bao Bao took control of the system map, finding the level 5 zombie that had been hidden in the shadows. But his findings shocked him. There went one, but two. No wonder they felt that the level 5 zombie had so many abilities. Car. A level 5 zombie appeared from behind a tree. It was the one that had used mental abilities to control those spiders and mice. The other level 5 zombie was also forced out. Ling Chen and Song Ziqian put their all in their fighting, completely ignoring their own potential loss of power. Right before they both ran out of their power due to overuse, they were able to kill the zombie. Zun Mai successfully controlled the mind abilities zombie. The rest were much easier to take care of afterwards. The scene suddenly quieted. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, especially Ming Mei and Cheng Zhenyao. They never would have thought that they could actually fail to kill Zun Mai. They never would have guessed that she would suddenly become so strong. They silently stepped back, hoping to be ignored. Zun Mai held Yiming Ye's hand. Her whole body was shaking. She had spent a lot of her abilities. Even standing upright was a problem right now. Chapter 210. Ch 210 Light of the Apocalypse 8.26. She pulled out an advanced nutritional fluid and drank it. She felt the dryness of her body constantly being renourished. Zun Mai then took steps towards Chang Xin Yao. But her eyes were on Ming Mei, whose eyes were darting back and forth. Is it fun to sneak up from behind Miss Chang Xin Yao? Zun Mai stopped walking. Her eyes stared at Chang Xin Yao hiding behind Zhu Yi without hiding her killing intent. Although she didn't see who had pushed her from behind, but she could make a guess based on where everyone had been standing previously. Zai Qian and his men had originally been behind them. When they left to battle the other front, it would have been Zhu Yi. She didn't suspect someone loyal to her husband, but right next to him was someone that coveted her husband. It was impossible not to notice her. There were two people actively avoiding her. They were making it too obvious. Chang Xin Yao's face paled. How did she know she hadn't left any traces? Zhu Yi and the others were all surprised. But they didn't move out of the way. They believed that Chang Xin Yao wouldn't have done something like this. What, you don't believe me? Zun Mai looked around before nodding her head. That's right, to you, I'm a stranger. But her life is mine to take. If anyone tries to stop me, I won't be so polite. Zun Mai didn't want to waste time. Her vines flew out and wrapped around Chang Xin Yao and ruthlessly carried her into the group of stiff zombies. If you like zombies so much, then I'll help you so that you can be together with them. RRR, no, put me down, boss. Boss, help. Zhu Yi sang you. Help me please. This crazy woman wants to kill me. Chang Xin Yao was held up in the air, shaking from fear. She clutched onto the vines wrapped around, afraid that they would release at any second. Sang you hadn't seen Chang Xin Yao's actions earlier. But now, in the face of Chang Xin Yao's begging, she hesitated. She saw that Ming Zun Mi's eyes were filled with killing intent. She looked at Chang Xin Yao as if she was a dead woman walking. While this made shivers run down her spine, it also reminded her that they were just subordinates that boss trained. They could be thrown away at any time. As soon as he felt the slightest dissatisfaction towards them, then they had already lost their value. Zhu Yi was also a bit hesitant. Thinking about what he had seen last night, he was suddenly frozen in place. Chang Xin Yao didn't care about the complicated feelings of those behind her. Zhu Yi, save me. Yesterday you said you would help me. I didn't do anything. Boss is being blinded by that fox. Her words officially marked her death sentence, and even dragged Zhu Yi down with her. Oh, so you had help. What did she give you? Zun Mai squeezed her hand. The vines that clenched around Chang Xin Yao loosened, making her fall from the sky. She landed right in the middle of the zombie mob. When they got Zun Mi's command, the stiff zombies began to move. They had long lost their reason. They only knew how to follow their natural instincts and desires of blood and flesh. Now that there was fresh meat, they rushed forward. Although they were more interested in the people sitting on the floor, they didn't have the courage to go over there. RRR, go away, no please, save me, I was wrong. Ming Mei, how could you not help me? It was all your idea. Her voice drowned in the face of continued gnawing and sharp nails scratching. Little by little, the zombies only left behind a bloody skeleton. Some people around them had already thrown up in disgust. Many women had already paled and tightly shut their eyes. Even some men darted their eyes away. Zun Mai waved her arm. Those zombies immediately stopped their actions and stood stiff without any movement. This is what happens when you betray. Meanwhile, Ming Yi doesn't need you guys. Scram! Especially you. Her vine slashed Zui like a whip as her voice grew cold. Since you decided to follow Ming Yi, you should have known who you were loyal to. Rebelling against your master's orders, playing tricks behind his back. If it hadn't been me today, but someone else weaker, what do you think would have happened? Ming Yi would have been ruined by your selfishness. Do you know how much I want to kill you guys? Scram, hurry up and go. Zun Mai slapped her vines down. Everyone was immediately hit, and yet no one made a sound, and no one made a move to leave. They lowered the heads, as if admitting their wrongdoing. Zun Mai had let out enough of the anger out of her system. She let out a sigh, and brushed the wrinkles out of her clothes. She once again became the smiling and peaceful woman, but her eyes were no longer warm. Everyone knew that she had changed. Yiming Ye's eyes had been on Zun Mai the whole time. He saw her use her strength to control those zombies. He saw her become filled with killing intent as she threw Ching Xin Yao in. He saw her collapse emotionally. His heart hurt for her. He was heartbroken for her. This was all his fault. He was the reason Zun Mai was like this. His fists clenched together, unable to pacify his stormy heart. The pain from the injury on his back began to spread. Yiming Yi felt a broken energy source scattering without direction inside his body. If not because he had risen to level 6 earlier, he probably would have lost his rationality and gotten infected on the spot. While he was still conscious, he wanted to do one last thing for Mir. Bring that woman over, he said to Ling Chen. Ling Chen had already wanted to fight, but because Zun Mai didn't say anything, he didn't know what her plans were. Now that his boss had spoken up, he immediately let out all his hatred and anger. Humph, now you know to be afraid. Why don't you run now? Ling Chen had a ferocious smile as he approached Ming Mei. Ming Mei stepped back with fear, pulling people to stand in front of her. Go away, I have healing abilities. You can't do this to me. The base won't let you do this. Ming family won't let you go. She tripped over a rock behind her and fell on the ground with a thud. Her eyes widened with fear as she tried to keep her fake bravado. She couldn't die. She still needed to be together with Yi Ji. She still needed to get rid of Zun Mai. How could she lose? Watching from within the crowd, Ming family members looked at each other. When they came out, their family head had said they needed to protect Ming Mei because she was useful for the Ming family. But with this current situation, should they really step forward? Everyone could see that second miss had killing intent and didn't plan on letting Ming Mei off. Chapter 211. Ch 211 Light of the Apocalypse 8.27. Ming family. What can Ming family do? Ling Chen didn't hesitate. He grabbed Ming Mei and dropped her in front of his boss. HM, you're bald. Why bother hiding it? Ming Mei grabbed her head and crazily rushed over to grab the wig in Ling Chen's hand. Give it back to me, give it back, that's mine. She was a pretty, elegant, long-haired woman. She wasn't bald. She narrowed her eyes and grabbed onto the wig in Ling Chen's hand, hugging it in a death grip. When he didn't let go, she bit down straight into his hand. Ling Chen jumped and reflexively kicked out. Got him. Are you a dog? You bit me. There were red teeth marks on his hand. Ling Chen felt like he might have gotten rabies. He hurriedly wiped the back of his hand on his shirt. The wig in his hand had fallen straight into the zombie mob. He didn't believe that the woman would go there to retrieve it. Ling Chen, break her limbs. Have Ming family members bring her back. Death is a liberty. What I want is for her to have a fate worse than death. Pulling her husband with her, Zun Mai got into the back seat of her car. When Ling Chen was done with his mission, he got in with Song Ziqian and stepped on the accelerator. As Zun Mai left, it was like the zombies went crazy. They began attacking and biting each other. Soon, there were only traces of blood and flesh left behind on the scene, the smell almost making others want to vomit. The lead-ranking officer firmly commanded the team members with Earth ability to bury the zombies. He didn't want anyone else finding out about what happened today. However, schemers quickly remembered to jot down today's events. The Ming family young miss that had left early had strong abilities. She wasn't easy to deal with. Zun Mai held a clear crystal energy stone in her hand. She had taken this out of the mind ability zombie from earlier. Madam Host, it's all safe. You can cure your man now. Bao Bao had detected Yiming Ye's condition immediately. Zun Mai might have appeared to back down earlier, but how could she really relax when it came to his health? That was her husband. Moreover, she knew how dangerous the situation had been. As expected, her husband had been badly injured but had hidden it from her and prepared to face it all alone. That was why she had only dealt with Chang Xinyao and let Ming Mei go for now. Even if the world said that she couldn't kill the female lead off with her own hands, she could still have someone else kill her. Ming Yi, do you have something to tell me? Zun Mai pulled out the energy stone and turned to face her husband's reddening face. He somehow made red look even attractive. Yiming Yi blinked his eyes, as if confused. What do you mean? Do you have something you want to talk to me about, or did she notice something? His heart tightened. I don't have anything. Do you really not have something to tell me? Zun Mai asked again, already flashing her whip in her mind. He even dared to lie to her now. It was already this kind of situation, but he was still lying to her. All right, just watch how she was going to punish him after she cured him. She reached out to grab his hand, but he quickly pulled away. Yiming Yi tried to explain, I'm dirty. Don't touch me. Your hands will get dirty. I'll go clean up when we get settled. His skin was already transforming. He was using his last bit of energy to suppress that exploding feeling inside of him. Zun Mai arched her eyebrow and placed her hands on her hips. Yiming Yi, you bastard, do you really think that you could hide the fact that you were scratched by a level 5 zombie? Zzz, the driver slammed on the brakes. The two in the front seats turned back to look at Yiming Yi. Zun Mai looked back at them. What are you looking at? Focus on driving. She then turned back to Yiming Yi. And you, dummy, take off your top. Let me see. If you keep hiding it, I'll help you take it off for you. An aggressive Zun Mai completely shocked the three large men. They unconsciously did as they were told. Yiming Yi only snapped back from his shock after he had already obediently taken off his clothes. How did his gentle mirror become so aggressive? But why did he like it so much at this moment? He didn't worry about being scratched by a zombie. He wasn't worried about already showing signs of transforming. Ling Chen and Song Ziqian were only thinking of one thing as expected. A gentlewoman's eruption was frightening. Zun Mai presses her hand on the deep scratch mark on Yiming Yi's back. Her eyes were filled with pain. A golden light flashed from her hands. Ling Chen watched, mouth agape. He cursed repeatedly. What the fuck? What the fuck? Song Ziqian watched through the rearview mirror as he drove. Yiming Yi had a first-row seat to the magic. That golden light rushed into his body. The previously chaotic energy inside of him quieted before disappearing completely. In front of his eyes, his skin began to return to its original condition. Even the pain in his back was disappearing. When Jun Xie removed her hand, the wound had completely recovered. She nodded her head with satisfaction. This purification ability really was useful. The only thing was that she needed to wait 2 hours before using it again. In the future, you need to tell me everything. Understood? If you lie to me like this again, I might just throw you away. She lectured. Yiming jerked his head up. He had acted that way because he thought that he was dying and couldn't be by her side. He didn't want to hurt her, so he hid this information from her. Now that he was better, he definitely wouldn't allow his baby to be stolen away. His hand reached out, pulling her into his lap. My mirror is so great. How could I bear lie to you? I won't do it again. Even if there really is a life or death situation, I'll pull you with me. At least you learn fast. Jun Xie patted Yiming's head. This time she would forgive him. Yiming just thought that his Jun Xie was too cute. He couldn't resist giving her a few pecks on the lips. Humph, if you make me angry again, I'll beat you up. Jun Xie twisted her head away and threatened. Yiming immediately nodded, practically about to raise his hands up and swear to the heavens. His rebirth was so that he could meet her, fall in love with her, and dote on her. Also, your underlings are really useless. All of them are bad. Jun Xie got angry just thinking about this matter. The people by her husband's side in the past few lives were all completely loyal. Why does things change in this world? Yiming's eyes flashed with ice. That group, HM. Chapter 212. CH 212 Light of the Apocalypse 8.28. Those ungrateful people. Boss, we don't need them. Ling Chen immediately spoke up. He could only relate to Jun Xie's anger. Yiming smoothed out Jun Xie's hair and spoke softly. After experiencing the apocalypse, they must have gone through a lot and gained their own thoughts. This time could be considered a test. If they passed, I'll keep them. Speaking of which, I have to thank my mirror for handling everything for me. You really are my caring mirror. He kissed Jun Xie's nose, his eyes filled with adoration. Jun Xie's face reddened. Her husband was too cheesy. She should already have acquired thick skin after so many worlds. But she really couldn't beat her husband's efforts. Ling Chen tusked and put his hands around his arms. I've got goosebumps. Jun Xie rolled her eyes at Yiming. She pulled a shirt out of her space and gave it to him. Yiming took the shirt, his spirits high. His wife was too virtuous. Jun Xie, was that curing abilities just now? Song Zaiqian looked at Jun Xie from the rear view mirror. No, I have purification abilities. I just got it. It's not that stable. Jun Xie rubbed her nose, embarrassed. She could only explain it in this way. She couldn't just say that she could buy and gain abilities. That was even more unbelievable. She really didn't want to lie. But why did the heavens want her to be a bad person? Why was it so hard to be an honest person? This one was acting again. Bao Bao silently averted his eyes. He curled up in a ball. He didn't want to be caught laughing at her. Luckily, you have that ability. Otherwise, boss would have been in big trouble. Ling Chen said with a shiver. His eyes had already been reddening with fear. Jun Xie's eyes also darkened, thinking about what could have happened. Ming Yi, I won't allow you to die. Even if you became a zombie and I couldn't save you, I'll still take care of you. If she didn't have him, her heart would disappear too. Mirror. Yiming pulled her close to him. This was his love. There was no one that could replace her. Even though I thought it was absurd, I feel like I would have done the same thing in your position. Song Zaiqian coldly spoke up. Ling Chen also agreed. Where are we now? Were they just going to keep driving forward? There were 2 cars behind them still. Turn at the next intersection. We'll cross through the forest to go to Changle village. Zun Mai searched through the map, following the directions that Bao Bao had pointed out earlier. There really is something at Changle village. Ling Chen was curious. Was there really something that could end the apocalypse there? I'm not sure, but since the base so obviously wants to go to Changle village, then there must be a reason. Why not go take a look? There might be some food or weapons warehouse or something. Zun Mai leaned onto Yiming's chest and spoke leisurely. She still didn't know about that energy fluctuation that Bao Bao had been talking about, but it couldn't be anything ordinary. If her husband was able to absorb it, there will definitely be a good effect. If Bao Bao knew that the thing he had wanted was already being given away to Madam Host's man, he would have burst out into tears. Zaiqian, bring your men here. They're pretty good. Zun Mai headed forward ahead of the group before realizing that the other members had followed. To be honest, she felt that those military men were much better than her husband's followers. Song Zaiqian shook his head. I told them to wait first at a small town up front and stay on lookout. It was harder to act with a large group. After all, they might be going to steal from the base. It might be too brazen to have all of them watching. Zun Mai shrugged. The group turned and twisted through the forest before they finally arrived at the small brook seen on the map. The plot had stated that following the brook would lead them straight to Changle village. The forests were still relatively peaceful. Their previous battles there had allowed them to wipe out the abnormal presences within the forest. After traveling by foot through land and water, they finally arrived at the entrance of Changle village. When they arrived, they saw signs that someone had arrived before them. There's something inside. Yimingyi grabbed Zun Mai's hand and spoke severely. He could feel that something was drawing his attention. There was something beckoning fiercely towards him. It was coming from the center of this place. Zun Mai realized that Bao Bao had been speaking the truth. There really was an abnormal energy fluctuation, but it seemed to be trying to express something that she didn't quite understand. AI, what exactly did the base want us to do out here? They didn't mention any mission when we got to Changle village. Who knows? There's no danger here, so let's just wait and see. But speaking of which, Ming Second Miss and Boss Yi are really powerful. Maybe there's a chance to go to their team in the future. Stop dreaming. They are the strong ones. They won't want to associate with us weak birds. Forget it, stop talking. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. After they left, the group behind the corner walked out. They all had a thoughtful gaze on their faces. It seemed like there would be people willing to follow if they built their own base. Let's go take a look. Yimingyi followed the direction that the other group had left for. It was coincidentally in the same direction as the mysterious energy flow. Zun Mai nodded and followed behind him. Even when they had passed all the houses in the village, the other group kept moving forward. Where did they go? Why did they disappear all of a sudden? Ling Chen blinked his eyes. Zun Mai and Yimingyi looked at each other, understanding what the other was about to say. There was something fishy. Follow closely behind. Be careful. Zun Mai warned Ling Chen and Song Zaiqian as she pulled out a gun for each person. She held Yiming's hand as they walked towards the spot where the other group had disappeared. On her mark, the four of them walked in together. In a flash, they walked from a desolate place into a place where flowers were blooming and birds were chirping. Chapter 213. Ch 213 Light of the Apocalypse 8.29. The clean air and bright sky made everyone's eyes wide. After experiencing an apocalypse, this place was comparable to heaven. Butterflies fluttered by, flower petals drafted in the wind, and large green trees stood erect. There was no fighting, no stealing. They didn't need to stay on guard at all times. Most importantly, they didn't need to throw away their conscience for the sake of survival. What a beautiful place! Lin Chen stood behind Jun Xie and gasped. He unconsciously stepped forward, slowly walking towards the beautiful flowers in the near distance. Jun Xie's eyes flashed. What was this place at first? She thought this was an illusion. But after using a high-level scanner from the market, she had to conclude that this was a real place. But it was already the apocalypse. How could there still be such a place? Changle Village, Changle Village. Was this place related to the long-living people of this village? Yi grabbed Jun Xie's hand, leading her to the place that kept grabbing his attention. As long there weren't any scheming people here, there really wouldn't be any dangers. Interestingly, that mysterious energy didn't seem dangerous to him. Rather, it felt familiar. Ming Yi, go. I'll wait for you here. Remember to hurry back. Jun Xie let go of Yi Ming's hand and spoke standing on the side of the clear jade-colored lake. The two of them had been together for centuries. She could tell what her husband was hesitating over. Moreover, she also recognized that energy fluctuation was coming from this small lake. Whatever was inside must be useful for her husband. Bring this with you. She pulled out 2 poison antidotes and placed them into his hands. These can treat the zombie virus, but it's only effective with immediate treatment. Remember to use it quickly. Don't forget that I'm here waiting for you. Jun Xie grabbed Yi Ming's hand. She wasn't scared of anything. She was only afraid that her husband would go and face a difficult situation alone. Yi placed the antidotes in his space inventory and lightly pulled Jun Xie into his embrace. Wait for me. He planted a lingering kiss on her forehead before walking into the lake. Jun Xie pulled out a sofa from her space, set up a table, and arranged it with sunflowers, seeds, and other snacks. She then pulled out 3 hammocks and 2 sleeping bags. After pulling out another sofa, she grabbed her tablet and began to relax. Wow, sister-in-law. You really know how to live life large. Ling Chen's eyes lit up as he grabbed the snacks on the table. He planted his butt down on the comfortable sofa, immensely satisfied. Song Zaiqian was more reserved, but still knew to pamper himself. That sofa was long enough for him to lie down entirely. Ming Yi might need some time. Well, just wait here. As for those other people, she thought about it for a second. Let's just ignore them for now. They would be able to stop them if those others were scheming anything, anyways. Song Zaiqian and Ling Chen both agreed to her plans. The environment was good here. At least here, they could temporarily ignore all the fighting for survival. Yi felt the beckoning grow stronger as soon as he jumped into the lake. The water around him seemed to have its own consciousness. Around him, there were no obstacles at all in his way. The water moved obediently. He had originally thought that he would have to use his special abilities to breathe. Soon, however, he realized that he was breathing fine underwater. His body relaxed naturally, as if he were a fish back in water. The deeper he swam into the lake, the brighter the light became. He knew that the thing that beckoned him was near. Suddenly, a golden light pierced through, forcing him to stop and squeeze his eyes closed. When his eyes adapted, Yi reopened them. The sight before him made his face change immediately. What was that? A beautiful sculpture, so beautiful that he could tell immediately who the sculpture was replicating. This was obviously his mirror. Why was there a replica of mirror in the middle of this lake? She looked like she was sleeping. A golden dragon curled around her body. He couldn't describe his current mood. He was obviously upset with that dragon. How could it cling onto his mirror? But there was also a voice telling him that that was him. The dragon was him. He laughed at himself. How could he be a dragon? At that moment, numerous scenes flashed in his mind. They were realistic but passed by too quickly for him to hold onto them. My heir, you've finally arrived. A harsh resounding voice spoke by Yiming's ear. He was forced to forget the painful memories in his head as he turned to confront this sudden appearance. Who are you? Come out. He looked around, alert, but couldn't see anything. I'm right here, in your mind. It's been tens of thousands of years. I thought that I wouldn't be able to anticipate your arrival. Yi didn't try to understand that presence's weird words. He only felt like his brain was being split apart. His face stiffened as his eyes became bloodshot. Don't resist. It can give you more power. It will capture her energy too. With this, you will be able to protect her. You have to protect her well. The presence sighed. His voice felt further away, as if he had experienced numerous eras of change and the reincarnation of all living things. He felt omniscient but yet could not let go of his attachment to one person. Yes, I need to protect Mir. I can't let her get her. I need the energy. Yiming's eyes were completely bloodshot, slowly becoming golden. His face glistened with scattered golden scales. In the golden storm, his shadow transformed into the figure of a dragon. The magnificent baptism awoken every cell in Yiming's body, making him crave more. He focused on grabbing onto the new energy source, grasping firmly onto it to make it his. The golden dragon on the sculpture suddenly opened its eyes, glancing in Yiming's direction. He then looked up towards the surface of the lake, wanting to see that person. It had been over 10,000 years. Was she okay? She had been the most outstanding goddess of the time. Even when she had been so harshly injured, he believed that she will be able to remember and return to her original place. He fondly took one last look before closing his eyes. It was time he laid dormant. When the day comes that the spell was broken, all the past grievances and resentments could come to an end. Chapter 214. Ch 214 Light of the Apocalypse 8.30. Zun Mai and Co. were still at the lakeside munching on sunflower seeds and playing games, completely carefree. Suddenly, a gold light burst through the lake waters. The carefree onlookers immediately closed their eyes from the pain, tilting the heads away. The tablet in Zun Mi's hands fell to the floor. When they had been immersed in the golden light, she had felt as if someone was watching her. She hadn't seen anyone or noticed any eyes on her. And yet a pair of eyes appeared in her mind. They were a pair of glistening eyes. The golden eyes carried vast starlight. Anyone that took a glance would willingly become intoxicated. But Zun Mai only felt that these eyes were familiar, as if she had seen them before. They used those eyes to gaze at her for a long, long time. When the golden light dispersed, Zun Mai felt the gaze disappear with it. Immediately after, a whirlpool began forming on the lake. It grew bigger and bigger as wind began to blow around it. Zun Mai quickly set up a wall of waves to block the wind and protect the others. The lake water began to rush back rapidly, almost drying up the entire lake. About 10 minutes later, everything fell to silence. It was the same lake. The water inside was still the same clean jade color. What just happened? Ling Chen frowned. Boss had been down there for 6 days already. It had been pretty peaceful for the first few days. They ate and drank merrily. But there was suddenly such large movements today. Now it was back to calmness. Ling Chen was feeling a bit worried. Zun Mai lightly tapped on her chin, peering thoughtfully into the lake. In reality, she was contacting the system. Bao Bao, are you keeping anything from me? Was his transmigration really a coincidence, or was it destiny like Bao Bao had said before? Bao Bao rolled around on his tummy before rubbing cutely onto Zun Mai's cheeks. Madam Host, I really don't know that much. The stuff that I do know I can't say. You haven't reached that authority. When you reach level 70, you can unlock some information. This was news that he had just received from the main system. To be honest, he was confused too. Okay. Someone's coming. Song Zaiqian stood up, his hand propped onto his gun holster. They had expected the previous chaos to attract the other group, but they still hadn't had the chance to conclude whether these people were friend or foe. Zun Mai crossed one leg over the other and relaxed into the sofa. She leaned over to pick up the tablet on the floor. If we can't come to an agreement with them, then we can just tie them up and throw them out. She wasn't planning on letting anyone disturb her husband. Soon, the newcomers appeared. It was the military major from the previous large group they had traveled in. There was a mix of people behind him, military men and some mission men from their large group. When they saw Zun Mai and the two men, they froze for a second, as if not believing that they could have run into them. Hadn't they left already? What were they doing here again? Currently, the military major was about to collapse. How was he going to complete his mission now? He really didn't have the courage to go up against these people. Even though he had more people, their power still couldn't compare to the other side. He had no choice but to approach amicably. Leader Song, Miss Ming, Mr. Ling, we meet again. Where did Captain Yi go? I don't see him around. The major said politely with a smile, hoping that they couldn't hit a smiling man in the face. But what was this suddenly tense atmosphere? Why did he feel like they were treating him with hostility? Zun Mai narrowed her eyes. The corners of her eyes creased charmingly, but they also emitted a sense of danger and pressure, making others not dare to meet her in the eyes. Her originally alluring beauty transformed into a demonic malice, as if she was a ghost with her claws out ready to pounce. Why are you looking for boss? Ling Chen's face had darkened, his hands forming into fists. The major was completely confused. What did he do wrong? Who can explain to him? I was just asking. I don't mean anything, really. No matter what the situation was, he should lower himself first. Ling Chen nodded his head. What are you doing here? The previous scene was too astonishing. So we came to take a look. What about you three? The major really wanted to die. He really wanted to give up. Miss Ming's expression was too terrifying. He was too scared. Since you don't have any business, you can leave now. As for us, we also felt that this was a place with good scenery. What, we can't be here? Ling Chen never tried to be soft-spoken. His boss was still missing. He didn't have the time to play word games. Zun Mai lightly looked through the group before settling her gaze back to her tablet. Bao Bao said there wasn't any danger in the lake. That golden light had just been because of the excess energy flow. That probably meant that her husband had successfully gained more power. The Major was a bit hesitant. In the end, he finally got up his courage to speak. Actually, we came here again because we received news that there was a treasure here. It had the ability to maintain the life in this area and block out the virus. Our bosses want us to bring the treasure back to the lab for researching. We hope to be able to discover an antidote to the zombie virus. They were already at this point. If he didn't try again, there really wouldn't be any hope left. Jun Xie raised an eyebrow. So that was what they were after. She had been wondering why those old leeches had sent out so many troops. Unfortunately, they had been too late. But she did believe the Major's news about the treasure. This was a real place. From outside, no one could see in. However, those on the inside could see out. That could be explained away with by that treasure. It could have automatically activated a secret yet safe place. But she temporarily couldn't guess the motive behind all of this. This isn't the thing that you want here. Jun Xie's clear voice carried sharp, unquestionable authority. The Major's heart hardened, realizing that his trip had been fruitless. He sighed. So many men with abilities had been wasted on this journey. Although the Major was able to see reality, others might still be unclear on who they could or could not provoke. Why are you so sure? Who knows if you are trying to keep it to yourself? That's right, we came from afar just to try to end this apocalypse. Do you not want the apocalypse to end sooner? What is your goal? Chapter 215. Ch 215 Light of the Apocalypse 8.31. They were thinking about themselves. They didn't even bother hiding the greed in their eyes. Jun Xie let out a light smile. These kind of lowly people wanted to combat her words. Did they really think they were fooling anyone into thinking that they actually cared about ending the apocalypse early? You want it, then come get it. If you have the guts. If you don't have the ability to get it yourself, then shut your mouth and go away. She looked up, gazing at the group of those that had spoke up to remember their faces. If she didn't have the chance to take care of these people today, then she definitely won't show mercy the next time they come up to annoy her. Of course, she hadn't forgotten about her mission to become the savior of the world yet. When her husband returned, they could choose a place to build their base. She could steal a few research workers, too. She would hand an antidote to them so that they could break down its components. She was confident that they would be able to discover a way to completely end the apocalypse. Those people probably hadn't expected Jun Xie to react in this way. They could only point at her and stutter. They had been there at the fight a few days before. Therefore, they knew this woman's powers. That was why they had only been sparring back with words, rather than initiating a physical fight. Jun Xie played with a tablet, smiling leisurely. She looked at the group in front of her as if they were all ants. She casually rested her hands on the arm of the sofa, her eyes looking up glittering. She was like a rose, alluring people in. However, just as soon as they were entrapped by her, they would be thoroughly harmed by her thorns. You're still not leaving? Are you preparing to stay and eat dinner? Her Ling Chen said impatiently. What exactly did these people want to do? They can't blame him for getting an itch for a fight if they keep being an eyesore. Song Zaiqian also lightly raised an eyebrow. He turned and sat down on the sofa. It was better to just entirely ignore nuisances. Jun Xie waved her hand. In a flash, the entire group was pushed far back by an invisible force. Only the military major stood in his original spot. He watched his team being blown away from him, yet he himself couldn't move an inch. This feeling made him feel completely helpless. When he got back to their base, he'll definitely avoid this miss if he can. The opponent's power was too high. He was just a human. He couldn't counter her. Jun Xie didn't know the turmoil in the military major's heart. She only wanted to make matters clear. The thing you are looking for might be here, but that thing is ours now. I hope you understand what you should or should not say when you get back, Major. Of course, we aren't planning on returning to that base. If you are interested, I welcome you to come to Heaven's Light Base. Then please pardon the matter just now. If it's fate, we'll meet again. She smiled and waved, sending him away. When he was quietly standing on the outer realm, the major still felt muddle-headed. His head was exploding from Jun Xie's show of power. Didn't she just have ice and earth abilities? Where did this wind ability come from? Wait, what had eldest Miss Ming said she was going to build a base? My God, he definitely needed to go there for shelter. With such a powerful leader, that base should definitely be safe. Moreover, Captain Ye's abilities were probably even higher than Miss Ming's. Such a strong couple could sweep the entire world off their feet. The major's heart was soaring through the heavens. It was like he was walking on bubbles. The military group following behind was confused watching their major. After walking a while, the group finally snapped out of their inner thoughts when they saw the 5 people standing outside the entrance. Their faces were filled with pity. What great captains those 2 make. But they pushed them away. We don't even have that kind of luck, but they never cherished of the opportunity. The major stepped past the group of 5, walking forward before stopping. He turned around and said, "The next time you want to do something so stupid, make sure to calculate the enemy's power so you don't end up embarrassing yourself even through death." All right, those are the last words I'm leaving you guys with. See you. He took his men to their car. Slamming onto the pedal, they disappeared into the horizon. Zhu Yi made fists with his hands. In the past, they had been the center of attention no matter where they went. But after coming to B City's base, they were treated like they were nothing. They were only minor team members. Of course he felt like it was unfair. But he had never thought of betraying his boss. If he had another chance to choose, he would definitely first go find out what made that Ming Jun Xie so unique that his boss was stuck on her. Unfortunately, he didn't have another chance. Sang Yu barely spoke after that day. She had been on the sidelines, absent-minded and lost in thought. When she wasn't staring blankly ahead, she was thinking about how things would have been different if she had chosen to leave with her boss that day. The others all had regret written on their faces. It was their fault. They only wish they had a chance to apologize to their boss. Jun Xie was able to see their situation outside with a little help from Bao Bao. "Madam Host, those people are actually all right. They have okay personalities. They just don't have firm characters." Jun Xie leaned into the sofa. She wasn't going to keep a burden next to her husband. Even if they weren't dangerous now, she wasn't going to allow them to become a threat later on. Bao Bao didn't say anything else. He obediently laid on Xun Miss' lap. He was feeling a bit distressed. He didn't know how to relay the news to his Madam Host. Forget it. He'll tell her in the next world. Bao Bao, investigate what exactly was the cause of the apocalypse. They needed to know the origins to know how to avoid it in the future. She didn't want to end the apocalypse only for it to pop up again later on. After all, this was the place filled with memories of her time with her husband. She didn't want it to be destroyed. Bao Bao pulled out the control board, entered a few codes, and began a thorough search. In the end, he finally found the answer in a corner. "Madam Host, I found it. As expected, the higher our authority, the better," Bao Bao said happily. He imputed the information into Jun Xie's mind. Jun Xie accepted the information while surprised. When did Bao Bao's security clearance get upgraded to main system? But Jun Xie's previous guess had turned out to be right. A scientist had performed an experiment purposefully. Chapter 216. Ch 216 Light of the Apocalypse 8.32. Some higher-up figures wanted to become superhuman to avoid growing old and dying. Those with similar interests bound together for the experiment. For the experiment, they captured numerous humans. They were mostly seriously ill patients or homeless people. However, the results were far from their expectations. The Superman experiment had gone awry. Those failed subjects killed everyone in the research lab. They then ran out, completely unable to control their thirst for blood and flesh. Thus, the disaster began. Within a day, the peaceful golden era became a horrifying hell on Earth. Only then did those who started the experiment begin to feel fear. They quickly had the military take over B City and protect them. When they relaxed and found that there was no one for them to order around, they had the military go out on the pretense of searching for more survivors. In reality, they were looking for underlings. Even though it was the apocalypse, they were still the men at the top. Those that didn't have any new abilities and had no special skills of their own became the lowest tier of this new society. Jun Xie's heart hardened the more she read on. This kind of selfish power really deserved to be ousted. It was that group of dumb leeches that turned this beautiful land into a vast horror. She closed her eyes. She needed to calm down. She'll definitely go back to B City to get rid of that group. Let's go to an island prison, Jun Xie said. She didn't want to wait any longer. She couldn't wait to take care of those people, so that they could finally face the realities of the world they created. Song Ziqian and Lin Chen were a bit confused but went along. They stayed waiting for a few more days before a safe, uninjured Yimingyi finally emerged. There was no way of detecting the passage of time beneath the lake. Yimingyi had been suffering bone-shaking pain. He would faint and then be awoken by insufferable pain. The process would repeat ceaselessly. However, he never thought about giving up. He needed to protect his most treasured person. How could he give up so easily? He didn't know how long he was down there for. But when he finally regained consciousness, that extra energy had already been absorbed into his body. He took one last look at the statue. Yimingyi didn't plan on taking it up with him. Instead, he secured a few force fields. It made the statue invisible to others as well as acted as a protective shield. After absorbing the additional energy, numerous new abilities burst into his head. He almost thought that he had entered the wrong dimension and entered a wuxia or cultivation world. When he walked out of the lake, the sun was at just the right height. The wind blew warmly, leaving everyone relaxed. "Husband, you're finally out. Are you okay?" Jun Xie quickly ran forward into the lake and pulled the man up. Yimingyi pulled her into his arms. "Your husband is so strong. How could anything happen to me? But what about you? Have you been eating? Look, you've even gotten skinnier." He pinched her waist, innocently eating her tofu. Jun Xie feigned anger and slapped Yimingyi's arm. "You're like this as soon as you see me. Humph, I'm going to ignore you." This guy's natural instincts really never changed. She really shouldn't worry about him. Yiming blinked innocently at him. Mir, you've really hurt your husband's heart. What would happen if you broke it? Zun Mai gaped at him. Then throw it away. All right, whatever Mir says. But where should I put my heart? Then he leaned in closer to the person that he had been thinking endlessly about. What about I leave it with Mir, so that you can help me look after it? He placed a light kiss on her lips. Kekek, why are we always force-fed dog food? Ling Chen burrowed himself into the sofa. Song Zaiqian was also helpless. He also felt that he was fated to be opposite ends with Yiming Yi. Any awful thing he encountered was all after meeting him. Forget it. Because of Zun Mai, he won't dwindle too much on the grudges. Yiming Yi and Zun Mai walked out of the lake. They ignored the two others and sat down cozily onto the sofa. Zun Mai suddenly realized that her clothes hadn't gotten wet at all, as if she hadn't just walked into a lake. This place has already become my land. Naturally, it will listen to my commands. And how could I allow you to be even slightly inconvenienced? I didn't know my Ming Yi was a king of cheesy words. Zun Mai joked. Her husband always ended up going against his established personality. She was already used to this. But she was also a little jealous. Why could he go against the established personality without consequence while she would get points deducted? She could already foreshadow that she was going to have points deducted in this world too. The original soul's unruly and domineering manner was really hard to handle. She was afraid that if she tried to be like that, she would go overboard. Bao Bao looked down disdainfully at his madam host. She was exactly the unruly, domineering type. After eating lunch, well, go to an island. Even when Yiming Yi had been underneath water, he still was conscious about what was happening above him. Zun Mai nodded in agreement. Because her husband's return had put her in a good mood, Zun Mai made a whole table full of food for them to eat. The four only set off back on the road after stuffing their stomachs. Zun Mai had thought that they would bump into Zhu Yi and the rest when they got out. But even after walking out of Changle village, she still hadn't seen them. Zun Mai raised an eyebrow. Were they actually embarrassed to show themselves? This was good, too. That group should see this world's cruel side for themselves. They only needed people that can still grow and mature in this apocalypse. The four reunited with Song Zaiqian's people at a nearby small town. As the enlarged group headed forward, they picked up more people. The original four-person team slowly grew into a group with 600 to 700 people headed to an island prison. After the apocalypse hit, the criminals in an island prison took over. Now, it was led by a man called Chang Shi, with a third-level wind ability. When they arrived outside of an island prison, Zun Mai noted the topography from here to the walls of the abnormally sturdy prison. She was satisfied. If the current head was willing to discuss with them, it would be even better. Even if he was unwilling, it would be fine too. They work as two separate groups as long as they were willing to let them into an island. As the group's representative, Ling Chen knocked on the front door of an island prison. Inside, those in an island that had prepared troops blinked, confused. It didn't seem like they were here to attack them. Why were they so politely knocking on the door? Were they too conservative? Did they not know this new method for challenging opponents to a fight? Ling Chen knocked for a long time without a response. There wasn't even a sound coming from behind the door. Chapter 217. Ch 217 Light of the Apocalypse 8.33 Maybe he looked too mean and full of evil intentions. Were they too afraid to respond now? Ling Chen touched his own face. He personally felt that he was pretty attractive looking. May I ask what is the purpose of your knocking? A head popped out from a patrol corridor. As soon as he was done speaking, he pulled his head right back down. Ling Chen felt that the action was very cute. He thought that an island wasn't as scary as people rumored. We wanted to talk to the boss of an island prison. We wanted to know if that was possible. Please believe us, we aren't here to cause trouble. Ling Chen suddenly felt that he was a bit stupid. Why did his words sound so unconvincing even to him? After all, there were 700 people behind him. Meanwhile, Zun Mai was feeling relaxed. She sat with Yiming Yi on the hood of their car, watching as Ling Chen did all the work by himself. December's air was surprisingly warm, without a bit of coldness. Everywhere had changed. On the way over, they had seen numerous evolved plants and animals. Wait a second, I'll go find boss. The person on top of the wall ran off. Ling Chen rubbed his head. Was there really such a naive person that wouldn't doubt his words? It had to be because he looked too charming that everyone naturally trusted him. And that must be it. He didn't know that an island prison's second-in-command's ability was perception. He was able to detect one's true intentions as well as their ability level. Although he couldn't detect Zun Mai and Yiming Yi's ability level, he could tell that they were extremely powerful. Therefore, as soon as they arrived, he and his boss had decided to first wait and see before attacking. If they were able to interact amicably, that would be for the best. They were all convicted prisoners, with at least a 20-year sentencing each. With this sudden twist, they only wanted to peacefully live out the rest of their lives. Soon, Chang Shi walked over with a few of his men. Zun Mai used her perception skills and observed the man atop the wall. A long scar ran across his face, from the left of his forehead to the bottom of his right eye, making him appear a bit threatening. He definitely had a face that could make little children cry with fear. His eyes were filled with malice. He looked like he was either a killer or a gangster. Mr. Chang Shi, hello. We would like to enter an island. We were hoping you could help. An island was an isolated island. The only building on the island was an island prison. Ling Chen couldn't just outright say, hey, I'm here to steal an island prison away. After entering the island, they could have those with relevant abilities build additional buildings. Chang Shi was quiet, pondering how trustworthy Ling Chen's words were. Boss, I still don't feel any evil intentions from them. But the man and woman sitting on the car are both very strong. A thin, weak man stood next to Chang Shi. He looked very much like an otaku. You can come in, but we need to lay down 3 ground rules first. Chang Shi finally spoke. That's fine. I'll have our boss and madam come talk with you, Boss Chang Shi. Ling Chen was very happy to be able to avoid a large-scale fight. Chang Shi had someone open up the front gates, but only allowing Zun Mai and Yiming Yi in. Zun Mai let out a playful smile. She was very interested in that otaku. More specifically, that skinny man's abilities. After reminding Ling Chen and Song Zaiqian to stay on guard with their surroundings, she created a protective shield with Yiming Yi. As long as their group didn't step out of it, they should be safe. Even if zombies came, they wouldn't be able to get in. When she entered the prison, Zun Mai finally realized why this was considered the sturdiest prison. The structure was like a karst cave, windy and convoluted. The debate was short and sweet. Soon, Jun Xie had given his permission to allow Jun Mai and her group into an island, as long as she was able to ensure that they wouldn't start a fight. They were given the freedom to roam around. They also talked about creating a formal alliance and changing the official name of an island prison into Sacred Light Base. There were two large groups. The first was Yi Main Yi and Zun Miss Break of Dawn group. The other was the Chang Shelled Sacred Brilliance group. Both had their own areas that they were responsible for. After a year, the groups on an island had fully merged into one. In the second year, the name Sacred Light Base was officially selected for their new home. Do you want a safe home? Do you want a peaceful life? Then come to Sacred Light Base. The people here have human rights and can lead the lives they want. For example, they can build their own home and plant vegetables. When this kind of ad appeared, the people making their way to Sacred Light Base doubled. When the military major at B City Base heard about Sacred Light Base, he began to plan his escape. Finally, when the base was in chaos right after Ming family seized power, he left with a few of his close military friends. Later, he would be able to tell how accurate his decision was. I heard B City Base is a mess right now. Didn't Ming Liang take over last year? He threw Ming Mei into the research lab. He thought that maybe he would be able to find a cure through her healing abilities. But Ming Mei was also pretty amazing. Even after her legs and arms had been broken, she was still able to attract one of the research students in the lab. The research student helped her escape the lab and even healed her body. Later, she even had Zhu Yi wrapped around her finger. She had Zhu Yi and Ming Liang fight head to head. The whole place is in turmoil. Who knows who won in the end? Ling Chen said dramatically, in obvious high spirits. Zun Mai was surprised. It wasn't that shocking that the female lead could climb back from her fall of disgrace. But that Zhu Yi was a surprising factor. Then just have them fight amongst themselves first. Zun Mai yawned and snuggled into Yi Ming's embrace. March's air was strangely chilly to the bone. Luckily, her husband had fire abilities. Even his body was warm. Cuddling into his lap was so comfortable. With her ice abilities, they really had the best heating and cooling systems year-round. After 2 years as their third wheel, Ling Chen wasn't affected at all. No matter how much dog food they spread, he was too used to it. Zun Mai news just came out. The experiment was a success. Song Zaiqian ran over, unable to hold in his excitement. Really? Zun Mai jerked her head up. Did they finally discover the cure after 3 whole years? Was the apocalypse finally coming to an end? Chapter 218. Ch 218 Light of the Apocalypse 8.34 End. They quickly arrived at the front of the research lab that Zun Mai had set up. Inside were the researchers that Zun Mai had sweet-talked as well as forcibly brought over. Although they hadn't been too happy about it at first, they changed their minds after seeing Holy Light Base and understanding Zun Mi's motives. After 2 long years, they finally manufactured a vaccine. They still couldn't save those that had already been changed into zombies. However, they now had a way to save those that had only been infected for less than a day. They all agreed that they would be able to completely finish off the apocalypse as long as they worked harder. Zun Mai personally watched as a researcher in a white lab coat used a needle to insert the yellow-orange liquid into a zombified body. The cure worked quickly. Within a minute, that rotten face began to restore back to normal. The opaque sharp white nails also slowly reverted to its original shape. Besides an ovally pale face, There were no other signs of the previous zombie state. After a few more minutes, the man slowly began to awaken. His black eyes were still a bit fuzzy, but without any signs of madness. "Where am I? What happened to me?" The man held his head, powerless. "Aha, success! Success!" the researchers in the lab erupted. This was the second person that had successfully regained consciousness. Everyone that came to watch were also excited. They finally didn't have to be afraid of being infected and losing their consciousness. "You guys did great. Keep it up. If you need anything, just ask." Jun Xie's eyes were filled with gratitude. The future was just one step away. They can finally reach out and grab on to it. Yimingyi squeezed Jun Xie's hand, clasping his fingers with hers, feeling the warmth that they were both emitting. That night, Holy Light Base partied until daybreak. The next day, Yimingyi ordered for the news of the medicine to be spread. He wanted those other bases that needed the medicine to bring over people to record how to replicate the formula. They had direct responsibility over humanity's survival. After planning everything, they made sure to pass their information along, passing various checkpoints. Thus, it was only half a month later when the news actually spread out. The other bases were ready to give practically anything in exchange. But when no news came out afterwards, they became anxious. Were they not planning on telling them? A few couldn't wait and headed straight to Holy Light Base themselves. Along the way, they met many others who had made the same decision. Together, they walked to Holy Light Base. When they saw the atmosphere before them, they all gasped. This was a simple countryside life, quiet, peaceful. As they were going through inspections, they were given a base manual. Inside was a detailed introduction of the people in charge, as well as a map of where to accept missions and where to exchange and trade items. If anyone wanted to stay, they also included places where they could register for residency. Those that only came in search of a cure suddenly had an urge to stay. As time passed, the news of a cure spread to other bases. At the same time, the once popular B base faced their final, largest crisis. It didn't come in the form of zombies or those evolved creatures. Instead, it was from humans. Ming Liang's wind abilities had already risen to level 4. He should have been able to overpower the level 3 Zuyi. But Zuyi had a God's fortunate child in the form of the female lead by his side. At the risk of her own life, she continued to endlessly absorb crystal energy stones. It helped increase her healing abilities. She was able to provide Zuyi the safety of limitless healing. No matter how severe the injury, she could heal it. This was why the two men fought head-to-head for over a year without outcome. But today, it was finally ending. "Ming Mei, you bitch. Let's see how you're gonna get back up now." Ming Liang looked at the woman who had her 4 limbs broken, her face scratched up, and her tongue chopped off. She continued to wriggle with pain. "Tian Jesus people." A carefree smile formed on his face. After 2 years of misery, he finally had a way to vent. That dog Zuyi was just a mutt. How dare he try to fight him? Luckily, the dog had taken the bait. Now, he was probably already zombie food. Just thinking about it made Ming Liang happy. Ming Mei's eyes glazed over. Her dark hair had already turned gray-white. She couldn't do anything anymore. Even if she wanted to glare at Ming Liang with hatred, she couldn't. Only at this moment did Ming Mei realize how stupid she had been. If she had woken up that day and used her memories of the future without angering the people that had never been hers, she wouldn't have ended up like this. But she didn't want to give up. Ming Zun Mai has already killed Yi Ji in the last life. Why did the reincarnated Yi Ji still fall in love with her? Meanwhile, she didn't get anything besides hate and pain. What exactly had she been fighting for the past few years? She wanted to laugh out loud, but when she opened her mouth, she realized that she couldn't even make a sound. This was karma. Ming Liang, you'll get what you deserve sooner or later. I'll be waiting for you in hell. She closed her eyes. She no longer had any will to live. Ming Liang said a few more words to ridicule Ming Mei before leaving her in this basement to die. On the other hand, Zhu Yi had fallen in Ming Liang's trap. He only realized that he had been lied to when his team arrived at the destination. The price for his naivety was that everyone else in his group becoming zombie food. He angrily rushed back to the base. In the end, he clutched onto Ming Liang and self-exploded his crystal energy stones. Zun Mai watched as Bao Bao summarized the events, her eyes calm. Cause and effect. The cycle always granted retribution. Everyone eventually will get what they deserve. What are you thinking about? Yi Mingyi pulled Zun Mai into his arms. They watched the fields below them. Not far away, men and women worked hard on the farm. In the background, laughter rang out from the houses. Their merry laughter flowed into their ears. Here, it was like there was no apocalypse. No, I just think everything now is good. There's you, there's me. There's this peaceful place. Right now was good. Yi Mingyi places his chin on Zun Mi's shoulder, watching this unique area of peaceful happiness with his loved one. 3 years later, through hard work, the answer to the zombie virus was finally successfully manufactured. September of that same year, the two strongest champions of the apocalypse held their grand wedding. Chapter 219. Ch. 219. You mean yes. Epilogue. JK. This is the end. I gambled with my life at stake. In the end, I won a life of splendor. There are millions of people in this world, and yet I only love you. Even if you cause me to lose my life, I still want to be able to control that heart that only raced for you. Who would have thought that the formidable Yi Mingyi would fall due to a woman? I watched as the woman that I had always protected suddenly pushed me down into the zombie masses without the slightest hesitation. She then quickly turned and walked away, allowing me to be enclosed by those zombies. In that moment, anger and resentment boiled over. Unwilling to be ripped apart by those disgusting things, I decided to self-destruct. As I closed my eyes, I told myself that if there was a second life, I wouldn't believe in women again. Especially not that person that betrayed me. As if the heavens heard my voice, they gave me a chance to reincarnate. But the heavens didn't tell me that this time around, I would still fall into the same trap. But in this life, I was willing to exchange my own life for her unchanging love. Seeing her for the first time in the shopping market was a strange feeling. It was obvious hatred, and yet my heart skipped a beat. Even though it was that familiar face accompanied with a smile that I wanted to rip off, I couldn't bear touch her. Instead, I only felt more attracted to her. Only then did I realize that she had changed. Slowly, this vivid person replaced the woman that had betrayed me in the last life. I sat in her car naturally, as if I had no doubts towards her. Even if I tried to be expressionless to look more cold, I couldn't do anything about the chaos inside. I built up walls around my heart. In the end, her simple words opened up my locked heart. You are the person that I don't want to hurt the most in this world. I had struggled before. But as soon as I put my guard up, My subconscious would tell me that I shouldn't be doing this. She should be the one that I should hold in the palm of my hand and protect. How could I ignore her? The decision I had made had been easily defeated. Seeing her enter the kitchen and pull up her sleeves to cook, I was shocked. In the last life, I had known her for a year. Although we didn't live together, we've eaten meals together. And yet I didn't know she could cook. But then I realized that I had almost forgotten what Ming Zun Mai from the last life looked like. I didn't remember her personality either. Was it that even the heavens were telling me that she was different than that person? After spending time with her, I knew that she had many secrets. She was very powerful, completely different than the woman from the past life. I slowly completely separated these two people in my head. I just couldn't merge them together. When we met an evolved creature, I didn't know what I was thinking at the time. I reacted instinctively. I just wanted to give the best things to her. I hoped that there could be more things that could protect her so that she could live well in this apocalypse. Worrying about her, protecting her, and caring for her had already become my habit. The more we spent time together, the more I realized that I had become addicted to a drug called Zunmai. If I don't have it for a single day, I would die from addiction. When we reached the base, I stayed low. Not because I was playing a coup d'etat, but because I was investigating Ming family. I wanted to know what Ming family had done to hurt her in the past. If they dared touch her, then they needed to be prepared to face the consequences. The resulting investigation told me that she rejected going back to Ming family not only because Ming family had planned to gift her to be city's head before the apocalypse, but also because they had killed off her grandfather to conserve food consumption after the apocalypse. That was the only person in Ming family that had treated her well. After losing the only thing she cared about, she lost any interest in being intertwined with Ming family. When I saw her carrying a smile as if she had never suffered, my heart throbbed with pain. She had suffered so much and yet I had wanted to hurt her more. Even if she pushed me to my death in the last life, she never did anything to harm me in this life. On the contrary, she had worried about me and tried to lift my spirits. How could I not fall for this kind of person? I wasn't an idiot, nor did I have low EQ. I could understand the feelings I saw in her eyes. In Changle Village, I knew that I had fallen for her, not only in this lifetime, but forever. As long as she could live happily without worry, my life was a small price to pay. But later, like a coward, I was scratched by a zombie. I wanted to run away. I thought I had hid it well, but she noticed. She lectured me. In that moment, she was so beautiful. She was like the moon emitting splendid light in a pitch-black world, so dazzling that those walking in darkness couldn't bear leave her. Meanwhile, someone like me that could only breathe under her light was even more unable to leave. She healed me. Her entire body glowed with golden light. At that time, there was only one thought in my head. Goddess. She was my goddess. She was the goddess that saved, healed, and accompanied me. I thought that if she disappeared one day, I will go after her, even if I needed to make the heavens my enemy. Then, I'll break her wings and hide her in a room that no one else knew about. I would only want her to see me, to listen to my words, to only smile at me. My dark thoughts came in and left in a flash, leaving my mind back in a state of calmness. Soon after, I gained a paramount amount of energy, becoming the founders of Holy Light Base with her. We wanted this to become the shining holy light in the apocalypse. We wanted to light up the future. This year, the apocalypse was finally ending. I proposed to her. Seeing her cry tears of joy and nod her head, I couldn't help but hug her and jump down from 100 meters height. Yet, she wasn't frightened a bit. She obediently hugged my neck and smiled in my arms. I asked her, "Are you scared?" She said, "I know you won't hurt me." This kind of trust left me in a daze. A similar situations seemed to have happened a long time ago, but I couldn't think of it. The day we married, the entire holy light base was filled with warm golden light. That person that walked out of the aura would be forever imprinted into my mind. That day, I promised Zun Mai, "You are Yiming Yes King. I'll serve you in every life and world." She smiled, standing on her tiptoes to kiss me. To be more accurate, she nipped my lips. She said, "You have my mark now. That means you're mine. No matter where you go, no matter how much you change, you are mine." I nodded. "My ruler, whatever you say is imperial edict. As a loyal subject, how could I go against your words?" 10 years after the apocalypse, the flowers bloomed. The grass was green again. Birds chirped as butterflies flapped. The human life recovered. 20 years after the apocalypse, things finally began to go back to the way everything was prior to the apocalypse. I held her hand as we walked into the RT Mart where we first met. Even though it was crowded, everyone was filled with voices of laughter and joy. Chapter 220. Ch 220 Beast Era 9.1. When Zun Mai returned, she was still a bit baffled. She was just sleeping. Why did the scenery change when she opened her eyes? But the spiritual energy her husband gained in the apocalypse world should be enough for him begin to slightly remember the past. This was a good sign. There would definitely be a day where she'll make sure her husband was able to remember everything. Bow bow. Calculate this world's results. Main Mission 1. Make male lead fall in love with you completed. Rewarded 10,000 points. Main Mission 2. Find the illegal bug in the world completed. Rewarded 50,000 points. Side Mission Become the Savior of the World completed. Rewarded 10 accomplishment points. Hidden Mission Make Yi Ming Yi Become King unlocked. Medical abilities. Triggered Mission Gain the approval of male leads followers failed. No rewards. No punishments. System Reward 10 attribute points. Advanced medical ability. Comprehensive animal and plant guide. Life ability. Expenses used in previous world 980. Profile. Host Zun Mai. Level 4100. Age 20. Character multiple. Charm 100. Physical strength 73 Luck 2350. Medical ability 0. Accomplishment 1050. Points 603,086. Inventory Zai Pill X5, Darhuan Pill X10, High Quality Nutrient Fluid X4, 10 Attribute Points. Advanced Medical Abilities. Comprehensive Animal and Plant Guide. Life Ability. Evaluation. A level upgrade available after 3 completed mission grades of S. Comments. Ook. Not discovered. Penalty of 10,000 points deducted. Zun Miss jaw dropped as she watched the changes on screen. Her lips twitched. She should have expected that there would be points deducted. So hurt. All her hard work was so easily ripped away from her. Just look, she had done practically 10 worlds and yet only had 60,000 points. When was she going to collection 10 million points? But at least she had her husband at her side, so she wasn't bored. But Bao, first tell me. What does that life ability mean? Are you saying my ability to live isn't high also, that medical abilities thing? Can that be directly used? Why did she suddenly have a bad feeling about the next world? Bao Bao hugged a gold book to his chest, jumping up and down. He explained that reward is useful for you in the next world. Bao Bao can pick out a world now. If Madam Host isn't happy with the selection, we can choose to go back to it later. Also, Madam Host needs to learn medicine before that medical ability is activated. You can't just start using it. It isn't the same thing as the healing abilities in the Apocalypse world. Jun Xie received the book from Bao Bao. The cover was full of nature. A handsome man wearing clothing from animal skin held a trident-like weapon while staring down a mysterious beast. The feeling of unease grew and grew. Jun Xie gritted her teeth and flipped to the first page. A happy life in the primitive age. This name was very simple and foolish. It was a very cliché little story. The female lead transmigrated into this world after a car crash. This world was a beastman world. The men could transform into various forms of beasts. Women couldn't. In this world, they depended on hunting. They needed to go out for food daily. The women stayed home to take care of the children or pick wild fruit. In this primitive world, dangers were mysterious and everywhere. There were no doctors, no secure source of food, or enough clothing for warmth. Every winter saw the deaths of the old and weak. Every tribe's conditions grew more and more severe. Finally, they saw the arrival of an envoy of the beast gods, the transmigrated Gulai. Gulai was a passionate and friendly girl. After understanding her new situation, she was very thankful for the male lead that had brought her back and saved her from a fate of being eaten by wild animals. The male lead just happened to be one of the strongest warriors of the Yan Yan tribe, Mu Yan. To express her gratitude, Gulai began freely showing the male lead how to search for more food and search for a better living environment. In this world, the people didn't have thoughts of scheming or betraying. She didn't need to guess if these people were only kind to her due to an ulterior motive. They were all very simple and sincere. They said whatever was on their minds. If they were unsatisfied, they wouldn't hold back. She liked this kind of lifestyle. Although it was a bit harder to endure, there was a unique happiness that came with it. The people in Yan Yan tribe were all infected by her attitude and began striving forward with her leadership. Finally, when the second winter came, the female lead developed the idea of livestock raising. Every household would capture a small animal during warm weather to raise. When winter came, there were no longer any people that died from scarcity of food. As the female lead continued to spread ideas from modern times, her reputation began to grow. Unfortunately, it attracted the attention of other tribes. To protect the female lead, the male lead rose to vigorous action. He came out victorious against the other strong warrior in the tribe in the battle to become tribe leader. He led Yan Yan tribe on a quest to conquer the other tribes. He became the first true leader of the primitive world. Under his and the female lead's guidance, the primitive world slowly grew into a thriving little society. The two were also immortalized as the beast gods envoy to their world. At this point, the story came to an end. Throughout the whole story, there were no mistresses, no love rivals, no villains. There were no evil grand scheme. The entire story composed of two main events: the other tribes allying to fight against Yan Yan tribe, and Yan Yan tribe engulfing all the other tribes. Jun Xie closed the book. She didn't understand. It didn't seem like there were any problems in this dimension. What did it need her to fix? Bao Bao, tell me more. Madam Host, you might think this dimension is fine and that the female lead is great. But in reality, This dimension ended up being ruined due to the female lead's actions. Jun Xie was baffled. Why would it be ruined because of the female lead? The female lead had acted out of concern for those beast people. Jun Xie was even more confused. Madam Host, let me explain to you. Every world has its own unique rules for existence. For example, the world you came from, civilization, was slowly developed and molded. It took a few hundred years to go from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. Afterwards, it took a few thousand more years to get to the modern advanced civilization you know. The world had adapted and transformed slowly. It didn't happen in just one instance. Just like stacking blocks, the slow transformation fit into calculations of dimensionality. You need to have a solid foundation first before placing anything on top. The more stable the foundation, the higher the blocks can build. Chapter 221. QT Second Female Leads Counter-Attack CH 221 Beast Era 9.2. If the bottom is just an empty cover, it's destined to collapse after enough blocks are stacked on top of it. Jun Xie understood. What you mean is that the female lead's actions were technically all allowed. She just accomplished them too quickly. She didn't have stable foundations, so the base wasn't able to stay up when they expanded later on. Bao Bao nodded his head. That's right. The female lead was moving too quickly. Based on the world's timeline, the idea to raise livestock came a few decades later. But the female lead came up with ideas of houses and livestock within a year. She severely hurt the path of that world's progression, so it sped up the world's destruction. After the female lead died, the beast people didn't know how to think divergently. They only knew how to live dependent on the knowledge and material that the female lead left behind, causing them to close their minds to other thoughts. Besides slowly dying out, there was no other possibility. The world's consciousness couldn't prevent the female lead's arrival, so it could only request that we go help solve this problem. It hopes that the beast era can continue on and slowly become a civilization. Jun Xie rubbed her chin. She understood the problem, but this situation was easier said than done. She felt that her first action would also have been to change her environment. As a person from modern times, they were just not used to wilderness life. This was a big challenge. But moreover, she was a germaphobe. She should focus on how to stabilize the time axis here first. That's right. Bao Bao, am I a bug too? Then I don't think there are doctors in this world. If I practice medicine, wouldn't that quicken the speed of progression again? Jun Xie looked down at the two books in her hand. One was an encyclopedia on how to identify all sorts of plants and animals, while another was an advanced medical practice book. Bao Bao shook his head and climbed into Jun Xie's lap. Not at all, Madam Host. You are lawful. You learning medicine, and then transferring that knowledge to the beast people won't happen in a day. That's not the same as building a house or catching an animal to raise. Moreover, the world consciousness did want you to redeem the beast people. Because the beast era had suffered from large losses of energy due to fluctuation, it no longer had the ability to protect their survival. Jun Xie couldn't hold back the urge to roll her eyes. This wasn't logical at all. That means she had to accept disciples and become their teacher. Moreover, the reward was so small. Her heart hurt just at the thought. All right, I understand. Add 5 points to luckiness and add 5 points to physical strength. Since this is a primitive time and the dangers are high, with so many beasts everywhere, I need to at least increase my physical strength. Bao Bao, can you ask the world consciousness if there is an limits on my spiritual energy? If they took even that away from her, Jun Mai felt that she might as well just lay down and play dead for this world. Bao Bao quickly got a response. Madam Host, the world consciousness said that you aren't being restricted. It hopes that Madam Host will help protect this world for it. Jun Mai nodded her head in acceptance. She opened the control panel. Her personal information had already been updated. Personal numbers. Host Jun Mai. Level 4100. Age 20. Character many. Charm 100 maximum reached. Physical strength 78 100. Luck 2850. Medical ability 0. Accomplishment 1050. Points 603,086. Inventory Zai Sui Pill X5, Darhuan Pill X10, Advanced Nutrient Fluid X4. Beginner's Medical Ability, Plant and Animal Identification. Jun Mai felt that the luck aspect was really useless. It was completely just for show. After preparing herself, she began studying the medical book in front of her. Her studying continued for another half-month. Jun Mai finally memorized the majority of the book's content. Her next step was buying a few experimental products. Bao Bao, let's go. Can you have the world consciousness drop me off in that forest at the center? That was allegedly the most feared place by beast people. The wild beasts there were numerous and strong, with some even being venomous. But Jun Mai needed this exact kind of place to host experiments. It was best that the beast people didn't dare come near that place. It was best that no one discovered her. When she had done enough experiments, she'll go take a look around the Nyan Yan tribe. Ooh, why is it so painful this time around? Bao Bao, come out, I promise I'll slap you. Jun Mai held her head as her face twisted in pain. Madam Host, quickly drink this. Bao Bao pulled out a high-leveled nutrient liquid from the inventory. Jun Mai resisted the throbbing pain in her head and quickly gulped down the nutrient drink. Slowly, she began to recover. What happened? Cold sweat had already dampened the clothes she was wearing. Leaning onto the tree, Jun Mai didn't even want to move a muscle anymore. Madam Host, this was my fault. I forgot to tell you that there was no host body this time. You'll be using a copy of your own body to enter this dimension. Therefore, it'll be like using an exact copy of yourself. Since you aren't indigenous to this world, you will have to adapt to this world's survival conditions first. But everything should be fine now. The world consciousness should help you improve your body. Bao Bao quickly opened the map in his pores, switching the topic to explain Jun Mai's current destination. Luckily, the world consciousness was more reliable than Bao Bao. They had landed right in the depths of the deep forest. When the exhaustion in her body faded, Jun Mai finally felt revived. Let's go. Let's find somewhere to stay first. Jun Mai picked up Bao Bao and stood up. Looking around at this unfamiliar sky and land, her mouth dropped with shock. She had originally thought that there was nothing different with the beast era besides the transforming people. But have you ever seen a rabbit the size of Alaska? Have you seen a butterfly the size of an eagle? OMG, where exactly has she landed in? Why did she feel like she just got scammed by the world consciousness? She numbly searched for a relatively clean cave. With a wave of her hand, the inside immediately lit up. After Jun Mai finished decorating her new cave and cleaning the surrounding area, the sun was already going down. Jun Mai was forced to go searching for a water source. It was an unbearably hot summer here. If not for the fact that she was able to adjust her inner body temperature, she would have long melted in this era without fans, air conditioning, and refrigerators. Madam Host, there is a water source up ahead. The world consciousness helped arrange that for you. It knew that you would be staying here for a while, so it lured all the violent wild beasts nearby away. But to do this, it lost its last remaining amount of energy, so it has to go into hibernation now. Bao Bao's voice whimpered. He really liked this world consciousness. Zun Mai heard the disappointment in Bao Bao's voice and patted his fur in sympathy. Chapter 222. Ch 222 Beast Era 9.3. Don't worry. When we successfully complete the mission, the world consciousness will awake again. At that time, you can even go on playdates with it. Bao Bao was immediately cured by Zun Mi's thinking. Madam Host, let's start the experiments tomorrow. He was more determined than Zun Mai to get the mission moving. Zun Mai shook her head helplessly. The woman and her pet played in the brooks until late at night before returning home. In the cave, Zun Mai comfortably rolled around her large bed. Luckily, she had kept furniture in her inventory even after the apocalypse. Luckily, her foresight paid off. Bao Bao wholeheartedly agreed with her planning. Since Madam Host was coming to do a mission, she should get the best possible treatment. Like that, Zun Mai spent 2 months within the depths of the center forest. During this time, she didn't do much else besides catching a few little animals or curing a few injured beasts. Food, her inventory had her covered. Clothes, her inventory had her covered. Entertainment, her inventory had her covered. But today, Zun Mai randomly felt a bit frustrated. There seemed to be something in Center Forest waiting for her. She packed up her things in the cave, picked up Bao Bao, and walked out. After this period of experimenting, she had become much more familiar with practicing medicine. She could now recognize most animals and plants, especially those that were applicable in stopping blood loss. As she walked, a crowd of rabbits formed behind her. Or more accurately, a group of long-eared beasts. These were the first ones that Zun Mai had harmed in her experimenting. However, they never held a grudge against her. Every time they saw Zun Mai, they hopped with excitement. Zun Mai thought perhaps they might have gained an addiction to masochism. When she walked farther out into Center Zone, Zun Mai immediately smelt blood. Someone was hurt. To her, the smell of human blood was different than the smell of animal blood. Human blood was lighter while animal blood was more pungent. With a flash, she moved through the path of trees and finally jumped up onto a large tree. She attentively listened to the movement in the distance. There was a red flower up ahead, resembling a rose. Before Zun Mai could take a better look, large red flames began to flash. Within the flames was sparks of white light, followed by orange light. Zun Mai and Bao Bao both watched dumbfounded. What was this situation? They didn't understand it at all. Bao Bao, give me the original book. Zun Mai felt like she must have overlooked something. After flipping through the original work once again, she finally saw what she had missed. These beast people have special abilities, but they weren't all OP. But there was still a large difference between the abilities. Those with abilities were the ones that didn't necessarily have a great body. Meanwhile, those that didn't have abilities had robust and fierce physical prowess. It was like one group was meant to be the mages while the other group were soldiers. Zun Mai silently wiped invisible tears. As expected, the world consciousness would still be able to scam her. After reorienting herself, Zun Mai decided that she was going to become a doctor with curing abilities. Someone was severely injured. Bao Bao, let's go take a look. Zun Mai hugged Bao Bao and jumped down from her perch, heading towards the previously glowing area. Who's there? Before even arriving at the clearing, Jun Xie heard a voice call out sharply. The voice was a bit hoarse, as if the owner was exhausted, but still melodious. A female's scent. How can there be a female here? A higher-pitched voice spoke immediately after, followed by cracking of tree leaves as grass and straw were whacked away. Jun Xie knew that this meant that someone was walking towards her direction. She looked up in despair at the skies but stopped her steps to wait for the newcomer. She hung a picture-perfect, small gentle smile on her face, appearing friendly and welcoming. Her eyebrows were beautifully lined, her eyes clear and sparkling. Between the misty fog, her pair of clear, innocent eyes and delicate features stood out. Ink black hair hung on her back. With a light breeze, her hair blew up and landed back onto the back of her white gown, covering her shoulders and collarbones. She stood amongst the red flowers with a light smile, as if she was the most alluring fairy of the forest. Yun He felt as if a fire started in his chest. It was continuously sparking outwards uncontrollably, as if it was ready to erupt. I apologize for disturbing you. I just came to investigate after smelling blood. Jun Xie took a few steps forward while speaking warmly. Her gaze traveled through the group, noticing that everyone had some not too light injuries on their bodies. What trouble did you guys encounter? Why do you look so pitiful? Immediately after speaking, Jun Xie remembered that this wasn't modern times. She couldn't speak so casually. I apologize. It's just, as a doctor, I'm a bit curious to know more information after seeing your injuries. Do you mind me taking a look at that injured beast man? The group looked at each other. To them, females weren't dangerous at all. But this female suddenly appeared in the middle of center forest, making them a bit suspicious. Which tribe are you from? Yun He tried his best to make his voice appear less cold. Meanwhile, the rest of his group shivered. What happened to their clan leader? Was he angry? So scary? Jun Xie blinked. I've always lived here. I don't belong to any tribe. Seeing that they didn't appear aggressive, Jun Xie bypassed the large beast man standing in front and headed in Yun He's direction. Her dear husband was really handsome. Such big eyes, such muscular physique. He was almost 2 meters tall, with 8-pack abs. And that bronze skin. Oh no, she needed to stop looking. She was going to drool. Jun Xie smiled softly and stopped in front of Yun He. My name is Jun Xie. You can just call me Mai. In this beast era, it seemed like they usually used single-character names to show approval and favorability of each other. Jun Xie watched with satisfaction as her husband's ears turned red underneath his hair. She squatted down to examine the severely injured beast man fainted on the ground. His injuries are pretty urgent. He needs immediate treatment or he will die. Jun Xie frowned. His wound was gaping wide right across the abdomen. It looked like he had bitten by something. If his team hadn't intervened, he might have been cleanly bitten in half. Bring him and follow me. We can't stay here for long since there's such a heavy smell of blood on your bodies. Chapter 223. QT Second Female Leads Counter Attack CH 223 Beast Era 9.4. In this kind of forest, the smell of blood would be the best way to attract fierce beasts. The 3 beast men in front of her all turned to Yun He, as if waiting for him to make a decision. Yun He nodded his head. They all knew Jie's situation was severe. They had originally thought their only hope would be to visit the beast god. But unexpectedly, there seemed to be hope. Jun Xie led the way in front. Yun He followed by her side, helping her whack away any obstacles. He didn't allow those overgrown branches to hurt Jun Xie. His careful motions didn't go unnoticed by the beast men behind them. Do you think clan leader likes that female? That female is pretty. There's nothing strange in clan leader falling for her. That's right. I even think she's too pretty. Luckily, I have a mate already. I don't have one if I were to compete with clan leader. Do you think I have any hope? The beast man carrying Jie whispered. But afterwards, he saw the others immediately close their mouths. What's wrong? I'm asking you guys a question. Why aren't you responding? Jacob, you want to battle me? Great. When we get back to our camp, I'll see you on the battle stage. But for now, move faster. Jun Xie had originally been in a good mood, sneaking peeks at Jun Xie while staying on alert for potential dangers. But after hearing the people behind him discussing, his heart sped with nervousness. He had a strangely good impression of this female that he had only met for the first time, as if she was fated to come to him. That strange feeling made him slightly happy. But those others were too rowdy, even daring to set their eyes on Mai. At this point, he hadn't realized that he had already begun to consider Jun Xie as his. Miss lips lifted upwards. She had been able to hear the discussion behind them clearly. She also had a guess for her husband's status. He should be Yan tribe's clan leader, Jun Xie. This was because only Yan tribe had a title of clan leader. We've arrived. You guys can put him down here. Can someone help get water? Water is in that direction. Jun Xie pointed to a spot nearby and placed a cask on the floor. Someone else, light a fire. The rest of you, help me hold him down. I don't want him flailing around if he wakes up in the middle of me treating him. After distributing the labor, Jun Xie walked into the cave. She pretended to pull out a first aid kit from her cave while secretly reaching into her inventory. Inside the kit were a complete set of surgery knives and needles. In terms of medication, she can use the herbs that she had previously found. She can show the herbs to these people and have them go out to collect more if need be. This Jun Xie looked at the sharp, shiny thing with a bit of doubt. Female, are you planning on using this to treat Jie? How does it work? Another beast man was also baffled. All the shamans in the tribe just directly applied herbal medication. Jun Xie replied while sterilizing her surgery equipment over the fire. This beast man, Jie, has hurt his organs. If you didn't bump into me, he would undoubtedly have died. No one refuted her words, as this kind of situation wasn't rare in their tribe. At those times, the shaman would say that there was no hope. Then the injured beast man's wound would rot and disappear to meet the beast god. To be honest, they didn't hold much hope this time either. After all, Jie's injury really was severe. Jun Xie didn't care what they were thinking. Seeing a beast man return with a cask of water, she immediately directed him to pour some into a bowl and boil it. After doing a simple cleaning of Jie's wound, Jun Xie began cutting off the pieces of flesh around the wound that had withered. Along the wound, she neatly cut a gap in Jie's stomach. Using a gloved finger, Jun Xie lightly pulled out the intestines that had been cut and began stitching them together. When she was done, she carefully placed them back. She then cleaned up the silted blood water in his stomach. While doing all of this, her hands were steady while her forehead was filled with perspiration. Her heart was also beating abnormally fast. This was the first time performing surgery on someone. She was still an amateur. But while she was worrying, she was also excited. She had the ability to save a life. Jun Xie wanted to help her wipe away the beads of sweat gracing her hairline but didn't want to disturb her. Instead, he pressed down heavily on Jie's wrists. Even if Jie were to wake up from the pain, he wouldn't be able to move a muscle under Yunhe's grip. Everyone else had stopped what they were doing and circled around them. They watched with astonishment at this disturbing method of life-saving, speechless. They thought that the operation was over as Jun Xie began putting away her weapons, but then they saw her pull out a spicule-looking object. They saw her repeatedly sewing around Jie's wound. This time, they really didn't know how to close the agate mouths. Jun Xie mischievously added a pretty butterfly knot to the meeting point of her sewing. She relaxed. It was finally done. She patted Jie's forehead. There was no signs of fever. Good. He shouldn't be moved right now. I gave him some anti-inflammatory medicine. He should be fine. Jun Xie stood up, stuttering a bit. Yunhe quickly reached out to steady her. Are you all right? Shaking her head, Jun Xie tried to clear her foggy head. I'm fine, I just exerted too much energy just now. I'm just a bit lightheaded. I'll be fine after resting. Please make yourselves at home. Don't disturb me. Jun Xie used the wall as support and walked into her cave. She headed straight for her head and went to sleep. She urgently needed time to recover right now. She never knew how exhaustive such a attentive task could be. Yunhe worriedly watched her walk away. He wanted to follow behind her, but he was conscious of her status as an unmarried female. If news got out, there would be bad gossip. Instead, he stood in front of the opening, staring yearningly at the figure lying on the bed. Clan leader, this female is a high-leveled shaman. If she could join our clan, then that would be a great honor for Yan Yan. Gavin leaned in. Xie's eyes shined as he spoke with excitement. Our old priest once said that God's messenger would descend into Yan Yan. She will have an imprint on her and can lead Yan Yan to even higher heights. This female must be the beast god's angel. There's even a mark on her forehead. Gavin and Jacob froze in astonishment. That's right, this female was far too pretty in a way that made her stand out. Especially her previously showcased medical treatment method. That was unheard of. More importantly, everyone in the clan knew about that prophecy. It was just that hundreds of years had gone by. No one had been found, so it had long been forgotten. Chapter 224. Ch 224 Beast Era 9.5. The proclaimed angel Jun Xie. Oz was currently getting her beauty sleep. Yunhe's expression was serious, but his heart was beating like an infatuated idiot. Mai was really pretty. No wonder she was an angel. The group suddenly quieted, turning their gaze to the silhouette inside the cave. They were no longer worried about Jie's health. Now that an angel has helped out, everything should be fine. After one night, Jun Xie finally woke up in cheerful spirits. After stretching and washing up, she walked out of her cave. She promptly froze. Why were there so many people? Wait. It seemed like these were the ones she brought over yesterday morning. Remembering that there was still a sick patient, Jun Xie only quickly greeted the group before leaving to check on Jie. The previously unconscious person was now awake, busy gazing at the barbecue meat in front of him. He still can't eat much yet. For the next 2 days, only give him fruit heavy in fruit juice. Additionally, give him a bowl of meat broth daily. Since he was injured in his intestines, eating too much greasy foods would be bad for digestion and would only inhibit his recovery process. Jun Xie remembered the dietary restrictions she had forgotten to mention yesterday due to her lack of energy. Luckily she had remembered in time, or else this beast man would have been suffering from stomach pains. Gavin immediately dropped the barbecue meat. They were already certain that Jun Xie was an angel, so they were 100 going to obey Jun Xie's words. Jun Xie didn't know anything about their inner reasonings. She only knew that she was very pleased watching how obedient they were. Meanwhile, Jie had been observing Jun Xie this whole time. He felt that he could understand why clan leader would have fallen for this angel. This female wasn't as tall or healthy as the others in their tribe, but she also didn't seem weak. Along with her unique mannerisms, it wasn't surprising that someone would be tempted by her, especially when the warmth of her voice when she first spoke was so comforting. "Hello, I am Jie. Thank you for saving my life. When I recover, I will show you my loyalty." Jie struggled to rise to his feet before Jun Xie finally pushed him back down to sitting position. "In your condition, you're not suitable for exercising. You need to watch for your internal organs to recover. And you don't need to be so serious. You can call me Jun Xie. As for loyalty, there's no need for that. It is my duty to save lives. If I didn't save you guys, I'm afraid the world consciousness would have come to smack me. But more importantly, she did get happiness out of saving a person's life." However, Jun Xie, returning back with prey, was met with the sight of Mai and Jie chatting and smiling happily. He immediately frowned. "Mai, I picked some hoa fruit for you. You hadn't eaten anything last night, so you should eat something first. The barbecued meat will be ready soon. Is there anything else you want to eat? I'll get it for you." Jun Xie seamlessly pulled Jun Xie's attention away with the hoa fruits in his palms. Hoa fruits were relatively rare in this world but were very popular amongst females. Jun Xie had been living here for a while now and had gained a preference to the hoa fruits too. Taking a look at the glistening, plump hoa fruits, she broke out into a large smile. "Thank you." She grabbed it and bit in. Immediately, sweet fruit juice gushed out. "So satisfying. I'm Jun Xie. This is Gavin Xie Jacob. The one lying there is Jie." Jun Xie smiled at her delight and began introducing Jun Xie to the others. But because he didn't smile often, his face appeared a bit stiff. Jun Xie greeted each of them following Jun Xie's introduction. All of them liked this female. Not only was she beautiful, but she was incredibly gentle. Not to mention she was an angel. In summary, everything about her was a. Due to their survival circumstances, there were far less females than beast men. In every tribe, females were precious. This also caused females to be slightly bold and arrogant. It was unfortunate that this unique one had already been taken by their tribe leader. It wasn't that they weren't willing to compete, it was just that their tribe leader was far too strong. He was the first person in a few hundred years that had both abilities and strong physique. Everyone had already recognized him as the next leader of their entire kind. "This is Gulu beast's meat. It's very tender." Jun Xie lifted a piece of barbecued meat towards Jun Xie. Jun Xie didn't bother being polite. She happily took the offering and closed her eyes with delight. She had originally thought that the primitive beast era would only have average food. She hadn't expected it to taste so good. She quickly finished the meat in her hands and let out a satisfied burp. Just as she was prepared to rinse her hands, another piece of meat was delivered in front of her. Looking up, Jun Xie saw her husband staring at her with anticipation. Jun Xie shook her head. "I'm full. You should eat some." "Oh, but it was very good." She didn't forget to praise him a little. Jun Xie's heart sped with happiness. "How great," She agreed to let him pursue her in their land. There was an unwritten rule: when a female accepted a beast man's food, it indicated that she was accepting him. It meant that when the next spring came, she was giving him permission to mate with her at the harvest banquet and become partners under the beast god's eyes. But did Jun Xie know this? Of course not. So she ate without a bit of pressure. However, even if she did know, she probably wouldn't have felt affected. After all, that was her dear husband anyways. Meanwhile, the other beast men were envious. The tribe leader had so easily won over the angel. They really wanted to give him a beating. But even if they wanted to, they knew that they wouldn't be able to win over him in a fight. Forget it. More importantly, their return will definitely create a riot. At that time, the angel will have quite a lot of suitors. Even if those beast men knew that they couldn't win against the tribe leader, they would still want to compete. Watching the tribe leader fight left and right against suitors would at least be an enjoyable sight. The 5 of them were a small group with a close-knit bond. If not for that, they wouldn't have forfeited her without even an attempt. Jun Xie tidied herself up before suddenly remembering something urgent. She definitely needed to teach them how to use chopsticks. She wasn't allowed to transform culture too quickly, but it was at least allowed to take it one step at a time, right? Of course, she wasn't going to do everything herself. She planned on guiding them to ponder over progress and make decisions by themselves. She was only going to play an auxiliary role. How did you come here? There are many fierce and large wild beasts here. It's not safe. After eating, while everyone sat in a circle chatting, Jun Xie asked with curiosity. It's my fault. My mother hasn't been able to eat anything for the past few weeks. I wanted to pick some kiwi fruits for her. Kiwi fruits are only grown here. Coincidentally, the shaman wanted us to bring back some herbal medicine that would stop bleeding. So we came here. We didn't expect to encounter a Jukai beast, not to mention 2 at once. Jie was hurt in the process. Chapter 225. Ch 225 Beast Era 9.6. Jacob spoke up, explaining with a tone of self-blame. They were at least lucky to have bumped into an angel today. Jun Xie nodded her head in understanding. Jie was someone with abilities. In this world, those with abilities had a weak physique. That was why he hadn't been able to dodge the attack. She sighed. There were still so many dangers roaming in the central forest. If you come here again, you should bring herbal potions that will keep the wild beasts away. That way you can avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. Jun Xie felt like this was a good time to pass on the knowledge that she knew. That way she wouldn't have to go find someone to teach again when they got back to the tribe. Those herbal potions that keep wild beasts away, how magical, Xie said with surprise. The rest also turned to look at Jun Xie, their expressions asking for an explanation. Jun Xie nodded her head. In this forest there are many different kinds of herbs. They all have different uses. You probably noticed that from last night up until now, no wild beasts have appeared around here. That's because I sprinkled vast amounts of powder that expels beasts away. I manufactured the formula myself. When the wild beasts smell this scent, they will feel uncomfortable. Therefore, they wouldn't come in this direction. She stood up and walked into her cave, bringing back out a small basket. Jun Xie had made this when she was bored one day. For this thing, she had practically grated her hands. Luckily, the final product was still satisfactory. It was through this experience that Jun Xie learned what survival skills were referring to. She opened up a small bag, revealing a white powder inside. As soon as the bag opened up, the pungent smell immediately dispersed outwards. My heavens, if we have this powder, then females going into the mountains to pick fruits wouldn't need to worry about encountering wild beasts, Jacob said excitedly. He immediately thought of his mother, who went to the mountains every day. Although beast men regularly scoured the mountains for any dangerous wild beasts, but there were still incidents where bad luck led to females being attacked by wild beasts and leaving to go meet the beast god early. Jun Xie's opinion of Jacob grew. As expected, the beast men in the beast era were respectable, loyal, brave, and responsible. I'll make sure to give you a drawing and description of the herbal medicine so that you can remember to pick some to bring back. You can use it just by drying it under the sun. It's best to have the females wear it on their bodies. However, you need to remember to replace the powder regularly. Every medicine has an expiration date. After this time has passed, its effects will weaken. Jun Xie carefully explained the importance of the medicine. "Mai, come back to the tribe with me." Jun Xie suddenly interrupted, grabbing onto Jun Xie's hand. He couldn't endure it any longer. Mai was too dazzling, to the point that he was afraid that others would want to steal her away. Jacob and the others also had eyes filled with fire. A female that would so selflessly give them valuable knowledge about these treasures could only be an angel. "Would that be all right? Would that be causing you too much trouble?" Jun Xie feigned embarrassment while her eyes twinkled with anticipation. So happy she had the chance to be together with her dear husband. It would even better if she had the chance to move in directly with her husband. No, definitely not. Not at all. Before Jun Xie even spoke, numerous others immediately interrupted. If the rest of the tribe knew that they were bringing back an angel, they would only smile uncontrollably in response. "Our tribe will like you a lot. They are also all very kind. You will definitely like it there. Would you like to come with me?" Jun Xie glared at the others before speaking up. Jun Xie thought for a second before happily nodding her head. "Okay, Jun Xie, thank you. I'm so glad to have met you." "Me too. Being able to meet you was a gift from the beast god." "Beast god, thank you for bringing Mai to my side. I will treat her well so that she willingly stay in our tribe and stay by my side." Because Jir had injured his intestines, every movement was a bit difficult for him. While listening to everyone else speak, he could only think to himself, although he had been severely injured during this excursion, it was worth it. Then in a week, I'll return with you guys. Jir's injuries will put him on bed rest for a few more days. This will help with his recovery. If we move out now and something happens internally, there will be heavy consequences for him. Jun Xie solemnly spoke. She didn't know enough about the beastman's typical recovery times to make quick judgments. Therefore, a conservative recovery period would be about a week. Luckily, that was also a good time for her to use a few people to help her collect some things. That way, she could make sure to bring along all the lingxi mushroom and ginseng she had found. The second day, Jun Xie began her herb-picking enterprise, leaving Zai and Gavin to look after Jir. Jun Xie and Jacob followed behind Jun Xie, with Jacob deciding to use this opportunity to pick some kiwi fruit. As Jun Xie stood underneath the so-called kiwi fruit tree, she blinked. Wasn't this just a green apple tree? Although the size was slightly larger than a regular apple tree, it was still the same exact shape. After collecting a basket full of kiwi fruits, the group continued forward. Jun Xie walked around arrogantly sweeping clean everything she came near. Mushrooms and tree fungi. As long as they were edible, nothing escaped her claws. Although their mission had been to find Lingchai mushrooms, their goal soon became to find all sorts of delicious food ingredients. While returning back after a long day, Zun Mai self-reflected. She shouldn't be like this. Tomorrow, she definitely needed to remember to stick to business. She shouldn't get so distracted. The original 1-week recovery time was shortened to 2 days. Beast Men's healing process was too powerful. In the course of 2 days, Jie's wound had already healed. The night right after Zun Mai stitched the injury, the wound had already begun scabbing over. When Zun Mai used her spiritual energy to observe Jie's internal conditions, she couldn't find any issues in recovery. It was a frighteningly fast recovery rate, but it also made sense. Living in an environment full of dangers, they needed some kind of OP hack to survive. When the time finally came to return to Yan Yan tribe, Zun Mi's heart was beating out of her chest with excitement. Bao Bao had told her that they were just about a month away from the start of the book's plot. At the moment, she didn't need to do anything. All she needed to do was wait for the female lead to arrive. At that time, Zun Mai planned on using her identity as a fellow villager from the same hometown to bring the female lead to her side. Then, she'll slowly lecture her so that the female lead can rethink her own thought process. As she was designing her great plan, Zun Mai felt a flash of white before her eyes. Then, a mighty silver wolf obstructed the rest of her vision. The silver wolf was much taller than her, but it was currently using its large head to nudge Zun Mi's leg. Its tail continuously swept from right to left, as if it were a husky anticipating its owner's praise. Snapping back from her thoughts, Zun Mai seriously took in the sight of the silver wolf before her. If she was guessing correctly, this was Yun He's animal form. Chapter 226. Ch 226 Beast Era 9.7. So handsome. Without thinking, she reached out her hand. So soft his fur was, so smooth. My God, no, she couldn't control herself anymore. She flung her entire body onto the silver wolf, and rubbed her face into his fur. Yun He, you're so cute. She sighed happily, successfully making Yun He's entire body suspiciously blush red. His original stiff stature relaxed. His tail lightly wrapped around the body, rolling around carelessly atop his belly, protecting her from falling over. Only after Zun Mai had her full of the sensation of soft fur did she realize that she had fully butchered her image. Crying tears on the inside, she thought to herself that she might as well cut off her hand. It was all this hand's fault for not being able to bear the temptation of fluffiness. But her husband's fur really was soft. She couldn't help but imagine how nice it would be to be able to hug that fur to sleep at night. In her head, she laid down a rule. She needed to be reserved and aloof. She can't act so shameless. Even if it were her husband, her image was very important. Yun He, are you trying to tell me to sit on your back? Zun Mai felt Yun He nudge her leg. In response, the silver wolf lying on the ground nodded his head in an unexpectedly adorable manner. Zun Mai reached her hand out again to rub his head again before stepping back and, using soul energy, fly up to comfortably land on the silver wolf's back. She wasn't trying to show off. Even though the silver wolf was lying on its stomach, he still loomed over her in height. So she had no choice but to show off. However, due to her sudden act of soaring up into the sky, the rest of the group were left shocked. But Zun Mai ignored their surprise. This group of men had already found out so many abnormal things about her. Adding one more to the list shouldn't be too overwhelming to them. It might even encourage them to treat her with more respect. That way, If the female lead did something strange in the future, she may be able to help change the tide for her. However, Jun Xie didn't think that her actions would increase the speed that a specific person would want to eat her up and make her his. When she finally realized this neglected point, it was too late. The perpetrator was her husband, so she could only sigh tragically. Bao Bao had already turned available and now laid atop Jun Xie's shoulder, pouting pitifully at the silver wolf that wasn't even more adorable than him. In the past, Bao Bao had been the one cutest in Madame Host's heart. Now he was being defeated by this wolf. Jun Xie relaxed onto the silver wolf's back. The soft fluff around her was too smooth. She rubbed her cheek into the fur. So comfortable. She rubbed again, so soft. While Jun Xie happily rubbed away, Yuan he was miserable. He had to simultaneously focus on walking straight while straining to hold back his wild side. But his reddening ears made it impossible to hide his bashfulness. The path back to the tribe was very peaceful. Not only did they have the herbal powders help, but they also had the world's consciousness on their side. As Bao Bao explained, even if the world consciousness was asleep, it would still subconsciously protect her. Jun Xie just thought that the world consciousness was truly generous. But she wasn't going to complain. Previously, she would have just been glad if the world consciousness of those past worlds didn't attack her. As this was her first time experiencing such luxurious hospitality, she was truly grateful. To thank the world consciousness for its kindness, she will definitely make sure to resolve the issues within this world so that it can eventually establish a successful society. As they exited Center Forest, Gavin and the others were still a bit in disbelief at the fact that they were able to so peacefully walk out. They hadn't even bumped into anything on the way. There were no obstacles whatsoever. So miraculous their respect for Jun Xie was continuously being raised. Glancing at the sitting quietly on the back of her silver wolf, everyone could only think how unexpectedly harmonious the image was. Truly, only the bravest warrior could match the most beautiful angel. In the future, their tribe would only become stronger. It was clear that Gavin and the others were just about ready to idolize their newfound angel, Jun Xie. It took 4 more days of traveling to get within the Yan Yan tribe's parameters. Jun Xie looked further into the distance. There was a span of flat land before a mountain range. Once in a while, a glimpse of smoke could be seen, as if emerging up from chimneys. But there was no sight of houses. Careful observance would reveal that there were numerous caves amidst the mountains, some filled with human silhouettes. When they got closer, Jun Xie saw that it wasn't that there weren't any houses. Rather, there were many simple triangular tents. These could only be used in conditions where there was no wind or rain. But on that large span of flat land, there were large round bumps supported by sturdy wooden sticks. Although these structures were simple, it was obvious that the tribe did have knowledge but were just a bit behind on architectural development. We're here. This is our tribe. The silver wolf had transformed back into human form. He hugged Jun Xie into his embrace and spoke softly, as if speaking too loudly might scare her away. At the moment, there were already a group of people assembling on the flat land. Jacob and Xie had run ahead into the tribe to spread the news of Jun Xie's arrival. Others in the caves had seen the approaching silver wolf, as well as the small person on his back. Beastmen didn't just allow anyone to sit on their backs in beast form. Only their recognized mates had that right. Moreover, a female accepting a ride indicated that they had accepted the beast man as a mate. With the sum of all these beautiful misunderstandings, Jun Xie had unknowingly handed herself over. Ignorantly, Zun's mind was busy thinking about the sensation of fluffiness she had just experienced. She was still plotting on how to convince her husband to transform back into wolf form so that she could spend more time rolling around atop his fluffy stomach, perhaps even take a short nap on it. Only when a crowd had formed around them did she realize that she might have overlooked something. The old tribe leader, Yun He's father Yan Luo, stood at the front of the crowd benevolently watching Yun He and the female next to him. She had fair white skin, a beautiful complexion, and a unique gown. Most noticeably, she had a small puny mark on her forehead. This detail immediately caused whispers of shock through the crowd. After several hundred years, they had finally found the person in the prophecies. They could have never thought that the beast god would give them such a gift right before the winter season. Such a gift almost gave them hope that they would not need to worry in future winter seasons, that they wouldn't need to bear the sorrow of watching tribesmen die before their eyes. Zunmai blinked blankly at the group of people surrounding them before blink as she realized where she was standing. Suddenly, her face blushed red as she jumped out of Yun He's arms. God, what was she doing? She had completely ruined her image for sure. Hello, I am Zunmai, she said awkwardly, her cheeks still crimson. Farther. From now on, Mai will be a member of our Yan Yan tribe. She is a very powerful shaman. Yun He spoke up for Zunmai in a solemn tone, leaving no space for discussion. Chapter 227. Ch 227 Beast Era 9.8. Yan Luo naturally didn't disagree with his son. Moreover, this was a precious female. Especially if she could possibly be an angel, he definitely wouldn't let her go. Is Zunmai willing to join Yan Yan tribe no matter what? They still needed to ask for her opinion. They couldn't force the angel to do something she didn't want. Zunmai felt overwhelmed from becoming the center of attention. This uncle just seemed so kind. I am willing. I hope I am not inconveniencing the group. As long as it was her husband's place, she was even willing to live in a nook or alley. There's no inconvenience, it's our honor that you are staying with us. No need to be so polite, please see this place as your own home. Our tribesmen are all very kind. If you need anything, you can ask that Yun He to help you. He has so much free time every day, so just feel free to order him around. Yan Luo had immediately guessed his son's wishes, but he supported them. He would only be happy to have such a beautiful, warm angel as a daughter-in-law. Zunmai relaxed her distant courteous manner and began chatting with Yan Luo. Yun He, first get Zunmai settled into her new place. Tonight we'll have a banquet and we'll gather everyone together. Yan Luo took a look at the sun falling into the horizon. Yun He nodded in agreement before turning back into a silver wolf. He leaned down in front of Zunmai with his large tail sweeping at her leg, as if urging her to quickly get on. Zunmai quickly responded. She jumped onto the silver wolf's back. The next moment, when she began furiously petting the soft fur below her, Zunmai's entire aura changed. After watching Zunmai climb onto the wolf's back, no one could doubt that she was an angel. In this world, females didn't have any special powers. Now, suddenly seeing a female with the ability to fly, they could only assume she was an angel. The silver wolf gallantly carried Zunmai through the plaza before heading towards the cliffs. Zunmai observed the cave's entrances on the cliffs with curiosity. She had first thought that each cave would only be accessible through flying into the mountains. But now she saw that each entrance had a small path, snaking up from the plaza below all the way up to the caves. It seemed to have been constructed specifically for females. Yun He stopped in front of a large opening. Inside was both spacious and clean. It was obvious that this place was regularly tidied up. She tapped her chin, puzzled. There was no sign of anyone living in this place currently, so why would there be a need to continue its upkeep? This is the designated place where the shaman lives. On your right is where our tribe's current shaman lives. On your left is my cave. If you need anything, you just need to shout out and I'll be there. Yun He brought Jun Xie to stand about 2 meters in front of the entrance and pointed out the 2 caves. Jun Xie took a glance and nodded. It was just a small path's walk away. Looking down, she realized that they were at least 30 meters high. But she could understand. When the rain season arrived, you could only find high ground to avoid being flooded. Yun He, there's already a shaman in the tribe. Would it really be okay for me to stay here? Jun Xie worded her words carefully. She didn't want her arrive to provoke the shaman. After all, she was here to spread friendship, not start fights. Yun He couldn't resist. He reached out his hand and smoothed out Jun Xie's long black hair. There's no problem. Uncle Tyre is a good person. He's just a bit up there in age. He keeps talking about wanting to find an inheritor to his position. But many people just aren't willing to learn. They think it's too tiring, too much bitter work. That's why Uncle Tyre has remained in the position of tribe shaman for all these years. Yun He had quite a lot of respect for Tyre. In every tribe, besides the precious females, the shaman and priest were valuable. However, their tribe hadn't seen a priest in many years. The previous priest went dormant 100 years ago, i.e. in hibernation, and the tribesmen all say that he wouldn't awaken. The priest wasn't selected by the people, but by the beast god. Jun Xie didn't know about this and didn't want to understand. She just needed to focus on how to accomplish her task properly. I'll bring everything you need to you shortly. You can rest on the stone bed for a moment. Yun He led Jun Xie to the innermost section of the cave before leaving to grab necessities for Jun Xie. Jun Xie had brought along her items from the forest. Shortly after, Yun He brought Jacob and the rest over, quickly helping her arrange her things. Following that, Xie brought a large stone container out, placing it at the flat area near the entrance as Jun Xie requested. The sun had yet to fully disappear behind the mountains. The cave was still lit with natural light. But as soon as the sun would disappear behind the mountains, the inside of the cave would turn into a plane of darkness. Jun Xie didn't like darkness. She wanted to use an oil lamp. With the help of her survival skill ability, she knew that all she needed was to use a specific animal's skin, cook until oil came out, congeal it into wax, and place it with wax to fixate the oil lamp. The problem was that, although she had heard of the animal before, she wasn't sure if they existed on this dimension. After the entire tribe returned home from their daily activities, a large roar sounded from the grounds below. The light of a fire blaze ignited, casting a beautiful glaze on the plains. Jun Xie stood atop of the cliff looking down, feeling the simplest display of happiness. When Yun He led her down, the people at the bottom had already began to dance. Men of almost 2 meters tall danced a distinctive and unfamiliar dance form. Is this the new female so white, she's so small, but she's so beautiful? She was the one that came back together with a young tribe leader. Guys, don't all stare at her. Not unless you think you can beat the young tribe leader. A few beast men sitting together whispered. There was no evil will in their words. It was just the purest form of communication. Jun Xie's lips curled upwards into a warm smile, ignoring the eyes following her as she continued to walk forward. She wanted to keep her calm and collected image. But truthfully, she was always able to appear calm. Even now, when she saw something up ahead had caused curious tribe members to surround it, she was calm as usual. Even when she heard someone yell, "This female is hurt, go get Tyre," her expression never changed. But when she saw the clothing on the female currently being carried by a beast man, Jun Xie forgot all about her calm image. My God, who can tell her who was the girl wearing the same modern clothing as her? Chapter 228. QT Second Female Leads Counter Attack ch 228 Beast Era 9.9. What happened to female lead is coming a month later. Why was she here so early? Feeling as if she had been scammed, Jun Xie quickly stood up and appeared in front of the beast man. Please allow me to take a look. There seemed to be something wrong with the female lead. Why was she so pale? Mu Yan was just about to take the beautiful female he had found to see Uncle Tyre when he was stopped. He turned to find an astonishingly stunning female. But he had never seen this person before. When did this kind of female join their tribe? What's wrong, Yuan? He stepped forward too. He had been cooking meat for Mai when Mai ran off. He left everything there and quickly followed after her, worried about Mai in her new surroundings. Yuan He, there's something wrong with this female. She seems to have been poisoned, Jun Xie said softly. She reached out to check her pulse, but before she could touch the female lead's hand, the male lead dodged away. Jun Xie's hand was left awkwardly hanging in midair. She blinked before helplessly placing her hand back to her side. She already had such a warm image and she had no ill will. So why did this male lead have no trust in her? Yuan He saw Mai lower her head, causing his heart to ache. He immediately turned to Mai Yan. Mu Yan, what are you doing? Mai is only trying to help that female. If she's poisoned, don't you want to help save her? Jir and the others were also unhappy. How dare he treat Jun Xie like that? Jun Xie had run out in such a rush. That must mean that this injured female was important. Mu Yan, this is Jun Xie. She came back with us. She is a very powerful shaman. You should let her have a look at the female you're holding, Jacob introduced. To be honest, their group didn't really like Mu Yan. He were too arrogant and didn't care about many people. He thought that it was only because Yuan he was the tribe leader's son that he was stronger than him. He treated the rest of the tribe as if they were below him. But everyone knew that he still ultimately had a good heart, giving them reason to still support him. But Mu Yan usually took their support for granted. His father had been killed by beasts while protecting the tribe. His mother had died while protecting the tribe leader's wife. But in the end, both his mother and the tribe leader's wife were unable to escape an ambush of beasts 20 years ago. Mu Yan furrowed his brows, his voice cold. How am I supposed to trust her? Jacob wanted to retort, but was held back by Yuan He. Mu Yan, are you looking for trouble? Yuan He's eyes darkened, as if preparing for a fight. Jun Xie quickly grasped Yuan He's hand. She really wasn't here to start a fight. Yuan He, don't be impulsive. He's just worried about this female. Don't worry. She turned to Mu Yan. I apologize for sticking my head into your business. Hurry and take her to the shaman. She seems to have been poisoned. Her face is too pale. Jun Xie shut her mouth before finishing her sentence. The male lead had an expression that read, "Why are you still here?" making her almost immediately break her gentle image. My God, if it not because you are the male lead, I would have ousted you already. Holding back an outburst, she pulled Yun He and Jacob back to make way for Mu Yan. She might as well allow the female lead to be poisoned to death. That way she wouldn't even need to go through all this extra trouble to complete her mission. Even though she was muttering in her heart, Zun Mai wasn't actually able to just let the innocent female lead die. Especially when she had the ability to save her. She took a deep breath. She really must have owed the world consciousness in her past life. Mai, don't feel disheartened. Mu Yan is just like this. Just ignore him. Yun He carefully patted Zun Mi's head. Since noticing that Zun Mai had never dodged away from his affections, he began a quiet mission to take larger advantages. His goal was to have Zun Mai become habituated with his presence in the shortest amount of time possible. Then, during the banquet, they'll become mates. Zun Mai shook her head. I'm not upset. I'm just thinking about that female's situation. Her complexion was off. I originally wanted to check if she had been poisoned. She pursed her lips. Zun Mai turned back and grabbed Yun He's hand and spoke quickly. Yun He, let's go and take a look. All right, I'm very worried about her. I won't feel at peace until I know for sure that she's fine. What could Yun He say? He of course wouldn't refuse her. However, Jacob and the rest of the others had developed dissatisfaction towards Mu Yan. Zun Mai was great, Mu Yan was an asshole. The other beastmen and females that witnessed the scene had complicated emotions. If it were up to them to decide, they would definitely have chosen to see the shaman tire first. But they still didn't condone Mu Yan's actions. That female had only been acting out of good intentions. She hadn't stepped out of line. Mu Yan had gone too far in treating her like that. How could he have her lose face? After hearing Zun Mi's words, most of the onlookers were now on Zun Mi's side. Such an understanding, warm and kind female. She was even possibly an angel. Because the insides of the caves were too dark in the night, medical treatment took place within one of the tents near the public square. Inside was a bright bonfire, illuminating light. When Mu Yan arrived carrying the female lead, Shaman Tyre had already prepared his instruments. Since a messenger had been sent to notify him earlier, Tyre reacted quickly and directed Mu Yan to bring the female to the simple wooden bed. After Tyre inspected the female, his brows furrowed tightly. He re-inspected before finalizing his diagnosis. She was bitten by a viper from the Snake clan. The poison has already spread. I can't save her. We can only go see if the Snake clan has any treatment methods. There were far too many cases of those that had lost their lives after a bite from a venomous snake. For a moment, silence filled the room. Hidden, Zun Mai also furrowed her brows. She felt like the female lead wasn't in this condition because of a snake bite. There was no way it was that simple. Mu Yan couldn't accept this explanation. He had finally found a female that made his heart beat faster. How could this happen? The beast god could not be so cruel. He turned, wanting to rush to the Snake clan to see if they had an antidote. He stopped when he saw that glowing female outside and exploded. It's all your fault. If you hadn't stopped me, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Chapter 229. Ch 229 Beast Era 9.10. Tell me, did you do it on purpose? Was your goal to kill her? If Yun He hadn't blocked him, Mu Yan would have grabbed Zun Mai by the collar. Zun Mai didn't appreciate being accused of so out of the blue. She could understand and excuse the first time, but didn't mean that she planned to allow it to happen again. especially when her accusation was rooted in such stupid reasonings. Was the male lead's brain filled with air? Mu Yan, don't be so intolerable. Jie couldn't hold back. He stepped forward with fiery eyes. He had been there firsthand to witness Zun Mi's abilities. To be frank, Zun Mi's powers exceeded Uncle Tyre's. But Mu Yan could care less about what Jie had to say. He could only think that it was because of this person that he liked had been forced into her current state. With a raw, he transformed into a large 3-meter tiger. Yuan he also turned into a silver wolf, with Jie also transforming into his beast form. However, because Jie possessed abilities, his beast form was considerably weaker than the other two. He was a beautiful lion of about 2 meters long. Zun Mi didn't know how to react. How could they just transform like this over a little quarrel? If they go on like this, she might mistaken this for a zoo. Just as Mu Yan was about to pounce and Yuan he was about to beat Mu Yan to the group, Yan Luo appeared. He greeted each beast with a fist. Afterwards, he stood in the middle with a face filled with wrath. Have you forgotten about the rules of the tribe? No internal battles. Where have you placed your respect? Starting from tomorrow, you two will be on guard for 3 days. Reflect deeply on your actions. Yan Luo could guess what happened, but no matter who was right or wrong, he wasn't going to allow internal battles to occur. Unwillingly, the two beasts turned back into human form. Yan Luo walked up to Zun Mi and spoke sincerely. I apologize on behalf of Mu Yan for his actions. I hope you won't take offense. His personality is just a bit impetuous. But this female, do you think you can save her? Zun Mi immediately nodded her head. Tribe leader, no need to be so courteous. I'll go take a look at her first. I'll try my best, please don't worry. Yan Luo was more and more impressed with Zun Mi. No wonder this female was considered an angel. She had such a nice temperament. If she was together with his son, that would only be the best-case scenario. Pardon me, shaman. Zun Mi rubbed her hands together, a bit nervous. She couldn't bear to even think of hurting these simple and trusting people. But now that she had vowed to save the female lead, would Tyre think that she was trying to challenge him? Tyre smiled good-naturedly. He lightly patted Zun Mi on the shoulder. You really are a good child. Uncle Tyre is old now. It's about time you youngins continue my line of work. Don't overthink. I believe in you. So don't disappoint me, child. Zun Mi nodded brightly. She didn't feel any malice from Tyre, only a pure form of benevolence. She replaced Tyre at the female lead's bedside. Zun Mi grabbed the female lead's hand and pressed down on her pulse. It was long and strong. It was not similar to the pulse of someone deeply poisoned. She took a look at the little wound that Tyre had classified earlier as a snake bite. It was slender and small. At first glance, it truly did pass off as a snake bite. But Zun Mi was certain that this was not a snake bite. Instead, based on the books that she had, it was more similar to an injury caused by leeches. They specialized in sucking human blood. If not stopped in time, it will use the small opening created to enter the human body. Zun Mi used spiritual energy to sweep over the female lead's body. No wonder she was the female lead. Even when there were 2 leeches burrowed inside her, she wasn't on the cusp of fatal danger. She was only suffering from excessive blood loss, causing her to temporarily fall into unconsciousness. However, they still needed to quickly get those 2 bugs out. No matter how bright the female lead halo is, long-time exposure to the leeches would still kill her. She finally located the 2 pests. One was within her thigh, the other was inside the linings of her stomach. Jun Xie first found the leech that had been taking a rest after drinking blood and chose to first eliminate that one first. To avoid her actions startling the other leech, Jun Xie decided to first freeze the female lead's blood flow. Tian Jun Xie, bring me the instruments that I had used on Jie. Jie, go fetch me some boiled water. The more, the better. Gavin, I need fire. Also I need 2 females. Can you help me? Jun Xie thoroughly instructed. The last words were directed at the crowd outside watching the show. After all, the female lead was a female. It wasn't suitable to have beastmen assist her. You really can help her? Mu Yan was still a bit skeptical. If not for the tribe leader's presence, he wouldn't even have allowed Jun Xie to touch her. Mu Yan, aren't you worried about the female? Then you should hurry and get busy. Tyre answered Mu Yan's question and easily dispatched him outside. When 2 middle-aged females enter, Tyre also prepared to exit. But he was actually very curious. He wanted to know how Jun Xie planned to treat this female. Uncle Tyre, you are a medical man. You can stay. She wasn't bitten by a snake. Instead, a small insect has entered her body. It sucked away blood, causing her to fall into this condition. Those 2 small holes were caused the 2 leeches inside her. Jun Xie gave Tyre a simple explanation of a leech. She also warned that, in the future, those in water should be cautious to avoid this situation occurring again. Jun Xie, everything is ready. Yun He quickly brought everything over. All right. Marm, please hand me a handkerchief. Meanwhile, Marm, can you help me hold her down? Jun Xie dispersed roles for 2 older females. She opened up the first aid kit, taking out a surgery knife and silver needle. She needed to first use the needle to fasten the leech in place so that it won't run away while she slit the knife. But Mu Yan couldn't bother with what Jun Xie was doing. He only wanted to know whether this female could really treat the person that he had brought back. What is that? What are you using it to do? Jun Xie was too busy to bother with Mu Yan. She ignored his words. Jie and the others helpfully held Mu Yan back so that Jun Xie wouldn't be disturbed. No matter how much he roared, Jie wouldn't budge. Meanwhile, the tribe leader stared in exhilaration at the thing in Jun Xie's hand. Jun Xie first took out a marker and drew a symbol around the leech's location. Then she disinfected the needle over the fire. After disinfecting, she stabbed down on the mark she made. Slowly, she pressed down, using her spiritual energy to keep track of the leech's movement. Chapter 230. Ch 230 Beast Era 9.11. After fastening the leech in place, Jun Xie exchanged the needle for the knife. She then lightly made an incision on her previous mark. Fresh blood spilled out. The fixed leech smelled the outburst of blood and began wiggling, attempting to escape. Jun Xie slightly loosened the silver needle, guiding the leech to leave through the incision. After continuous enticement, that black cartilage thing finally emerged from the opening. Jun Xie quickly stabbed with a silver needle, pulling the leech out completely and throwing it into a pot of boiling water. She took the handkerchief from the elder female and helped wipe the blood on the female lead's leg clean. The wound was only 2 or 3 centimeters wide. Jun Xie didn't decide to sew it up. That would only cause a noticeable scar to form. She applied some anti-inflammation medicine around the wound instead. After all of this, Jun Xie only felt a wave of fatigue. But now was not the time for rest. There was still another leech in the female lead's body. When they first saw that small black thing, a few younger females let out a screech. It was just that the thing was far too disgusting. To be honest, Zun Mai wasn't the most scared of spiders, cockroaches, or mice. Instead, she was more afraid of furless, cartilage-looking things, like snakes or leeches. Don't let the water temperature drop. Even if the leeches look dead, a new leech can still be secreted out. Only high temperatures can completely kill off the leech, Zun Mai explained while eyeing the wand's boiling water. Now I'm going to handle to leech in her stomach. All of the beastmen, turn around. Don't look. The female lead was wearing a t-shirt and shorts. The females here all were showing their bare legs too, so Zun Mai hadn't said anything before. But it was different now that she needed to pull up the female lead's shirt. Tyre immediately turned around. From the crowd, 2 more females walked up to help out. A few others continued to add firewood to the fire to ensure that that weird bug would be boiled to death. One woman helped to hold down the female lead's legs. Zun Mai was happy. Did this mean that these females were willing to accept her now? That would be great. Then would she be able to open up a class without a hitch in Yan Yan tribe? She unbuttoned the female lead's shirt and pulled up her tank top. This time the incision she made was much larger. This was because this leech had eaten its full and was now sleeping. The smell of blood would not be enough to incite it to wake. Zun Mai could only manually extract it out. Putting on gloves, Zun Mai used the silver needle to prick the leech to stop it from running. Carefully inserting 2 fingers, she grabbed hold of the leech and quickly pulled it out, swiftly throwing it into the water behind her. The senior woman copied Zun Mai's previous actions and wiped the excess blood off the female lead. Zun Mai nodded towards her in gratitude. She pulled out another needle and sewed up the cut on the female lead's abdomen. After tying a neat bow, she sprinkled on some anti-inflammatory medicine and checked on the female lead's pulse. She was already recovering. What a strong female lead. She should be awake after about 2 more hours. She's fine. Let her rest here for now. Can the 2 of you stay to help me out? Zun Mai leaned her weight onto a wooden plank, her voice soaked with exhaustion. She didn't have any energy left to watch over the female lead. Soon the female lead will begin sweating profusely. If she wasn't wiped dry, she might catch a cold. I am Jacob's mother, you. This is Faye. Good child, just tell us what else you need us to do. You affectionately grabbed Zun Mai's hand. To the side, Faye also nodded in agreement. She might begin to sweat soon. I just need someone to help wipe her down so that she won't get sick. Zun Mai pointed to the female lead. She then turned to the male lead that had been nervously peeking in. She suddenly felt that this fellow wasn't that annoying after all. Mu Yan. Hearing his name being called, Mu Yan pushed past Jir and rushed forward. He had been waiting outside for news. The only reason he was able to wait was because the tribe leader had said his actions might really cause that female to return to the beast god. He didn't want that female to leave, so he calmed down. Why are you calling me? Is she alright? Mu Yan asked. Although his tone wasn't friendly, it was still an improvement from before. You brought back this female. I'm sure you'll be more than willing to take care of her for the next couple of days. For the time being, she can't eat meat. Give her some fruit and vegetables. By vegetables I mean those wild herbs that the aunties brought back from the mountains. If you want, you can add a bit of ground meat to it. If you don't know how, bring the ingredients to me and I'll teach you. Zun Mai didn't want to dwell on this fellow's previous actions. She could be the bigger person this time. Mu Yan listened carefully, memorizing her instructions. "Thank you. I got it." His awkward tone made Zun Mai let out a small smile. At least the male lead was redeemable. "All right, everyone can go back now." "She's fine," Zun Mai said to the rest of the crowd. Now that she had a chance to relax, she noticed that her back was drenched uncomfortably. She needed a shower, a change of clothes, and hopefully some food. After a nap, she'll be able to recover from this fatigue. The crowd slowly dispersed. Zun Mai stood preparing to leave. But just as she took a step forward, she felt her vision blur as she almost lost her balance. Luckily, Yuan He instinctively pulled Zun Mai into his arms, preventing her from falling. Are you all right, Yan Liu walked up, worried. Yuan He had previous experience and could guess what had happened. He shook his head. He peered down at the person that had already closed her eyes shut. Her shifting eye movements underneath her eyelids told him that she wasn't asleep yet, but was close. Mai was like this after treating Jie too. She said it's due to overusing her concentration. She only needs a bit of rest. I'll bring her back first. We'll be back when she wakes. If there's anything, please bother Uncle Tyre. In other words, as long as that other female isn't dead, don't come hassle Mai. Chapter 231. QT second female leads counter-attack ch 231 Beast Era 9.12. He picked up Zun Mai and strided away. Jie followed behind, preparing to boil water for Zun Mai. After all, Yuan He would be too busy looking after her to do anything. Tyre and Yan Luo looked at each other. As they say, when you have a female, you forget your old pop. While silently sighing in his heart, Tyre still responsibly took over the treatment process. The welcome banquet had been for Zun Mai. Now that the main star wasn't there, the atmosphere wasn't high. After settling Zun Mai in, he went out to find berries and her favorite assortment of vegetables. He brought all of it inside his cave. He liked the feeling of preparing food for Zun Mai to eat, knowing that she would come find him when she woke up. Soon, Zun Mai woke from her slumber. Coincidentally, Yuan He came over carrying vegetables and meat soup with mushroom and cilantro. Zun Mai stopped herself from drooling. After drinking a bowl of meat broth and 2 hawthorns, Zun Mai finally felt the happiness of life again. She kicked Yuan He out and had a nice relaxing bath. Afterwards, she changed into yet another long dress. She was more used to modern clothing. She wasn't too willing to wear the animal skin that was fashionable in this era. She had previously tried them for a week during her time in the Central Forest. However, she ended up getting patches of itchy red rashes. After that 1 week, she decided not to torture herself anymore. Did any unusual circumstance occur to that female? Zun Mai asked while walking. Originally Yuan He had wanted to transform into a silver wolf to carry Zun Mai, but Zun Mai rejected him. She liked his animal form, but that made her feel as if she was only using him as a carrier horse. Besides, every time she saw her husband's beast form, she couldn't control herself. She felt like she would tire herself out just trying to maintain her character persona. Walking on the steep mountain path, Zun Mai felt as if this was similar to the extreme exploration survival situations in movies. Not only was the path narrow and steep, but the difference between the road and the slant of the cliff was a small strip of land. If anyone had a slight fear of heights, they wouldn't be able to handle it, especially in the dark. If not for the blaze coming from the flat lands below along with Zun Mi's own spiritual energy, she would have fallen a few dozen times already. A few more times walking on this steep path, and she would be ready to join an extreme sports challenge show when she returned back to modern times. Farther, Uncle Tyre, Aunt Moon, Aunt Fei, Yuan he brought Zun Mai to the females' region, and greeted everyone there. Zun Mai also spoke. Uncle Yan Luo, Uncle Tyre, Aunt Moon, Aunt Fei. Zun Mai is here. How is everything? Are you all right? Yan Luo asked with concern. Was she really well rested after such a short time? Zun Mai obediently nodded. I'm fine. Did she wake up? The female lead should be awaking soon. 3 to 4 hours have already passed. Was she more badly injured than expected? I checked her. Her body is still in the recovery process, but she should be awakening soon. Just as Uncle Tyre finished speaking, the female lead began to stir on her wooden bed. Her eyes were misty. She turned her head, as if she hadn't yet noticed the strangeness of her current surroundings. Stretching a little, she noticed that her entire body was covered in cold sweat. What was going on? Don't move. Be careful. It won't be good if your wound splits open again. Zun Mai softly spoke, stopping the female from instinctively moving around to check out her surroundings. Du Lai was now completely awake. Wound split open. Where was she? You're awake. Is there anywhere you feel discomfort? Tyre also spoke, curious about how this female was doing. Du Lai widened her eyes. Was the man in front of her wearing animal skin, and he was so abnormally tall? Where was she? Tyre, you're scaring the female. Moon pulled Tyre back. She carefully supported Du Lai up, allowing her to lean on the back of the bed's headboard. Du Lai was currently in a state of shock and confusion. This woman is also wearing animal skin. Was she in the midst of a wild native tribe? If Zun Mai knew her female lead's thoughts, she would have given her a thumbs up. Ooh, who are you? Where am I? After a moment of panic, Du Lai asked nervously. At the moment, she even thought perhaps she was already dead. Why did she feel as if she was in a different world? Did she really, like those books, talk about transmigrate? Oh God. This was not good news. This is Yan tribe. You fainted on the road, so Mu Yan brought you here. Yan Luo spoke out, using the dignified and friendly voice of a tribe leader. Du Lai immediately remembered seeing a white tiger. Just as she thought she was going to be tiger dinner, the tiger transformed into a person. In response, she promptly fainted. What kind of place was this? I remember seeing a tiger before fainting. Du Lai said, choosing her words. That was Mu Yan. He went to go get you food. He'll be back soon. Female, what tribe are you from? Based on her appearance, Yan Luo wondered if he should be suspicious that this female came from the same place as the angel. After all, these two were too similar. They both showed up with pale white complexions. They were both petite and beautiful. That. I don't belong to a tribe. My home is very far away. Moreover, she had no more family left at home. Du Lai's mood fell immediately. She no longer existed in that world. Could she go back? There's a reason everything happens. Since you've arrived here, you belong here. Zun Mai spoke calmly, her voice carrying the ability to pacify and warm the listener. Du Lai's eyes widened when she heard her words. Her eyes looked through the crowd. When she saw the girl in white, tears immediately began flowing down Du Lai's face. She wanted to ask, are you like me? Are you not from here? But she didn't know how to ask. No, I have my own reasons for my arrival. Zun Mai paused for a moment. You are the same. Your path in life has already begun to change the moment you left that world. I don't know why you came here, but this is nevertheless your home. Destiny is inevitable and can't be changed. Chapter 232. QT Second Female Leads Counter Attack Ch 232 Beast Era 9.13. After preaching like a philosopher, Jun Xie felt refreshed. Her words left the female lead staring blankly ahead. Finally, the female lead looked back at her with gratitude. Is that right? Could she really not go back? But thinking about what would she even go back to do? If this really was destiny, then why shouldn't she stay here and begin a new path? Can I follow you? Gulai asked, her eyes sparkling while looking up at Jun Xie. Jun Xie was dumbfounded. She hadn't even started her plot to abduct and entice her into an apprenticeship. Instead, the female lead was jumping into her plate by herself. Her answer was of course yes. What a caring little girl. She didn't even need to waste additional energy to think about how to convince her. Of course. Jun Xie smiled and nodded. Keeping the female lead close and teaching her in person was her ideal situation. She turned. Uncle Yan Luo, can she stay with me? Yan Luo nodded. He had nothing against it. Only Yuan he was left unsatisfied. He didn't feel as if it was a good thing for there to be so many people around Mai. Was this female purposely trying to steal Mai from him? No, he needed to have Mu Yan quickly take this female away. There can only be himself standing next to Mai. Everyone else better retreat. That's right, Uncle Yan Luo. I wanted to teach a class in the tribe. I wanted to teach how to write. Also a class on herbal medicine knowledge. Jun Xie spoke about her plans. She hoped that they would learn some fundamental knowledge first so that later they will be able to think independently and make decisions. Yan Luo and Tyre's eyes glistened. Writing, that's something only the priest knew now. Jun Xie was saying that shall teach them all. Good, good. Jun Xie, on behalf of the tribesmen, I thank you. If you need anything, let me know. Even the upcoming rain season couldn't damper everyone's good spirits. Jun Xie mentioned her approximate need resources. First, she needed to build a large tent that could be used to teach lessons in. As to how she wanted this tent to built, Jun Xie stayed silent. When Yan Luo asked, Jun Xie only smiled and said, I hope you can invent a method yourself. Although everyone else present didn't quite understand either, they didn't press for further details. However, Gulai was suddenly deep in thought before exclaiming, Jun Xie, are you hoping that they won't rely too much on others? Is that why you aren't willing to directly let them know those skills? Her voice wasn't extremely loud, but enough people heard. Immediately, they were swept with another wave of respect and admiration for Jun Xie. That's right. If they are too dependent on the angel, and the angel one day left, what would they do? What would their heirs do? Jun Xie was very impressed with the female lead's godly persuasive skills. Therefore, in the ensuing few days, Jun Xie gave the female lead extraordinary treatment. Within 4 days, she was back on her feet. Immediately, the female lead joined Jun Xie's mission of spreading wisdom. She had majored in agriculture in college, so she was like a fish in water after arriving in the beast era. But Gulai was also conscious of Jun Xie's words. She never directly told them how to do things. Like Jun Xie, she allowed the beastmen to slowly discover and learn. But the results were still obvious. Within a month, there were already about 5 square shacks built that could accommodate around 100 people each. They were relatively stable, despite not up to the standards of being resilient to heavy wind and rain. Zun Mai and Gu Lai were satisfied with these results and impressed with the beastman's labor and determination. When Zun Mai casually described the concept of an oil lamp, a skillful beastman immediately created a prototype. The model had been pretty much dispersed to every cave dwelling. These kinds of examples happened continuously, helping create a unique culture of inventions. Sitting inside the newly built shack, Zun Mai leaned back onto the bamboo chair that Yun He had made for her. She lazily munched on berries. The weather was already becoming colder, meaning the rain season was coming. In the continuous 3 months of rain, they wouldn't be able to go out to hunt. Therefore, they needed to prepare food in advance. Gu Lai had spoken with Zun Mai about this issue numerous times, asking whether they should help them. Zun Mai responded by shaking her head. It wasn't that she had no sympathy. Rather, these were the set rules. It actually wouldn't be hard to overcome the rain season. Zun Mai had already gave them a direction to brainstorm ideas and hinted at what they needed. Everything else was up to them. Bao Bao, the most obvious of Zun Mi's hints, was currently snoring away atop of his madam host's shoulder. Since the first day that this white ball of fur appeared, Bao Bao had received everyone's attention. When asked, Zun Mai just said he was her little pet that she was raising. She didn't think she was overestimating the beastmen's IQ. She believed that they would eventually think to raise and breed livestock. Zun Mai, are you really going to mate with a young chief leader next year? Gu Lai pulled up a little stool to sit in front of Zun Mai, her eyes bright with curiosity. She knew that the young chief leader was good to Zun Mai. To be honest, she was almost jealous of her. Zun Mai spared a glance to Gu Lai before lazily replying, "And what about you? That Mu Yan is about to be here broken." "AI, don't do that. We're talking about you here, humph." Gu Lai shook her legs as her face reddened. "Tusk, our Gu Lai is embarrassed." "Don't be, this was bound to happen sooner or later. Unless you're saying you don't like Mu Yan, that you like someone else," Zun Mai mischievously added while sneaking a peek at the silhouette standing near the opening. "What, no? Gu Lai, you said before that you like me as expected." The man outside immediately strided in, urgently asking for an explanation. Gu Lai jumped upon hearing the sudden voice. Seeing Zun Mi's glee, Gu Lai understood what just happened. "All right, Zun Mai, you dare bully me? You're horrible." She pretended to be angry and pouted her lips, looking very much like a little hamster. Mu Yan wanted to say something, but was immediately stopped by Gu Li's little expression. Every time Zun Mai saw their interaction, she wanted to laugh. It was a struggle every time to hold in her cackle. The Mu Yan now did not resemble her first impression of Mu Yan. Chapter 233. QT Second Female Leads Counter Attack ch 233 Beast Era 9.14. She had to admit, Gu Lai was an expert at taming the beast. When Gu Lai had learned about how Mu Yan treated Zun Mai before, she lectured him endlessly. Afterwards, she often looked to inconvenience him as revenge by having him fulfill an assorted bag of requests. She made him go hunting for berries and deep dive for fish. The most spectacular one was when Gu Lai had Mu Yan go poke a beehive. Mu Yan returned with a swollen, unrecognizable face, carrying an unharmed Gu Lai in his arms. After that, Gu Lai no longer wanted to bully Mu Yan. Meanwhile, Mu Yan began holding back his temper. For Gu Lai, he truly did change a lot. Now, Mu Yan was officially a slave to his wife. Zun Mai could only express unbridled joy at the sight of this transformation. "Ha, you guys are really too funny." Zun Mai ate another berry. The three of them were interrupted by the stream of females walking in. Today, Jun Xie was going to teach medicine. That's why there was a majority of females. The males weren't interested in this topic. But when the class started, they still ended up peeking in and taking notes. Du Lai was Jun Xie's assistant as well as another teacher. She took charge when it came to agriculture. She stuck to basic skills, like how to see whether the soil was good or how to differentiate between poisonous and edible fruits. Besides that, everything was up to them to learn. After the class ended, Jun Xie asked the students to go collect the herbs that were mentioned in today's class. Within seconds of ending class, Yun He had already run into the room. Without a single word he rushed in, grabbed Jun Xie and ran out. Du Lai froze for a second before grabbing Mu Yan and following after them. Du Lai was too curious about what could be so urgent that the young chief leader would run in like that. When Du Lai arrived at their destination, she was shocked. She followed that emotion with a sigh of admiration. She finally was able to understand where Jun Xie's confidence came from. The beast men's wisdom really could not be underestimated. You guys are truly great. Now, the next step is keeping them alive. Jun Xie praised the men standing near the fence. But this wasn't enough. There was still much more to be completed. Yun He nodded his head solemnly. They had thought to capture their prey alive because they were reminded of the little animal that Jun Xie was raising. As long as Jun Xie fed it a bit of food, it would be able to live for a long time. Seeing that, he thought that they might be able to do the same. As expected, his method was practical and even earned him compliments. The other beast men were also happy. They had spent twice the amount of time to capture all these prey as it would usually take to hunt. My, thank you. You are our lucky star. You are the beast god's messenger. Yun He happily spun Jun Xie around. This wasn't the first time that he had called Jun Xie an angel, nor was it his last. Jun Xie had been confused the first time she had heard this because she knew that the original beast god's angel was the female lead. Now, because she arrived first, she had stolen the position. But it technically wasn't wrong, as she had been sent by the world consciousness. So Jun Xie didn't bother explaining this misunderstanding. There's a few days left before the rain season. That's enough time for you to act. Jun Xie calculated. Yun He placed Jun Xie back on the ground. He softly fixed her hair, his hands gentle as if she was his most precious treasure. Everyone watching could tell how much he cherished and loved her. Meanwhile, Du Lai had learned to ignore this purposefully PDF-filled couple. Father said we're holding a banquet tonight to celebrate the birth of a new survival method. Yun He passed on his father's words, not hiding the pride and excitement from his voice. This was all possible because of Jun Xie. Because of this, they no longer have to worry about sickness in the rain season. All right. Jun Xie nodded her head. Our banquet's fun. Is there any fun events? Du Lai interrupted, asking with vigor and anticipation. 2 months had already passed since arriving to the Beast Era. There was no electricity, no TV, no phones, no games. Thinking back now, it was amazing that she was able to not die from boredom. Jun Xie could tell what Du Lai was thinking. She patted her head. There's dancing and singing. But do you know how she ruthlessly killed her dreams? Du Lai pouted and glared at Jun Xie. You don't know either. Humph, so we're the same. Suddenly she perked up and smiled. Why don't we create some entertainment that shouldn't impact the development of the Beast Era, right? It had nothing to do with their survival. It at most would be considered a new method to relieve stress. Jun Xie scratched her chin and thought about it. Okay, but we are only doing the simplest form. Do you know how to play shuttlecock, jump rope, and chicken fight? She had seen little kids playing these games when she was at the orphanage. Chicken fight refers to that game where you raise one leg and try to make your opponent fall with a raised leg. The game is played in Running Man too. She had jump ropes before, but she never had a chance to play the others as her limbs were too weak. Guli's spirits rised upon gaining Jun Xie's bare minimum approval. Grabbing Jun Xie's hand, she began rambling about her ideas. Apparently, this girl grew up in the village countrysides, so had a carefree and wild childhood. Gulai had experience climbing trees to retrieve bird eggs, capturing mud fish in the fields, and others. She had played every childhood game there was to play. But the more she spoke, the more Guli's mood began to fall. Although it was only for a second, Jun Xie was still able to notice. Don't think too much. Now we are still doing pretty well, right? We're still happy, right? Plus, we don't have anything to stress about. We don't have to put our lives on the line just to make money. Isn't it great just to live so peacefully? Jun Xie rubbed Guli's head and comforted softly. Gulai immediately recovered her energetic optimism, completely forgetting her momentary homesickness. Pulling Jun Xie along, she ran off to find something that could used to make rope. However, before being able to find the needed products for rope, they were able to collect the feathers needed to make the shuttlecock. Behind the mountain, there were many geese-like beasts with gorgeous large feathers. Chapter 234. Before, Jun Xie and Gulai didn't utilize them because they wanted to see how long it would take the beast men to realize that these could also be used as food. Now that Jun Xie and Gulai had found a use, they immediately went after them. Mu Yan, go call some people over. We want to bring these beasts back too. Even though they are small, then can still be eaten too. Then have a few females come to grab some grass for the geese beasts to eat. They should be easy to raise. Jun Xie and Gulai looked at each with a silent smile. They were able to give them a hint without being too obvious. Mu Yan quickly brought over the request beastmen. The new arrivers began surrounding those geese beasts. Jun Xie and Gulai stood on the side and watched as the 2-meter-tall men chased the geese beasts up and down the mountain. Soon, Yan Liu also brought over a group of females. Seeing the messy scene in front of him, he was frozen with confusion. He gestured for the females to go pick grass and turned to go help the men. Jun Xie and Gulai also joined in helping collect grass. The other females tried to push them out, not wanting them to help with such tasks. To them, Jun Xie and Gulai had given them new hope and a bright future. How could they make them do such hard work? Jun Xie and Gulai were helpless. They were only ordinary citizens. They weren't as superior as they were being portrayed. After much convincing, the two also entered the grass-picking group. The females moved quickly and efficiently completed their task. They used a vine to bundle their pickings together so that the beastmen could carry them away. Meanwhile, the beastmen had finally driven the 200 geese down towards the plain grounds. After tidying up the chaos, it was already nighttime. In the center of the tribe, a bonfire was already ignited with meat being barbecued. Gulai, do you want to eat beggar's chicken? Jun Xie enticed Gulai, hoping to get her help. There was no way she could make enough for the entire tribe by herself. Gulai didn't notice Jun Xie's dangerous intentions. She immediately nodded eagerly. Zun Mai patted Gu Li's head with satisfaction. Then let's go grab the things we'll need first. Remember to get your Mu Yan to take care of the chicken first. She wasn't going to let Yuan He do such a dirty thing. But Zun Mai also remembered that there were sheep in this world, even though she hadn't spotted any yet. She planned to go out searching for them tomorrow so that she could also get some lamb meat. The innocent Gu Li obediently went to carry out Zun Mi's orders. After making sure Mu Yan knew what he was doing, she ran to go prepare the things Zun Mai asked for. Yuan He, help me dig a few dirt mounds. I'll use them later. Zun Mai placed all the ingredients into her basket and headed to the bonfire. The large pot had already been heated up, just waiting for Zun Mai to take over. Iron had not been discovered yet, so everything was made out of stone. It was a tedious and tiring process to use the heavy pots, so the beastmen usually preferred barbecued meats on a stick. Jacob had already poured water into the pot. Zun Mai pulled out Yuan He's cutting board and a knife. First she added mushrooms and cilantro along with peppers to the boiling pot. She diced carrots and placed them on the side. She then minced the ginger and Sichuan pepper. In a separate pan, she added salt and hot pepper before dumping the other ingredients in. At the same time, Mu Yan came over with the 10 geese beasts that he prepared. Zun Mai, what are you preparing? There's so many bones in this beast, it's not convenient to eat. Yu stood on the side, a bit confused, clearly having previously thought to eat this bird. Aunt Yu, this bird is actually pretty easy to eat. In preparing beggar's chicken, many animals could be eaten, you just need to know the right method. The same goes for wild vegetables. Zun Mai captured every opportunity to guide the tribe to view the world from a new perspective. You're right. Aunt Yu praised, promising herself to be more observant in the future. The crowd around them also began to talk amongst themselves. Then could that sharp beast be eaten too? A beastman called out. Of course, some things with pointy parts can still be nutritious, Gu Li affirmed. She knew the sharp beast referred to fish. Smells good. What is that? Mumbled the crowd, everyone extending their heads to look over the pot edge. Inside were different vegetables that they couldn't name, but it all looked very tasteful. Zun Mai smiled and described a few things. She waved over Gu Li to help her stuff more ingredients into the belly of the beast. After stuffing one, she rubbed the outside layer with crystal salt and wrapped the final product in a large tree leaf. After watching the process, Yuan He and Mu Yan moved up to help out. Soon, the 10 beasts were all prepared. With a wave of her hand, Zun Mai moved to the dirt mounds Yuan He had made. The middle had been cleared out, with a wooden stick inserted into the opening. Zun Mai had Jir soak the dried dirt dug out into clay. She then slapped the clay onto the outside of the geese package. Chapter 235. Ch 235 Beast Era 9.16. When she filled up the openings, she finally started the fire to begin roasting. Can we really eat this? There's dirt all over, Fei said, confused. Gu Li nodded furiously. Of course, she could already smell the beautiful, delicious smell of cooked meat. Oh. It was the best decision of her life to cling onto Zun Mai. Don't just stand there. This isn't enough for everyone to eat. Let's cook some meat. Gu Li, go. It's time to exhibit your culinary talents. Remember to go slowly so that others can learn. Zun Mai was busy taking care of the ingredients in her hand and didn't even look up when delegating orders. Because beastmen consume a lot of energy, Their appetites were abnormally large. They needed to continuously replenish their intake to operate at maximum capacity. Because she wouldn't be able to change their appetite, Jun Xie had targeted the mission of transforming their food supply instead. Luckily, they were fast learners and actors. In this slightly cold night, the center of the tribe was filled with warmth. The crowd carefully observed the cooking pots with anticipation. Gradually, a mouth-watering smell filled the air. It wasn't too heavy, but was still able to hook everyone's appetites. Some directly crouched in front of Jun Xie and Gu Li's working area, prepared to start eating as soon as they were allowed. Jun Xie used a wooden club to dig out the beggar's chicken from the hole. She used a small rock to smash the outer layer of clay away, allowing a strong flavor to escape into the air. Smells so good, so good. Yu and Fei's eyes glistened as they watched Jun Xie peel back the large leaves around the Jej beast. The golden Jej beast was really full of wonderful scents. This beast was twice the size of modern chickens. After being cooked, it didn't shrink in size. Instead, because it was stuffed with ingredients, it seemed to have enlarged even more. Bearing the heat, she ripped off one leg and gave it to Yunhe. Hurry up and eat. See if it's done cooking. Yunhe very obediently took a bite. This was the most delicious thing he's ever eaten. He hurriedly nodded his head. Jun Xie handed the bird off to Aunt Yu. Aunt, go eat this with the others first. There's more food inside too. But don't overeat, that's bad for your health. I'll make a meat soup and some vegetables here, so come grab them later. Jun Xie then took 3 more from the hole and handed them to Aunt Fei. Yu and Fei nodded their heads and called a few other females over to carry away the finished products. Jun Xie pulled out the rest from the hole and gave the others out to beastmen, saving 2 for herself. She headed to the water that Jir had boiled and placed in 2 uncooked birds in. Ginger and spice had already been added to the water, so now she could make chicken soup. Gu Li had also finished barbecuing the meat. With Mu Yan's help, the 2 had cooked 3 entire long-haired beasts. Long-haired beasts were a type of fluffy and large bird not present in modern times. Soon, the entire tribe was filled with the smells of food. The rowdy beastmen came to help out cooking the meat. They didn't plan on letting Jun Xie and Gu Li cook for the entire tribe. They only wanted them to first demonstrate so that they could also learn how to prepare the food. Mai, come eat. It won't be as good when cold. Yunhe pulled out a leg of Jej meat. Mai had been working for hours, she must be exhausted. Jun Xie opened her mouth and took a bite. Very good, tasted so good. One fed and the other waited to be fed in perfect harmony, making everyone that observed the scene give their well wishes to the in-tune couple. Meanwhile, Yan Liu was already wondering whether his slow son would finally gain a mate at the harvest festival. It was a happy night for everyone. There was no need to worry about the upcoming rain season. There was no reason to worry about food. The future was bright. In her bed, Jun Xie had a dream. In this dream, she wore a golden gown and sat on a rose-embedded throne, watching the ball occurring below her. There were handsome men and beautiful women everywhere in the elegant chamber. Something about it was familiar to her, especially the man with golden eyes that she saw walk towards her the moment before she woke up. His face was grave and stern, but after that one glance, she could no longer see his face. Jun Xie rubbed her aching forehead, trying to remember her dream. But even though it had only occurred moments ago, she had forgotten everything. Bao Bao, tell me. Are you sure I come from that original world? She didn't want to suspect, but she just felt that something was off. Everything from the start of the previous world, to her husband's transformation, and to the power of each world's existential laws. There was so much that made her bewildered. Bao Bao had been sleeping blissfully when he was awoken by Jun Xie's question. But when he heard his madam host's inquiry, he was immediately wide awake from fright. Chapter 236. This madam host, I don't know. But you should, probably, be. Madam host, it's already the middle of the night. Why did you think of such a question? Bao Bao shook his head, as if he wasn't fully awake yet. He really didn't want to respond to this question. Jun Xie smoothed out her hair without responding. She put on her shoes and walked out through the cave opening. The light coming from the slowly rising sun shone through, slowly gifting light to the entire land. The path ahead was filled with pitch-black, tall plants. She could vaguely make out the large trees ahead and occasionally hear the sound of insects and birds. There was also the sound of frogs. In this early moment of dawn, there was a distinctive melody. Wearing a white gown, the light and the cold of the brisk morning air spilled onto her, making her appear as if she was floating. Jun Xie stood below and watched, frozen. A sudden sense of frantic panic rose in his heart. He didn't like this feeling, as if she could leave him in the very next moment. Transforming into a wolf, he quickly ran over. His large tail picked Jun Xie up and placed her atop his back, securing her tightly. Jun Xie was busy thinking when she felt a fluffy sensation near her legs and a new weight around her waist. Looking down, she made contact with a pair of green amidst pitch-black pupils, almost giving her a heart attack. Luckily, she was able to distinguish this figure as her dear husband. Myths said that wolves' eyes were green at night. This was the first time she carefully observed her husband at night. The myths were right. Jun Xie, what are you doing here? Sitting on her husband's back, she played with his large tail. Jun Xie nudged Jun Xie's leg with his snout. You saw me standing here and was worried. Jun Xie rubbed the silver wolf's large head and smiled. The wolf nodded and nudged his head again on Jun Xie's lap, this time leaving it there. Some might have thought that this wolf was playing cute, but the drool landing on her leg told Jun Xie that this fellow was eating her tofu again. Old habits really do die hard. No matter what personality he adopted, or whether he remembered his memories or not, he had never forgotten how to benefit himself. She pushed his head away and saw him immediately raise his head to look at her, as if asking what was wrong. Jun Xie frowned. What do I do? My husband is too shameless. What are you doing here so early? Shall overlook his behavior for now. The silver wolf waved his tail at the area below them, hinting to Jun Xie to look. Jun Xie followed his direction and understood what he wanted to say. Beastmen were taking turns watching over the animals they had brought home yesterday. And this was a good sign. Her mission was making good progress. She only needed to make sure the female lead won't suddenly go rogue in the future. But more importantly, she needed to first change her dwelling. This cave was a bit inconvenient. Their high placements were mainly to counter an attack from wild beasts. But even amidst an attack, they would still need to go down to grab food and other equipments. The beastmen didn't understand strategizing for fights. When they encountered an attack from wild beasts, they often fought ferociously but recklessly. They fight back for as long as they could and evade when they could. However, they still needed to eat to regain energy. It was ineffective to be up atop the mountains. As soon as the stock of food was exhausted, what were they going to do? Yun He, let's change to a different dwelling. Like those tents that you guys built below. Zun Mai pointed at the shed where the Jej beasts were held. They had built 2 layers for the beasts. The top layer contained the herbs and grass that the females had gathered from the back of the mountain. Zun Mai was truly impressed with whoever thought of this addition. Yuan He looked down at the sheds and then thought about the cave that Mai was in. Wooden sheds, how could they build it so that it wouldn't be destroyed by winds and rain? They had already thought of this problem before. On top of the roof, they would place large tree leaves and attach sturdy reeds. But this was a temporary situation. After the rain season, a few trees began secreting a type of glue that could be used. They could place glue in the gaps of the wooden boards to make it more secure. Zun Mai knew Yuan He was considering her suggestion. She adjusted her position and leaned her entire weight onto Yuan He's back. This was obviously a beast tribe. They often transformed into beast form to go hunting. But the fur below felt so smooth and clean. Lying on the fur made Zun Mai feel as if the world was full of hope and light. The truth was that Yuan He realized how much Zun Mai adored his beast form. He took on the habit of washing more than usual to keep the texture of his fur. That way his Zun Mai would be focused on him and won't have the time to think about others. Yuan He quietly laid down, enjoying the warmth of the pressure on his back. His wolf eyes were filled with happiness. He wanted, more than anything, to have her lean on him like this forever. When the morning light was at its brightest, the entire tribe began to awaken. Sleeping soundly, Zun Mai suddenly felt as if she was moving. But the ground around her was too soft. She didn't want to wake up, so she went back to sleep. When Mu Yan carried Gu Lai out, Gu Lai was still blinking away the sleep in her eyes, just like Zun Mai. Where's Zun Mai? Why don't I see her? Gu Lai finally fully awoke 30 minutes later. She had seen the large silver wolf lying underneath a tree. She knew this was the junior chief leader Yuan He. But why wasn't Zun Mai with him today? That's illogical. Mu Yan helped Gu Lai peel a red berry before pointing to Yuan He's back. Gu Lai blinked and squinted but couldn't see anything. Wait, there was something bumpy on his back. My God, that's a person. Moreover, a person in a white dress. She knew there was no way Yuan He would be here without Zun Mai. But was it really a good idea to be spreading dog food so early in the morning? She really wasn't hungry, really. Chapter 237. Ch 237 Beast Era 9.18. She really wasn't hungry, really. The two of them were too evil. She peered at the person next to her. Doesn't he know looking at this kind of scene would make her feel upset? Mu Yan completely didn't know why he was just glared at. Sigh, Zun Mai sure knows how to enjoy life. I also want to lie down like that. Gu Lai watched Zun Mai enviously. That silver wolf really did look really handsome. Especially his shining glossy fur. If this was modern times, it could definitely sell for a few 10,000. Oh no, she suddenly had a dangerous ideas. Gu Lai had to remind herself to calm down. However, Mu Yan was no longer calm. Feeling wronged, he asked, do you not like me anymore? You can sleep on my back too. Stop thinking about Yuan He. I won't allow it. He also won't let you lay on him. Did she not want him anymore? Did he not treat her well enough, or did he do something wrong? Gu Lai paused and looked into Mu Yan's beautiful sorrowful eyes, confused. Oh no, she had forgotten. Here, beastmen's backs were reserved for their mates. Her words just now must have been so cruel. Dummy. I just momentarily forgot about your rules here. I was just focused on Jun Mi's pose and you and his pretty white fur. Don't think too much about it. I won't say it again. How about you transform into a tiger and I'll take a nap holding Mu Yan's hand, Du Lai pacified. To be honest, Mu Yan's beast form was also very beautiful, both tall and imperious. In a flash, a golden tiger appeared in front of Du Lai. A pair of copper eyes looked up in anticipation at Du Lai. Lowering the top half of his body, he hinted for Du Lai to get on. Du Lai grimaced while comparing the height difference. She wasn't going to be able to climb on. She clumsily tried to heave her body up before giving up and pulling over a stool. She stepped up on the stool, took off her shoes and threw herself onto the big tiger's back. Du Lai felt like she was finally satisfied. It was really comfortable. No, she needed to quickly settle with Mu Yan. That way she could enjoy this sensation every night. Just thinking about this kind of future made her bubbly. Du Lai didn't know if it was because modern women had the same thought process or if she was just hanging out around Jun Mi for too long. When the sun fully rose up into the sky, those coming out of their homes were met with the sight of a silver wolf and golden tiger lying under trees, seemingly asleep. Before they could take a closer look, they were stabbed with a warning glare from both beasts. But those that could see more clearly could see why they were acting strangely. There was a small silhouette on either of the two beasts' backs. They could guess who each was. Immediately, they laughed and lightened their steps while walking past the beasts. Jun Mi was actually already awake, but just too lazy to get moving. Stretching and yawning, she decided, no. She still needed to get ready for today's class. He detected that Jun Mi wanted to get down. His tail wrapped around Jun Mi. Jun Mi gave the silver wolf a large kiss and a smile. After she was done teasing him, Jun Mi shimmied out and ran away to go wash up, completely ignoring the blushing wolf. When she was done, Jun Mi found that Du Lai still was asleep. She walked to the tiger's side, ignored his glare, and smacked Du Lai on the head. Du Lai, you lazy slacker, get up, we still haven't even made the shuttlecock yet. If you keep sleeping, you're going to turn into a pig. Get up. Her sharp tone immediately pulled Du Lai out of her dreams. Hoo-hoo. Jun Mi couldn't resist pinching her cheeks. Ah, so cute. Du Lai rubbed her eyes and blinked at the woman holding her left cheek. Goddess Jun Mi, what kind of grudge do you have against me? Are you going to die if you don't bully me so early in the morning? She glared pitifully and slid down from Mu Yan's back. She finally got to sleep so well, but then was so rudely interrupted. Jun Mi raised an eyebrow. Don't you know a year's brightest time is spring? A day's brightest time is morning. Look at you. You've slept straight into noon. You're wasting the best of times. PFTT. Du Lai spit out the water that she had been drinking. Keek. Mu Yan transformed back into human form and began patting Gu Li's back to help her recover. Gu Lai shook her head. I'm fine. She turned back to Jun Mi, rolling her eyes. You dare talk about me? Oh my god. You can sleep even more than I do, okay? But she didn't dare say more. Du Lai knew that there was no way she could win a verbal battle against Jun Mi. She'll definitely get tormented. But she never learned and always came back for more. Perhaps it was because she knew that Jun Mi never had any ill intentions with her. Or maybe it was just because she knew that she could trust Jun Mi. Jun Mi waved her hand. I was just thinking with my eyes closed. I wasn't sleeping. Du Lai continued to roll her eyes. Yes, yes. Everything you say is right. Even when it's wrong, it's right. Good girl. Let's go. Let's go deal with the chicken feathers we collected. Zun Mai pulled Gu Lai away. When Yuan He returned with lunch for Zun Mai, he only saw a lone Mu Yan staring blankly ahead. He knew what happened without even asking. His Mai was stolen away by that Gu Lai again. Gu Lai, oh, it was actually your Zun Mai that dragged me away. Can you be more reasonable? Yuan He glanced at Mu Yan. Let's go. What are you doing? Without waiting, he headed towards Zun Mai class location. Today was their turn to stay behind and guard the tribe. That meant they didn't have to leave to go hunt today. Being able to stay behind and accompany me was really great. Chapter 238. Ch 238 Beast Era 9.19. Thank you so much, Michelle, for your support. It means a lot. Zun Mai, what are your thoughts about that beast mob? Gu Lai threaded the chicken feathers together while asking. I don't have thoughts. Every era has its own development pattern. Zun Mai used a small piece of string to maneuver the chicken feathers together. She added a piece of cloth to the outside, sewed it all together. Zun Mai had gotten the string from her space merit, which costed her a daylight robbery price of 100 points per piece. Gu Li's movements stopped for a second, her eyes growing serious. Zun Mai, who exactly are you? You aren't just a transmigrator like me, right? Zun Mai placed her mast piece to the side. She didn't look up as she explained, I'm a bit different than you. You can just think about how to best enjoy life. Don't spend too much time worrying about me. Everyone has their own destination and path that is inevitably impossible to avoid. Gu Lai pursed her lips but didn't ask any more questions. Perhaps those beastmen were right. Zun Mai was an angel sent by their beast god. From her special abilities, her manner of speaking, and her every action, they were all attempting to cultivate the lives of the beastmen. Perhaps her arrival really was fate. Give me one of the strings. Gu Lai turned and saw Zun Mai was using the copper string to tie the chicken feathers together. Her eyes lit up, but this only ascertained her doubts about Zun Mai's identity. Zun Mai handed Gu Lai a string and continued to work on her own craft. Soon, they had created 10 altogether. After eating the lunch that Yuan He brought over, Zun Mai took the shuttlecocks to the classroom tent. Wow, there are a lot of people today. Is it because you knew that we were playing games today? Gu Lai teased. Little Gu Lai, what games did you think of? Hurry and teach us. You smiled and gestured for Gu Lai to join them. Gu Lai pulled out the shuttlecock to show everyone. It's this shuttlecock kicking. But wait. First bring out the homework Zun Mai assigned yesterday. After that, well play. Zun Mai sat to the side prepared to receive the homework. A few younger females hurried to line up and hand in homework so that they could rejoin Gu Lai in playtime. Zun Mai found that about 2/3 of the people had chosen the right herb. To make it more difficult, Zun Mai assigned different herbs to various females. After she completed her inspection, she joined Gu Lai. Gu Lai also began checking in on how the agriculture homework she handed out a month ago was going. Currently, the females were trying different ways to plant herbs themselves. The group went to go visit the growing area that they had selected near the back of the mountain. The soil here was more soft and it was close to the river up ahead. Because there were no tools like sickles or hoes, they could only use animal bone to create various tools that helped them create nestling grounds for their seeds. Although some were dried up, the overall result was impressive. Gu Lai individually explained reasons that some of the herbs may have dried up. She then dig up the ones that had died and replant new ones. For the following 2 days, Jun Xie and Gu Lai stayed largely with the females to help out with the wild herbs. During the time, children and females had already learned to play shuttlecock. On the lively flat plaza, a few people could always be seen playing shuttlecock or chicken fighting. Soon, the rain season finally arrived. The night before, the entire tribe was excited. They had all prepared enough good. Ever since understanding the potential of the raising livestock, the chief leader split the beast men into 3 groups. One group would go hunting, another would find other necessities, and the last group would protect the tribe and watch over the livestock. Meanwhile, the females would go to the back of the mountain to pick herds and also find food for the animals. In the process, they also checked in on their growing herbs. Jun Xie has told them that too much rain in the rain season might not be good for the herbs. Mu Yan has also thought perhaps the same applies to their livestock. That night, the beastmen created a wooden ceiling lair. Standing in front of a cave entrance, Jun Xie and Gu Lai watched the non-stop rain outside. It had already been raining for half a month. There was still 2 more months to go. I hope the rain season can hurry up and end. So boring, there's nothing to do. Gu Lai laid on a large tiger and rolled around. Jun Xie also plopped onto a wolf, her head leaning onto the wolf's head. This was a common scene for the other tribe members. Jun Xie and Gu Lai would meet up just to do nothing. To the rest of the tribe, this rain season was unusually relaxed. Chapter 239. Ch 239 Beast Era 9.20. Jun Xie was surprised. A world tree was hers. Is the remaining 24 when the beast mob and Yan Yan tribe reconcile? Jun Xie pinched Bao Bao's cheek. Yes, Madam Host. Bao Bao mumbled out. Letting him go, Jun Xie walked back out of the cave. After the end of the rain season was the harvest banquet. The beast mob happened a little after the banquet in the original book, but she didn't even know much details about the timing. How was she going to hint at the tribe before it was too late? There was still roughly half a year's time left over, but there was no wall or trenches built. The camp wasn't a good place for battle. The rain season is over. Jun Xie's voice sounded with excitement as he lifted Jun Xie off the ground and spun her. Gu Lai had already run off with the other young females to dance. In these 2 months, she had also learned Yan Yan tribe's culture. The females' wild vegetables were growing well. The livestock had served them well over the rain season, but now there was nothing left. Yan Liu waved his hand. Everyone was to go hunt for now and commence celebrations at night. During this rain season, there was not a single death from famine in their tribe. Everything was developing in a good direction. Everyone held high hopes for the future. Jun Xie smacked Jun Xie so that he would let go of her. She stood atop, looking into the distance. Her vision was able to see a few 100 kilometers ahead. But off in the distance, she thought she saw fire. Large flames raged, a glaring hint that something was going on in the distance. Jun Xie, what is that? She pointed in the direction of the red-colored sky. That's the snake tribe. Jun Xie's brows also furrowed, as if disgusted. Jun Xie understood. The snake tribe was often avoided in this continent, mainly because of their cold demeanors and their habit of raising poisonous snake beasts. Due to their mischievous actions, most tribes didn't like them. The skies are changing. There might not be that much time left in the peaceful era. Sighing, she watched the fire-red sky with contemplation. Her intuition was telling her that something big was going to happen soon. In the original book, the nearest future event was a conflict with a beast mob. Could it be that the conflict had been shifted ahead in time, but then how was the snake group involved? Jun Xie always treated Jun Xie's words like they were imperial edicts. When he heard her ponderings, Jun Xie immediately became serious. Does it have to do with the snake tribe? Don't worry, we'll protect our tribe. I won't let you get hurt. And I won't give anyone a possibility of harming the things you want to protect. Let's go back. They're waiting for us. Jun Xie began the walk down. Her white gown fluttered. Peering behind the ashes and flames of the bonfire, it looked like she was walking on air. So beautiful. They are a good match. Different voices sounded out with their well wishes. Jun Xie led Jun Xie towards Gu Lai and headed off by himself to find his father. He wanted to discuss Jun Xie's words with the chief leader. Mu Yan started a small fire and began preparing meat for the two ladies. By the time Mu Yan had finished cooking the meat, Jun Xie and Yan Luo had joined them. Jun Xie and Gu Lai were only responsible for eating, completely ignoring the others' conversations. After the festival, beastmen and females alike were filled with energy as they waited to welcome the next day. In the morning, Yan Luo called for an emergency meeting. Half a month later, they were told to transfer into the innermost valley of the back mountain. This was the place that Yan tribe had found as a safe place after the last beast mob 20 years ago. Jun Xie explored around. When everyone moved here, the system had announced that her mission was 90 done. Apparently choosing a reasonable place was worthy of points according to the system. Then was the remaining 10 the upcoming beast mob. Jun Xie didn't have to wait in suspense for her answer. 5 days later, Jun Xie could clearly feel the earth shaking. Hordes of behemoths led a stampede towards one direction. Even from within the valleys, Jun Xie could still hear the cries and roars. Gu Lai grabbed Jun Xie's hand, nervously looking outside. The chief leader stood in the front with other beastmen as defense. Jun Xie squeezed Gu Lai's hand to comfort her. They'll be fine. The next day, the beast mob passed. The furious beast mob had passed so surprisingly easily. They had never seen such a miracle. Everyone credited this to Jun Xie. Jun Xie, this really is a misunderstanding. From that moment on, Yan tribe never migrated back to the front of the mountain. Instead, they began to build homes in their new territory. Jun Xie, based on his own ideas and the hints that Mai dropped, built a 2-story little log cabin. Sturdy, warm, with little beautiful flowers in the front. 2 years was enough time for Yan tribe to develop and grow. Now, without Jun Xie and Gu Lai's hinting, the beastmen were able to solve issues on their own. Time passes so fast. Should we prepare to expand? Jun Xie hugged Jun Xie and sat her down in his lap. A year ago, they were made officially into mates with the beast god as their witness. Gu Lai and Mu Yan had also become an official couple during this year's spring banquet. Jun Xie, I'll be by your side no matter what. Go freely, do whatever you want to do. Okay. I'll be wherever you are. Yan tribe embarked on a road towards domination in the beast world, establishing alliances with other tribes along the way. By the time the next rain season came, Jun Xie had solidified his position as the most powerful beastman on the continent. Chapter 240. Congratulations, Madam Host, for completing your mission. Since this was a transitional world, it was simple. The system's prize for you has already been placed into your bag. Please take a look. Bao Bao spun around in the air excitedly. The world consciousness of the beast world had already exchanged contact information with him. In the future, they will definitely hang out. Jun Mai opened up her bag. 100,000 points and a world tree. It was a beautiful jade green sapling. Although small, its leaves were already lush. Calculation summary. Host Jun Mai. Level 42 out of 100. Age 20. Character numerous. Charm 100. Physical strength 78,100. Luck 2850. Medical ability intermediate. Accomplishment 1550. Points 702,086. Inventory Zai Sui pills X5. High quality nutrition fluid X3. Darhuan pill X10. She was consuming her inventory in every world. Sigh. Choose the next world. Jun Mai currently only wanted to do more missions and gain more points. Not only would she be able to meet her dear husband, but she also had another strange feeling. She felt that if she finished all the necessary worlds, she would be able to get the answers she wanted. She really needed to know more regarding her identity. All right, Bao Bao pulled out a turntable and began the process. After a few turns, it finally landed on the word mermaid. Jun Mai rubbed her chin. Mermaid like Ariel, the folk's tale doesn't exactly have a happy ending. She received the golden book Bao Bao handed over and began reading. Admiral's Mermaid. Very vanilla. Very straightforward. Good, it doesn't require a lot of brain cells to guess the story. This was a 7-star world. Tien darn, I realize that my Chinese isn't as good as I thought. I can only imagine that 7-star world means something along the lines of fantasy world. It was set in an interstellar future. Mech avatar fighter machines, war, military, mermaids were the main key terms from this dimension. The female lead wakes up to find that she had time-traveled 5,000 years into the future and had transformed into a mermaid. But not just any mermaid. She was a unique deep-water mermaid. But she couldn't bear the loneliness of being alone in the deep waters. She had decided to go on shore. At the shore, she transformed her tail into a pair of legs. Everyone assumed she was just a regular mermaid. But a few aspiracious people observed that she was unfamiliar with everything and knew no one. They acted quickly. With a smack to the back of her head, they delivered her to an underground auction market. As expected, a natural original mermaid created a large sensation. In this interstellar era, only females that are given the mermaid gene could continue the lineage. Natural mermaids had a successful pregnancy rate of over 90%, making them an enticing existence. There had been a tremendous contamination pandemic 5,000 years ago. Humans had no choice but to migrate. While migrating, they lost many females. When they finally arrived at a safer planet, the amount of females left had rapidly decreased to endangered numbers. If the female numbers continued to decrease, the future of humanity would also be on their way to extinction. To avoid such a situation, scientists researched to find a way to survive. Finally, heavens will not disappoint the person who tries with earnest. They found the mythical merpeople in a faraway planet's sea area. It was said that merpeople went split by male and female. Both kinds could carry children. The humans examined merpeople's cells and began merging them with humans. Human females successfully merged with merpeople genes and developed the tails of merpeople. A new world condition for survival had arrived. But soon they realized that only two kinds of newborn children survived. One are the females with merpeople's tail. Another were the males. Meanwhile, the females were born healthy but grow weaker and weaker over time. To save them, the scientists had no choice but to inject them with merpeople genes. A few thousand years later, the amount of biological pure merpeople remained rare. In this situation, the female lead was a treasure. Right before she was going to be auctioned off to a sadistic earl, the male lead arrived with his military men. He simultaneously ended the illegal auction and saved the female lead. When he learned that she was an orphan, the male lead took the female lead home. With time, the two of them grew to hold good feelings towards one another. After her identity was revealed and after a series of other circumstances, the two finally arrived at their happy ending. Jun Xie closed the book. There were no third wheel or scum men in this story. Bao Bao, what's the mission? She didn't see anyone that shared her name in the book. Mission 1: make the male lead reach a good feeling measure of 100 towards you. Mission 2: make sure those that hurt the deep sea merpeople get punished. Side mission: protect the deep sea people from the invasion of humans. Bao Bao flipped through the information from this world and quickly responded. Bao Bao, come here. Let's discuss this. First, is the male lead my husband? Jun Xie pinched Bao Bao's face while frowning sternly. Madam Host, Krikri, put me down, I don't know. I don't have access to the world's personnel information in advance. Bao Bao cried and whimpered. Why has Madam Host become more and more rough? What happened to his gentle host who ate her? So you're saying that the person I need to make fall in love with me might not be my husband, but I still need to go collect good impression points. Jun Xie placed Bao Bao down, her voice calm. Bao Bao nodded, stepping back just in case Jun Xie let out her wrath. I refuse. Seducing someone that wasn't her husband, why would she try to dig a pit for herself? Why would she try to bury herself? If her husband heard about this, she would definitely meet a terrible end. Just thinking about it made her feel hopeless for the world. Besides, she only had the patience to complete that earlier mission of making her husband fall in love with her because she liked him. For other men, she had much less patience. Bao Bao hurriedly threw himself onto Jun Xie's leg and clung on, his voice urgent. Madam Host, no, we've reached level 2, which is all about gaining good impression. Also, if you successfully gain their good impression, that person's fate will migrate to your man. When that fate reaches a certain amount, your man will be able to completely remember you. Chapter 241. There's a mermaid at home. 10.2. QT second female leads counter attack. Ch 241. There's a mermaid at home. 10.2. Bao Bao quickly brought out his best argument, hoping to convince his host. This was a good deal. All she needed to do was capture the good impression. She didn't need to do anything else in particular. Bao Bao didn't know Jun Xie's attitude, but Jun Xie could understand Bao Bao. She obviously didn't have a real choice in this matter. Let's go. She closed her eyes and sank into darkness. She only hoped this general was her husband, or else her husband will really hold a grudge. She really didn't want to put in that situation. When Jun Xie woke up, she was ruthlessly slapped with a splash of seawater. The salty taste scratched her throat uncomfortably. The stinging water in her eyes made her want to choke even more. Luckily Bao Bao was there yelping, reminding her that she was a mermaid. The sea's mermaid. As long as she relaxed, the water wouldn't hurt her. After she slowly adapted to the water, Jun Xie grabbed the white fur ball and squeezed. Bao Bao, tell me. What is this situation? Looking at her rose-red fishtail, Jun Xie could only imagine how frozen her face appeared. If I remember correctly, there was only one mermaid with a rose-red tail in the entire dimension. So am I somehow related to the female lead, or are we twins? Bao Bao squirmed out of Zun Miss grasps and looked up at his Madam Host for the first time. As soon as he did, his eyes widened. Madam Host, why are you in the female lead's body? The female lead had a young and tender face, with red hair that matched her tail, long enough to cover her back. The most appealing feature was still her fishtail. In the azure seawater, it attracted everyone's attention. She would appear even prettier if her soft blue pupils went shooting fire daggers at the current moment. Hehe, so you can also see that I've ended up in the female lead's body. Then, please tell me how this happened. Zun Mai wasn't upset about ending up in the female lead's body. Rather, she was upset about this body's age. She had short arms and legs. It was obvious that she wasn't older than 10 years old. But when the female lead transmigrated into this mermaid body, the mermaid was at least an adult. Most importantly, mermaids were considered to have reached adulthood after 5,000 years. 5,000 years, not 5 years, or 50 years. Just thinking about it made Zun Mai want to faint. Bao Bao had his head down. He also hadn't expected this to happen. This world's world consciousness wasn't completely formed yet, so probably wouldn't have been able to cause this trouble. Madam Host, why don't you just go with this current situation? I'll go and search for the cause. Crick-crick-ree. Madam Host's gaze was too frightening. He really didn't do anything on purpose. Zun Mai used her tail to swish the white fur ball far away. Watching him flail and swirl in the water did put her in a slightly better mood. Bao Bao, find it fast. I don't want to be waiting for several hundred years doing nothing. After venting out her anger, she curled up in the large clamshell behind her. Her current body was too small. She needed uninterrupted deep sleep to replenish her energy. Bao Bao bounced back to the space room to search for the cores. In a flash of an eye, 200 years passed. When Zun Mai woke up from her slumber, she was shocked by herself. Her red fish tail had changed to a blue color, camouflaging with the seawater. Under the moonlight, the tail glistened like gems. Her red hair transformed in this moment too. There were no mirrors in the water. She couldn't see her face. Neither could she determine the cause for the sudden change. Therefore, she decided to head closer to shore. Taking advantage of the lack of people at night, she took a better look at herself. After 200-some years, Zun Mai was still in the body of a barely 10-year-old mermaid girl. She let out a quiet sigh. After swimming for a while, Zun Mai noticed a small group of fish and shrimp following her. They swirled around her, bumping into her gently once in a while. When she gave no reaction, they would bump again. Zun Mai helplessly stopped for a moment. Did this group mistake her for a playmate? The faint sound of a steamship horn floated into Zun Mai's ears. From a distance, waves rippled, quickly reaching her. Zun Mai's instinctive reaction is to dodge and sink into the sea. However, before she could react, bang, something fell into the water. Immediately, she felt something grab onto her moving tail. Zun Mai was feeling a bit helpless in the moment. She blankly turned around. Before her eyes was a chubby little kid in a western suit. His cute face was in a pout as he stared unblinkingly at her. Zun Mai was stunned. What was this situation? She slowly tried to wiggle her tail. The little hand immediately wrapped around her tighter. That, little brother, hello. Can you please let go of my tail first? Zun Mai was feeling pitiful. Why couldn't an old spirit like her escape from a child's grasp? This didn't make logical sense. The kid held still, only tightening his hand on Jun Xie's tail, as if afraid she would run off. What's your name? Since she couldn't remove his hand, she gave up. This kid looked like he was wealthy. What was he doing in the middle of the ocean? Although they went too deep in the water, this would still be dangerous for oxygen levels. How was this kid able to bear it? In fact, he didn't show any signs of breathing difficulties. The kid still remained silent. He took one last look at Jun Xie before gracefully fainting. Once again shocked by the sudden turn of events, Jun Xie really wanted to cry. She caught the unconscious child and searched for a place where the seawater wouldn't drown him. Following the waves' flow, Jun Xie caught up with the ship. When she reached the ship, she could hear urgent calling coming from above. While the ship guests were distracted, Jun Xie placed the child on deck of the ship and prepared to depart. At the last minute, she pulled out a life-saving mermaid's tear pill and placed it gently in the palm of the child's hand. She took one last look back before submerging back into the ocean, swimming far away from the ship. Chapter 242. QT Second Female Leads Counter-Attack. Ch 242. There's a mermaid at home. 10.3. Jun Xie finally relaxed. She emerged back on the water surface and looked around. Just as she was observing her reflection in the water, Bao Bao suddenly chimed in. Madam Host, I know now. This body was originally meant for you. Your identity is the Empress of the Sea. You control the creatures of the sea. But because this little mermaid was dormant this whole time, the female lead took over. But since you came first this time, you naturally entered this body. But slowly this body will become you. Just like with your hair and tail, and your appearance. In the next 100 years, your hair should turn completely blue. Bao Bao twirled around Jun Xie, seeking compliments. Jun Xie patted Bao Bao's head. Then what happens when the female lead comes? Whose body will she go into? Would she have to encounter a fight to gain control of this body? There's another deep water mermaid about to be born. She will be the female lead's new identity. Moreover, due to this, half of the female lead's luck will be given to Madam Host. Isn't that great? Aren't you excited? Having half of the fated one's luck would definitely make up for her fortunate star's incompetence. Jun Xie only stared at Bao Bao. Why didn't she feel like this was anything worth getting excited about? To be honest, she didn't want it at all. Having luck would make a few plans easier. On the other hand, it could also create more inconveniences. This body still needs 100 years or so before it comes of age. Is the female lead coming after 100 years? She hadn't received any mission relating to the female lead. That's right, Madam Host. But I recommend approaching the female lead so that you can stop her from revealing the deep sea's secret. Also, you have a castle here in the oceans. You also have countless citizens. When you woke up, they were already on their way to greet you. But then you went back into hibernation. His tone seemed to say, why do you sleep so much? How could you miss such an important thing? Jun Xie rolls eyes. Basically, the mission about me investigating the harm that humans caused on merpeople indicates that there used to be numerous merpeople in the oceans, but they were all hurt by humans. Therefore, as a leader in the seas, I need to step forward. Got it. Then let's go take a look at my sea castle. She wanted to see if it was like the crystal water palaces in the fairy tales. When Jun Xie reached the seabed, she felt different wave frequencies coming from all directions. Under Bao Bao's guidance, she was able to understand most of what she heard. Your Highness, you're finally awake. We've been waiting for you for over thousands of years. A trembling old tortoise swam forward to greet Jun Xie. Jun Xie tried to hide her confusion. Who was this elder? Why didn't she recognize him? Your Highness, I am your subject. I am in charge of watching over the palace until you awake. The generals have already opened the castle gates for your arrival. Elder Turtle, I've just come back. I'm not too well versed in the current issues here at the seabed. Can you first catch me up to speed? This elder definitely looked like he was knowledgeable. Jun Xie needed to first understand what was happening here so that she could plan her next steps. Your Highness, no need to worry. You haven't absorbed the inherited memories of the palace yet. When you accept the preceding king's memories, you'll be able to understand our distributed lands, our people, and our history. Elder Turtle was a bit sorrowful. He had been at the side of 3 generations of kings, but every king ended in tragedy. Jun Xie followed the elder to the palace and was shocked at the sight. The palace, constructed from clear blue crystals, resembled water congealed together. It was majestic and beautiful. Jun Xie held the sphere that would allow her to inherit memories of the past. Jun Xie felt her entire body heave. Her energy once again grew and accumulated. She saw the beginnings of the energy that had created the big oceans. She also saw the humans that had first appeared to compromise with the merpeople. They had originally agreed on the freedom of intermarriage and to live in harmony together. But avarice could not be stopped. Some humans began to capture deep-water merpeople. They delivered them to powerful officials' beds, auction houses, and laboratories. As the amount of modified humans carrying merpeople genes grew, there were those that grew ambitious about the deep-water purebred merpeople's lavish living conditions. Eventually, purebred merpeople could only live in the ocean. If they wished to step on land, they were met with countless restrictions. The mertail could only transform into legs for about 18 hours a day. After about a week, they needed to be submerged back into seawater. The lack of access to seawater would mean loss of energy as the body began to dry up. Humans used this knowledge to send deep-water merpeople onto land. Over time, the small group of merpeople were now close to extinction. To protect his subjects, the Emperor of the Sea was forced to step forward, leading into the war between humans and merpeople. But even the talented and powerful Emperor of the Sea was no match for the humans. The humans created mechs and upgraded their own genetic makeup. From all aspects, they were an even match to the merpeople. In the end, the Emperor of the Sea had no choice but to seal off his sea area so that his subjects had their own area of safety. He warned the remaining merpeople against ever reappearing on the surface again. The last war left the merpeople wounded. The merpeople eagerly observed the Emperor of the Sea's orders and never stepped ashore. However, as the ratio of human men was proportionately larger than human women, humans began to worry again. They thought of the deep-sea merpeople again. They wanted to enter the deep sea to capture genes of the deep-sea merpeople so that they could create more outstanding genetically engineered humans. Therefore, deep-sea merpeople were captured and became true subjects in human laboratories. As time passed, that history was buried. Now deep-sea merpeople were seen as the Empire's valued class and were well protected. But that didn't make up for the pain and catastrophe that the merpeople suffered through. Jun Xie could empathize with the feeling of helplessly watching one's own subjects suffer and meet their death. Right after, Jun Xie received a hidden mission: have the deep-sea merpeople gain the freedom needed to freely walk on land and live in water. Chapter 243 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.4 Ch 243 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.4 In a blink of an eye, 100 years passed. In the past 100 years, a few big events happened. The sea generals had found a comatose mermaid while out patrolling. Meanwhile, there were signs of humans appearing in the west side of their area. Under Jun Xie's guidance, the palace changed to fit her standards. This was a process that each new emperor or empress experienced. Creating one's own palace was a symbolic gesture to prove to one's subjects that the emperor had the power to protect them. Solemnly, Jun Xie announced, "I will allow the citizens of these seas have the chance to honorably walk underneath the blue skies and live carefree without worries. Those that sinned and owed the deep sea merpeople will now get their payback." Merpeople stood packed in front of the palace gates. Seeing Jun Xie appear before them, they all bowed devoutly. "Congratulations, Your Highness." Their resounding voice echoed with emotion and joy. Jun Xie lifted a hand. "Stand. From today onwards, I, Jun Xie Thetis, will assume control over this sea area." Thetis was the lineage of the mythical goddess of the oceans. "We will obey." The subjects were happy. They finally had a new leader. Jun Xie waved her hand, signaling for them to retreat. She headed out to take a look at the mermaid that the sea generals brought back, aka the female lead. Jun Xie thought that perhaps, since there were now so many gathered in these seas, the female lead might not feel lonely enough to emerge onto land. But the truth was, Jun Xie was too naive. When the generals and Elder Turtle came to announce that Betty had disappeared, Jun Xie remembered how irreversibly strong the storyline was. "Elder Turtle, don't worry. Betty has been under my teachings. Her self-defense abilities are strong. Sea General, it'll trouble you to search the vicinity of the area first, especially the are closest to the coastal area. I think Betty most have headed ashore. She is lively and energetic, but has yet to learn the dangers of humanity." "Madam Host, is it truly okay for a human like you to say that Bao Bao bounced in the water?" "Jun Xie, I refuse to speak to you. Bao Bao, my host, is so mischievous. Does your man know about this?" "Your Highness, are you planning on going ashore yourself?" Elder Turtle's intuition was strong from thousands of years of experience. The current state of the seas are peaceful. But on the west side, there are signs of humans' appearances. I want to go investigate this matter. If they are acting in bad faith, it would be best for us to prepare in advance and heighten our guard. Jun Xie didn't intend to hide her plans. To find justice for the merpeople, she would eventually have to step onto the human world. Moreover, she had a mission to complete. Sigh. She also needed to find her husband. Also, that general. My God, she wanted to slap him with her tail. "Your Highness, please be careful." Elder Turtle sighed but chose not to prevent her actions. Her Highness' powers were stronger than the previous emperors. She should be able to avoid repeating the tragedy of the past. After Jun Xie arranged everything for her absence, she impatiently rushed on shore in the dark of night. However, the saying, "Don't celebrate too soon," was made for her. Staring up at the military-uniformed man in front of her, Jun Xie wanted to cry. She only wanted to get up onto the shores. Did she have to be this unlucky? But wait. The person in front of her was a bit familiar, no, a lot familiar. Was this her husband? Bao Bao, come out. Why do I have this uncertain feeling? Madam Host, because of the previous mixed identity incident, some things may be covered and overlooked due to your increased luck energy. Also, the world consciousness is now awake. It played its own tricks. It even makes it harder for me to come out whenever I want to appear in front of you. How evil of it. It is nowhere as nice as the other world consciousness. Bao Bao was still mumbling to himself. Meanwhile, Zun Mai was already lost. She didn't even want to get involved in this. She'll just allow the two of them to fight it out. August kept his focus on the mermaid on the beach. She was covered in blue. The dark blue color made her skin appear even more translucent. Her tail hadn't even had a chance to transform into legs before he saw her. Yet, there was no sign of franticness in her face. She only looked up at him with her watery eyes. Her sly peach blossom eyes seemed to somehow fit perfectly with the shape of her noble and pure face. When her glossy blue peach blossom eyes looked at you, no one could resist a single word she says. She was like the embodiment of the sea. She had sea blue hair, sea blue fishtail, making her even more glamorously shine on the sandy beach. She was like the sirens in folklore. They all appear at night to use their voice to attract passerbyers into their trap, making them sink into madness. "Mister, are you done looking?" Zun Mai peered up with her peach blossom eyes and carelessly swished her tail. "You are a mermaid." August took 2 steps forward and furrowed his brows. This was the little mermaid from his memories. But why did her hair change? Meanwhile, Zun Mai was now pretty certain that her husband was the major general in front of her. However, this wasn't good news for her. She didn't forget that her mission involved the general male lead. At this moment, she really wanted to roll the male lead up into a giant being and deep fry him in oil. "You are a mermaid." Seeing Zun Mai ignore him, his eyebrows furrowed even more. Zun Mai adjusted her tail. In front of August, her tail transformed into legs. Her costume was just long enough to cover her. But her bare slender legs were too appealing. At least, August was now preoccupied with the need to bring the mermaid seducing back home so that she could seduce him every day in the future. And so she could only seduce him. "I know what I am." "So, Major General, are you going to heroically send me to the Mermaid Protection Bureau?" Or she purposely cut off. Zun Mai slowly stood up and walked forward to meet August. She drew harmless circles lightly on his chest with one finger. "Or will you bring me home and hide me away?" And her already devilishly attractive voice was being put into full use. The result was August could no longer hold back. A second later, a bewildering nosebleed occurred. Looking down at the red dot that landed on her hand, Zun Mai blinked with surprise before breaking out into laughter. Chapter 244. Ch 244 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.5. August quickly wiped away his blood. He pulled the mermaid convulsing with laughter into his arms, confining her. He leaned down near her ear. "As you wish. I'll take you home and hide you away." Without giving Zun Mai time to respond, August put her over his shoulder and took large strides away from the sea. Ever since he was 5, he had never forgotten about the little mermaid he met here. When he turned of age, he entered the army against his family's wishes. He determinedly climbed up the military ladder. Now, he was the Empire's youngest major general. Purebred mermaids and genetically engineered mermaids all wanted to marry him, but he had already lost his heart 100 years ago. Luckily, interstellar humans' lifespans were now averaging around 600 to 700 years. When he had the power to search for her, he had already lost all traces of her. Luckily, he never gave up. Years ago, they met here on this day. He had originally wanted to come here to reminisce. 2 days later, His vacation time was over and he would have had to leave here. Luckily, he was able to meet her. Jun Xie instinctively grasped onto him to avoid falling. "Where are you taking me?" Jun Xie looked around her surroundings in confusion. Didn't this used to be complete wilderness? Why was there a house here now? There was even a beautiful large swimming pool attached to the ocean. August gently shifted Jun Xie into his arms and walked forward steadily. "We're going to my house. And then I'll hide you away." Jun Xie shivered slightly. She had a feeling that something not so great was about to happen. When they entered the bright villa, Jun Xie's eyes widened in astonishment by the design. Everything was blue. It was beautiful, with an ethereal feel. "Do you like it?" "It was designed with you in mind." August placed Jun Xie on the spacious sofa and sat down next to her. Jun Xie eagerly looked around. "I like it. Does that mean you are planning on gifting this place to me? How do you know about me? How did you know that I would come here?" She tilted her head as her peach blossom eyes glistened. Did her husband remember something? Jun Xie didn't know. Her words were like poking the hornet's nest. A tight grasp chained her wrist. Jun Xie could feel her entire hand become numb. The grip on her waist also warned her that her husband was somehow provoked. But she had no idea what set him off. "You forgot about me." "How could you forget me?" August's entire body was full of ruthless energy. He only wanted to firmly lock up this mermaid in front of him, so that her mind only had him, so that she could only see him. The atmosphere thinned. The ornaments lining the walls suddenly shook, as if they would fall and break any moment. Jun Xie widened her eyes. Did her husband really remember? She easily got out of his grip and reached out to grab his hand. "You remember me, you remember, don't you? That's great. Does that mean you won't forget in the future?" She knew that she would be able to meet her husband in every world. Whether she found him herself or he actively arrived by her side, there was never a time when they were not together. But she never thought that he would remember. A storm brewed in August's eyes. His dark pupils glimmered with a dangerous tint. "Who are you seeing through me? Who do you take me as? Who do you want to remember?" The grip on her waist tightened. This was his person. She dared betray him. No. No, she was his. She could only be his. "You're mine. Do you understand? You are mine." Immediately, August lowered his head, harshly kissing her beautiful red lips. So soft. August's black eyes gradually shut. Without control, he bit down. His hands further locked her into his arms. Feeling her crushed against him seemed to do away with his loneliness and emptiness. August felt happy. He was overjoyed to be able to touch his person so closely. Jun Xie only froze for a second before her lips were stolen away. August couldn't suppress the madness and desire in his heart. He desperately bit her lips. He nervously used his lips to separate hers and instinctively dove deeper in search of her sweet scent. His dominating tongue seized her mouth and met with hers. A dizzying feeling sneaked into her mind. Jun Xie's brain was blank. She could only allow him to deepen their kiss again and again. An iron arm locked the mermaid in place. The other arm held the back of her head so that she couldn't escape, so that he could continue to cover her with his scent. This kind of intimate and feverish contact intoxicated August, as if he had the entire world in his arms. Deeper, just a little deeper. She was his. When she was finally released, Jun Xie laid powerlessly in August's arms, breathing heavily. She felt as if things have left her control, but she didn't know how to fix this. If she said she didn't remember him, he'll be angry. If she said she did, he'll lose control. Her husband was really hard to please. August lifted her chin and bit down on her neck, only letting go after leaving a deep mark. Remember, I'm August, your future partner. Your only partner. August smoothed out her hair, his eyes filled with contentment and deep possessiveness. This person was his. Tomorrow, they would register their marriage. Jun Xie didn't raise her head, missing the determination etched in August's eyes. If she had seen it, she would know that this feeling, once infected with it, would contaminate someone forever. Jun Xie fetes. Do we know each other? Jun Xie decided it was better to ask. She really couldn't remember anyone named August. But she believed him. But she also knew that her husband didn't have his memories, or else he wouldn't have suddenly become this crazy. August sucked in a breath. Jun Xie immediately sat upright and explained quickly. You know that I'm a mermaid. Most of the time, I'm in hibernation. The time, I can sleep for over hundreds of years. I didn't purposely forget you. It's just I've only seen a few people over the course of a few hundred years. None of them were as remarkable as you are, believe me. Jun Xie did everything she could save for raising her hand and swearing that she hadn't purposely forgotten. What was up with this world? Her husband's sudden change left her flustered. Hearing Jun Xie's explanation, August's breathing evened. His hand gently stroked Jun Xie's back. Chapter 245 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.6 Ch 245 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.6 We've known each other for over 100 years already. I've been looking for you this whole time. I've only been thinking about you. August gazed at the mermaid in his arms. His heart felt especially gentle now. Jun Xie was surprised. 100 years nonsense. She's been at the bottom of the sea all this time. Where would she have met this man unless? You're the kid that grabbed my tail. Was it really such a coincidence? Years ago, she hadn't felt any sign of her husband's energy on his body. She had always thought that was just a mischievous kid. So that naughty child was actually her own husband. You remember now. This time, don't forget. If you forget again, I'll really lock you up so that you can never leave. Jun Xie was a bit hesitant. She had a feeling that there would be hardships in her future. Based on her husband's current temper, if she even slightly showed interest to another man, he might choke the other man. But forget it. She'll take it one step at a time. August, can you help me with something? She still didn't know where the female lead ran off to. If she really did get captured into an auction house, Jun Xie had to figure out how to sneak in to save her. I'm your partner, remember that. It is my duty to help you with anything. August didn't like the need for politeness between the two of them. He lifted her chin, forcing her to look up at him. Jun Xie blinked before nodding. Sincerely, she said, I know. So help me find someone. She's a deep-sea mermaid. She snuck out this time. I'm worried that she might have got herself caught in a dangerous situation. That's why I came here. Her husband was saying to not be so courteous. Then she'll just be very impolite. She used her foot to tap August's leg, gesturing for him to let her go. So if not for that mermaid, you wouldn't come ashore. August was about to erupt again. He grabbed Jun Xie's smooth ankle to stop her movements. Dark energy was about to emerge out of him again. The storm began to form in his dark pupils again. Jun Xie. Please bring back my gentle and calm husband. No, I would eventually come up either way. Because my destined person is waiting for me. Now that I've found him, I can only say that I'm lucky to have met you when still young. She cupped August's face in her hands, her voice filled with infatuation. I didn't know your name, but it is a type of happiness to have met you in this sea of people, to fall in love with you, to have you fall in love with me, to be loved and protected by you. Good girl. Let's rest. August carried Jun Xie up the stairs. In the large master bedroom, there was a small swimming pool. The water here wasn't seawater, but for mermaids, it was still effectively. Jun Xie didn't actually have a large need for water. She was the empress of the sea, so she had control of the power of the seas. As long as she wasn't completely dried up, she could maintain her human leg form. But at this moment, she obediently allowed her husband to undress her and place her in water. Her legs transformed back into a fishtail. But then she saw her husband also take off his clothes and climb in. Crickrickree, was this too much when this was only their first meeting? Jun Xie's imagination was still soaring in the clouds when August walked to her side. He pulled the mermaid that was lost in her own thoughts and rested her head on his chest. He grabbed the body wash from the side to help her wash. His movements were tightly controlled to not be too rough. Ever so often, his movements would change to massaging. In the beginning, Jun Xie had wanted to struggle a bit to express that she was a very reserved woman, but soon she was too distracted by his comfortable massage. She peacefully leaned in her husband's arms and enjoyed. Go up a little. Yes, that's the spot. So comfortable. Press it again. Go up. She had no qualms in ordering August around, but soon Karma arrived. Feeling the suddenly raised hard object behind her, Jun Xie didn't know what to think. While she turned around in shock to look at her husband, August only saw his little mermaid's glistening peach blossom eyes gazing up wide at him. He saw his own reflection in her clear eyes, as if there was only her and him. The area below grew larger, accidentally rubbing up on Jun Xie's tail. Jun Xie thought he could do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't bother her. But when her hand was led down to touch a very hot and solid object, she could admit defeat. Soon, her hand was about to fall off, but he still wasn't done. Finally over, Jun Xie only felt exhausted. Luckily, August didn't plan on bothering Jun Xie any longer. After washing up, August carried her to bed. Jun Xie had already completely given up. Her husband can do whatever he wanted, as long as he found the female lead for her later. But just wait until she wakes up in the morning. She'll definitely lecture her husband about the standards of a good husband. A good husband needed to put her first and listen to her. Humph. If he disagreed, then she'll just have to beat him up. The woman by his side's soft breathing steadied and calmed his heart. August opened his eyes. He carefully watched the mermaid that he successfully brought to his side. In the dark night, his pupils were filled with warmth. His current expression could not be matched up to his earlier temperament. He lightly smoothed out Jun Xie's long blue hair. August felt content. After so many years, he finally found her. But Jun Xie, the Tisui, did her name sound so familiar, and that mermaid that sneaked out and caused Jun Xie so much trouble. He better not see her or else. But then again, that mermaid did contribute to their meeting. If she hadn't run off, Jun Xie wouldn't have followed and met him. August quietly left the bed and tiptoed down the stairs to make a phone call. A brown-haired robust man appeared on the see-through screen. "Major General, what is the command?" The man gave August a military greeting before asking. "Go investigate any appearances of lone mermaids in the past few days. Those that aren't registered." According to Jun Xie, that mermaid was ashore for the first time. She wouldn't know to disguise herself. Yes, Major General. I'll do it immediately. The man respectfully replied. Although he was confused and curious about this command, he didn't show it. He didn't dare try to gossip about the Major General. Prepare a starship. I'll be back tomorrow. August hung up the call, leaving the other man to be curious by himself. Before, when the Major General was on vacation, he would always go to that gulf and stay for the entire duration of his vacation. Chapter 246. Ch 246 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.7. But there were still 2 days left on his vacation. Did it have something to do with a mermaid he had mentioned just now? The man on the phone was John, a major in the military and serving as August's deputy general. With an excited expression, he prepared to search for the mermaid. He really wanted to see what beauty the mermaid that his major general mentioned would possess. There were so many girls that wanted to marry the major general in the empire, but the major general didn't take a fancy for any of them. Even the empire's #1 beauty, a purebred mermaid leaker, was infatuated with the major general, but the major general wouldn't give her the time of day. Jun Xie woke up. As she stretched lazily, she noticed something was wrong. This wasn't the room she went to sleep in. What did she transmigrate again? She quickly pulled up the system's information. Oh, she didn't transmigrate. Her husband had just moved her to the empire's capital, Norma. The empire was known as the Norman Empire. After washing up in the bathroom, she changed into a blue gown. After spending a few hundred years in water, she was already used to not wearing shoes. Therefore, without a second thought, she walked barefoot across the floor. She discovered that her husband's house was huge. The design and style was all to her taste. She carefreely walked and admired, not bothering to remember where she was going. As she turned a corner, she heard her husband's voice. It's certain. Yes, Major General. The underground auction will begin bidding that purebred mermaid. A man with a more hoarse voice responded. Jun Xie leaned in. The mermaid they mentioned should be Betty. Does that mean the male lead is appearing tonight? No, she couldn't let the male lead save Betty. Have the first squadron break up the auction house. John, I'll be in charge. Not hearing a response, August raised a brow. He looked up from the documents on his table and saw what had distracted his men. The deputy generals looked stunned with their heads turned to the door. August followed their gaze. His bad mood immediately changed to one of worry. Why aren't you wearing slippers? The floor is so cold. What if you get sick? He immediately strode forward, picking her up and placing her back down into his original seat. He lifted her feet into his hands to help warm them. Jun Xie's cheeks turned light pink. John and the others were shocked at this sight. After being by the Major General's side for 30 years in the battlefield, they had never seen this side of him. The usually cold as ice Major General could actually treat someone so warmly. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. I forgot. Plus I didn't see any shoes in the room. Jun Xie argued and pouted. That's my fault. I forgot to get some for you. Blame me. What kind do you want? I'll buy it. August self-criticized. How could he forget this? He rubbed her small feet. When they were no longer cold, he stood up and carried her out the door. As for the others in the room, he had long forgotten about them. What were they more important than his bride? Tell me, was that a hallucination? John rubbed his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Hey, congratulations. That was no hallucination. Go, let's go see. But that purebred mermaid is so beautiful. She's even more beautiful than the number one beauty. Yes, no wonder the Major General didn't like Leader. He had his own beauty hidden away. John stood frozen as the others went to follow the Major General. They wanted to watch. John could only pray for them. But in the end, he also couldn't control his curiosity. August carried Jun Xie into a luxurious floating car. Peering outside, she saw a setting similar to the online gaming world from before. There were smart devices everywhere, along with robots. The most important addition was that there were mechs here. August was the mermaid at the auction house you mentioned, the one I asked you to find. Jun Xie sat in August's lap and pulled on his sleeve. She was captured and brought to the black market to be auctioned off. August explained simply. He didn't really want to explain in depth what kind of place the black market was. He wanted her to be happy without worry. "I'll bring her back." Jun Xie nodded. She trusted her husband's ability. But now that she's thinking about it, why wasn't the male lead's name ever mentioned in the original work? In the book, he was always referred to as General. How was she supposed to find him? "What are you thinking about?" August spoke with a calm voice, but Jun Xie still felt the need to be on guard. She was caught letting her mind wander off again. "I was just thinking how I was going to send Betty back." "August, I don't know how much you know about the history between humans and deep-sea mermaids. But I have to warn you. What humans owe deep-sea mermaids, we will definitely get it all back." This was the first time August saw fire in Jun Xie's eyes. The flames sparkled splendidly, so splendidly that he felt he couldn't grab on. He held Jun Xie tighter in his embrace, as if this would make sure that she could never escape. "I don't care about that. All I know is that you are mine. Remember that. In this lifetime. In every lifetime, you are mine. You are my only. Forever my only one." He didn't know how long forever was. But as long as he existed, she could only be his. Jun Xie raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You are so domineering. What am I going to do with you?" Even when her husband's personality changed, she still felt attached to him. When their floating car arrived in front of the business street's entrance, it immediately attracted the attention of those walking. The embedded eagle symbol on the front of the car was a sign. The animal's claw clutched a red rose, representing the family clan. They knew this was the sign of Norman Empire's mythical war god, their youngest Major General August Ludovic. The crowd murmured. Those shopping all stopped, deciding instead to join the crowding at the entrance in hopes of getting a glance at the Major General. In just a few seconds, a full-on traffic jam was created. Those inside couldn't leave. Those outside couldn't get in. Because there was nowhere to land, the floating car had no choice but park in the air. August contacted John so that he would arrange for some men to come organize the crowd. He came out to help his mermaid buy things. He wasn't going to let that plan be delayed. Chapter 247. Ch 247. There's a Mermaid at Home 10.8. Meanwhile, John and Co., who had been quietly following them to begin with, now quickly flew into action and maintained order on the grounds below. While working, they coincidentally ran into a group of people. John pursed his lips. Seeing the two purebred mermaids next to the eldest prince, John had a feeling that something was going to happen. Soon, he realized this wasn't just a feeling, but a reality. Anson Iyer was here with his two sisters to stroll the streets. He didn't expect to bump into August here. After all, he wasn't one to come to these time-consuming destinations. What was he doing here? His curiosity needed an answer. He had his bodyguards clear a path and led his two sisters forward. Eldest Prince. Princess. Miss Leaker. Major General is currently preoccupied. Please step aside for a moment. John stopped their path and politely informed them. Anson raised an eyebrow. When has August ever been preoccupied? John, what do you mean by this? Quickly, make way. We are here to see Major General Ludovic. Angela was always spoiled growing up. She had never heard the word no. She was only holding back because this was the Major General's assistant. Leaker's beautiful face also held signs of irritation. She was the publicly recognized #1 beauty. Who didn't want to marry her? It was only Major General Ludovic that didn't seem to be interested. But this was what evoked her interest in him. She was confident that, besides her, there was no one else in this empire that could stand by his side. Princess, I am truly sorry, but I cannot let you forward. John didn't move an inch. He smiled firmly. If he dared to let these people bother the Major General, then he will only be tasked with numerous inhumane missions from here on out. In order to keep his life sailing smoothly, he would have to suffer a second from this princess temper. Anson restrained his angry sister and smiled peacefully. It seems like August is busy. Well, just wait here. He was pretty close to August, even training with him in the same squadron in the past. Therefore, he was able to call the Major General by his first name. Anson, do you know why Major General is here today? Leaker grabbed her cousin's arm and quietly inquired. If she wasn't interested in the Major General, then she would definitely have wanted to be with her cousin. Anson Eyre was traditionally handsome, with a warm personality. He was the perfect depiction of Prince Charming in many girls' minds. Anson shook his head. I don't know either. If you two hadn't dragged me here, I wouldn't have seen him today. Angela pouted, her anger obviously still brewing. The crowd over there has dispersed. It must mean August is about to get out. Stop being upset. You'll be able to see the man soon. Don't give him a bad impression. Anson knew these two sisters liked August. This was something that Anson worried about. After all, there was only one August, which meant that either Leaker or Angela would end up disappointed. Anson had never thought that an alternative ending would be neither of the two being with August. In his mind, his two sisters were both very outstanding and beautiful. After all, both knew that the other liked August, but they never fought over this. The naive Anson didn't know that this was all just surface-level peace. Angela and Leaker fought ferociously behind the scenes, especially at school. They fought over the brand name designers they wore, how much allowance money they receive, and how many admirers they had. The only thing they agreed on is to keep their fighting behind closed doors, to not embarrass the royal family. This was a true sign that both received a formal education. No matter how crazy you are behind closed doors, you had to act grand and noble so the rest of the world couldn't even guess the truth. By the time the three of them approached, Jun Xie had already pulled up their information. So when she read Angela and Leaker's information, Jun Xie couldn't help but admire them for their strange relationship. Major General, we've cleared the region for you two. You can step out now. John bowed at the entrance of the floating car. Anson was confused. John had said you two. Was August here with someone? His confusion was quickly cleared. A girl in a blue dress was carried out in August's arms. August was wearing a black leisure outfit. The outfit only highlighted his physique and tan skin. Yet there was a dangerous energy around him, as if he was a beast ready to pounce at any moment. His own energy was capable of drowning out anyone standing by him. And yet, there is a type of person that cannot be ignored even if those around them are dazzling. To Anson, it looked like they just witnessed a perfect couple stepping out of a painting. The woman had dark and slanted eyebrows with skin as white as snow. Her nose was small like a jade piece. Her blue eyes blinked away sleep. Even though there was a veil covering her face, it did nothing to hide her fluttering beauty. Gasps sounded in the crowd. If the number one beauty leaker was a garishing rose, then this girl was a freezer, pure with a hint of seduction. With every smile and gaze, she was reaching straight into the soul. Ordist carefully protected Jun Xie as they walked down the car. He had originally wanted to carry Jun Xie into the store to buy shoes, but Jun Xie stubbornly refused at all costs and even glared at him. Ordist had no choice but to indulge her. End Volume 3 Part 1.